And just like that, we're live.
Oh dear.
Oh no, 35 block for.
Huh.
That's bad.
Ouch.
What's the command? Is it like slash roll?
Gerald Dixon he's had a really rough life. He's not a very lucky man.
Very rough. I love I got 65. That's a lot to work with.
Was that 35?
35.
Oh snap! Look at that.
15 times 5, 75.
Dang. The rich get richer, huh?
I'm an
That's
old
right. And see who I shoot in the head with that luck today.
guy.
Jesus.
Hopefully not your lovely
Chris
boy.
Chris is quaking in his boots over there with PTSD. It won't let me type it in. Are you kidding me?
Oh, well, if you right click, I found this out like yesterday. If you right click any of the up and down arrow ones, like sanity, like if you right click them, you can actually like type the value in.
Nice.
Because I used to have to program those things by tapping the fucking arrow like 70 times, and I was getting really frustrated
there
with
we
it.
go. That's better.
Sitting there's like, there has to be a better way.
There has to be a better way than just
There
holding
has
that
to be a
arrow.
better way.
Yes, there is actually. I'm gonna write down everybody's starting sanity so we don't fucking lose track of them when you all invariably go insane.
I feel like I'm gonna be the one that goes around and murdering everybody.
Oh, I changed his name, by the way. I didn't think I told you guys that.
Oh, he's not
Oh, you're
Gerald
such a
Dixon
fucking
anymore.
Not Gerald. No, it's gonna be Colt Dixon.
Colt?
For fuck's sakes, man.
The stream overlays, that's one thing, you son of a bitch.
Sorry, I completely forgot. I've been very busy. I'm sorry.
Sorry, Colt.
Colt. Yeah, just the first name.
No, you
So
see, what you
you're-
do is you say Colt's a nickname that he chose. His name's Gerald Colt Dixon.
Sure.
He
Take your
prefers
follow.
people to call him Colt. Only his mother calls him Gerald.
Absolutely. There you go.
That's how
My
I'm gonna
mama
write it.
has a pet name for me, but we don't talk about it.
Oh no.
Mama Reaper, what's my pet name?
I'm gonna constantly
my little
confuse
PP.
him and Chris.
Oh
Little PP.
God,
Leave it open to me, motherfucker. You're getting
I
Yuna
mean,
was like, I
he's
think
pretty-
Yuna was the only
I
one
like
with
adding to the
PP.
chaos.
He's pretty big. He's pretty
I
big.
wish
He's your big PP.
Stream open for when you laugh like that.
He is now. He is now.
I'm the big
Yes,
PP
Tina.
now.
Oh, that's right.
That's
God, you
why-
all have such low.
That's why Yuna was well.
Yeah,
easy
my side is
game.
terribly low. I don't know
I
why.
have 70.
Yeah,
something. It's fine.
Jimmy's character's the only one that got half decent sanity. Fucking, I'm playing this game on easy mode.
What am I rolling? A 55? I'm fucked.
Playing this game on
My sanity's
easy.
40.
Do I need to
40.
roll for my
Yeah.
sanity, or do I just have it?
No, it's your power.
It's your power.
Okay, okay.
So which is your willpower, basically.
Oh yeah, mine's 45. It's low.
Yeah.
I got more HP as an old lady than I did last time as a weirdo.
I mean,
lived-
yeah,
you've
but
lived
she's
longer.
a badass old lady.
True. She
You
the
were a
luxury.
scrawny, fucking malnourished weirdo.
And now she's well fed.
Oh yeah.
It's amazing what money
well
can buy.
fed.
Oh, I'm just gonna put the stream.
You got
Hey,
a
your
personal
HP
trainer.
is the same as mine.
Hey. My young little filly.
Who's,
I remember how Quest
Ti-
Portal works. It's completely
Oh, I can
silly.
see everyone's.
who's tired of Americans putting her down because of the Japanese
heritage.
American War.
I don't remember if I
Oh,
clicked
yeah, this
done when I
time-
changed all
yeah,
this
that's a
shit,
little
so
rough
I'm just
for,
gonna I'm just gonna close my stream and reopen it. Fuck it, I don't care.
That's why her parents don't approve of our engagement.
Was the money not enough for them?
Nah, because
no,
Peter
'cause-
isn't Japanese.
yeah.
Japanese is honor. Has nothing to do with money. Japanese is
jeez.
all honor.
The money helped though.
And
Honor
cultural
Cultural appreciation.
it's cultural
Appropriation
fucking-
is what they use.
no, they're trying to maintain their culture. So by marrying someone who isn't Japanese.
Oh right.
Yeah.
Went to sauna
I know what
to
you're talking
family.
about. Yeah.
February.
Filthy mudblood.
Dishonor. Yeah, you mudbloods.
Fucking muggles.
Fucking muggles. I don't know. Me
We pushed our buttons yet?
for I
Coke's live
Yeah,
already.
yeah.
I've seen that shit.
for IRL. Me and Jim Jam need to go to Japan together. That'd be great.
Oh, seeing Jimmy in
Yeah,
Japan would
sure.
like be amusing to no end.
Oh, I would love to go. It'd be great. Me and him, super nice guys in Japan with some money. What's the worst that could happen?
I mean, my brother tells me all about it. So.
Oh yeah, that's where we get. Oh yeah.
Because he's been multiple.
Yoshi
times.
Spirit. I remember the username. Beautiful human being. Yeah, we need to go to Japan. Crispy wants me to take me to Poland.
That doesn't surprise me.
That's where we're moving, isn't it?
I mean, I'd stay there a little bit. It's beautiful. I love the way that the buildings and look in the rolling hills.
Not yet, I haven't. Deaf lady? Are you? No, I'm just not gonna push my stream button. Guys, I figure I'd just back off yours.
Oh, yeah, that's fine.
No. I'm gonna push my stream button. Fuck you. Fuck you. We're live on Friday night with Call of Cthulhu.
That's right.
You want investigative horror? You want sanity loss? You want Coke calling me mommy all night
Yeah.
long? Welcome to Friday night Call of Cthulhu. Ah, feels good. Feels good to be back in the investigative horror universe. Finishing some last minute setup at the moment.
I like Kevin's picture better than our picture.
Kevin's picture?
On his stream. His stream.
Oh yeah, it's a good looking house.
I don't know where you from, but that's not a very good looking house. The help will have a devil of a time.
It needs a
cleaning
little
that up.
fixing up. We could hire. We could hire some help to fix that. It'll be fine.
I don't know
The house has got good bones.
if this.
Got good bones.
Got good bones.
Okay, time to run an intro. I had to just remind myself, how far away from Boston are we? What month? What year is it? Oh yeah, all the things that I've already forgotten. I haven't listened to this thing like 10 times like I did Deadlight.
Okay.
It's out of Boston, Mass.
Boston.
Time to start my intro.
Oh boy. And all the other things that Quest Portal can do.
Ooh, just music.
This is mommy's kind of
Oh, I love saxophone.
Huh?
The sexiest instrument alive.
Welcome everybody to another Call of Cthulhu one-shot. This time, The Cracked and Crooked Mans, a 7th edition scenario. Tonight we've got Luke as dilettante Daphne Lexington. We got Coke as her son Peter.
Yeah.
Peter Lexington. Playing Peter's fiance Nakane Yuna. Jimmy
Hello.
playing
Pleasure to meet ya.
bounty hunter and private investigator Gerald Colt Dixon as Sean. And playing young legal apprentice Victor Mason is Chris.
Woo!
So, we start off in the small town of Gamwell. We're about 80 miles west of Boston, Massachusetts. It is a pretty mild pretty mild day in February 1925. It's probably late morning, not quite lunchtime, as a cab pulls up outside of the Dodge Brothers Law Office. A pretty grizzled looking gentleman by the name of Colt Dixon steps out, looking once more at the letter he had recently received from the Dodge Brothers. Basically saying that a client of theirs, Mr. Arthur Cornthwaite, is he's kind of gone missing. They haven't seen or heard from him for a bit, and being his lawyers and Arthur being a very, very wealthy man, they kind of need to know what to do about his estate and all this. So they've hired this finder of men, Colt Dixon, to maybe take a look around. I imagine you step on in, Colt.
Yeah, I'm gonna step on up with a cigarette in my mouth, just kind of hitting that last little bit of a drag as I kind of toss off to the side and walk up to the door.
Alright. I have too many. I have like 5 copies of the same book open. So, yeah, you step inside. It's a pretty modest looking little office. There are, in the main room, you find 3. I'll leave the jazz on for now. It's going to change that, but fuck it. You find 3 desks with 3 older looking gentlemen sitting in them. Why did he? Whatever. Somebody's escaped my characters thing. You find these 3 gentlemen, the Dodge brothers. Like as you kind of step in and kind of just stand there waiting for them to greet you, you see these three like gray-haired heads just all turn at once. They're all pretty little weaselly-looking gray men in washed-out gray suits. They all sort of have various degrees of receding hairline. The first one who kind of starts getting up out of his chair, he's got a big mustache. And the other 2 are pretty clean shaven. They all look to be in their late 50s, early 60s, something like that. The one guy comes over and is like, "Oh, can we help you?"
Colt will pull the paper out of his jacket pocket and open it up, and well, yes, I received a letter from your firm reporting of a missing person of interest. I believe I could be of assistance.
And just realized I never actually moved you guys. I moved it on my screen, but I didn't move it on everybody else.
There we go.
There you go. There you
It looked
go.
way better to me, just not to you guys.
It's a whole new world.
I keep forgetting that there's an extra little player button I gotta hit for the players to see that.
That's
Yeah, so they 3 of them just kind of start murmuring to themselves. And shit, I forgot I gotta lock this shit so you people stuff.
Oh, sorry.
Learn that last time.
Us people.
That was
You
totally
people.
my bad.
Yeah, so they start murmuring to themselves, and then the mustachio gentleman comes back up to you and kind of shakes your hand. His handshake is limp and moist. It's awful. Weaselly little guy. He's like, I'm Walter
A
Dodge.
wet fish
and
handshake.
I wish I had closed my notes. This is Herbert and Reginald. He points to the other 2 gentlemen. It's like, we are the Dodge brothers. We run this law office here in Gamwell. Yes, we are looking to hire you to find one of our benefactors, one of our clients, Mr. Arthur Goldthwaite. Arthur Cornthwaite. I'm getting his name wrong because I haven't looked at it in a minute. Cornthwaite. I should change his name. Arthur's he's a very rich man, very philanthropic, a bit of an oddball, but everybody in town loves him. We haven't heard from him in weeks or something. We're getting a little worried. I mean, if something has happened to him, then we need to find out about it. As his lawyers, I mean, we have to look after his estate and all of his holdings, and you know, and just keeping us in the dark seems dreadfully impolite. And the other 2 are just like, yeah, nodding along.
Colt's just kind of visibly like, great. Like, these guys just don't seem to really catch his interest much. So he kind of pulls out cigarettes. Do you mind if I light this? And kind of doesn't even prepare for the answer. He starts lighting it. And he says,
He's like, well, actually, well, oh no, yes, go ahead, sir. Of course.
he says, where was the last time anyone seen Arthur?
Well, that's a good question. It's been a while. He returned from an expedition last year. Yes, he's been home for quite a while, and he's been at the estate, but for all we knew, should just still be at his house, but nobody's heard from him. He hasn't contacted us, and we tried very hard. We went all the way out to his estate and yelled quite loudly at his front door, and there was no answer, so we left. We did ask the sheriff.
Is there anyone at the estate that could probably give me some advice of where he may have gone?
He's
A butler, a maid?
they all kind of start like mumbling like back and forth. Well, that's the odd thing. Arthur's been kind of cleaning house as of late. Perhaps he's not happy with his workers or something anymore. He always hired out of state and whatnot. Not anyone local, but he's been slowly letting them go. I believe. When we went, there was nobody there. If you'd like, then perhaps we can find his books. He's like, well, give us a few moments. Let me see if we can find his accounting. And you see them kind of start like looking around through filing cabinets and that. Meanwhile, a like beautiful roadster, nice looking car, just kind of putting down the road, kind of passes that last sign. It's like, you're now entering the town of Gamwell with Daphne Lexington, her son Peter, and Peter's fiance Nakane, or I guess Yuna. Getting her name backwards now. The three of them pulling into the little town of Gamwell. What's the plan, Ms. Daphne?
Imagine as well that we haven't heard from my very good friend Arthur in quite some time. The parties just haven't been the same without him there. Come, children, let us to his lawyer's office. Mayhaps we can figure out some information of where he is. I do so miss his chef's cooking.
Mother, when
You've never been to Gamwell before, Daphne. You've heard of it. You know that Arthur lives out here. It's always probably kind of been like kind of weirded you. It's like, why does he want to live in that shitty little town out in the middle of nowhere? There's nothing there. Because you know that there's looking it up probably on the map before you, or maybe like Peter or Yuna kind of looked through the map on your drive up out of Boston. And you would know that there's a handful of things. There's a boarding house, like town hall, police station, like attorney's office, newspaper office, a library, and then just like probably some mediocre little like general stores or general shops. But there's pretty much nothing to this place.
Yes, it looks like all the regular anemones are in place. This is a small little place. I mean,
Very
how much could it
quaint.
have?
Very quaint. As we're driving, I got one of those like what's the word, like a kerchief on around my head to keep my hair in place, like big oversized sunglasses on, and like one of those, a cigarette, but in the like long
In the
cigarette
holder?
in the holder.
Yeah, it's got to be in the holder.
Of course, wouldn't hold it in my own fingers.
Peter, light Mummy's cigarette for him.
and I light it for her, like at an instinct. Like I almost don't even look at it. Like it's been so traditional for me to do it that I just, at instinct, know what to do. Doesn't even have to ask. And I continue looking at
As
myself
Peter
in the
does
reflection
that-
of the car a little bit.
As Peter does that, Yuna just kind of looks away, coughs just ever so very quietly, but nonetheless.
I'll turn and look at you and I'll be like, "Would you like a light as well, dear?"
No, no, not now, Peter. She seems to have a bit of a tickle.
Yeah.
It's quite all right.
Oh,
Yes,
gotta put these dice away. I just rolled the crit out of them. I need that crit.
Need that crit.
Need that crit for later. I'm swap dice again.
Imagine.
But you would know if you were looking for like his attorneys or accountants or whatever.
Yeah,
A quick glance at the map would tell you that the only thing like that would be this Dodge Brothers attorney's office that you see. Seems to be the only kind of law office or like accounting office or anything.
Is this like a pretty small kind of town kind of thing?
Oh yeah, this is like it's the type of thing you would like stop in to buy an ice cream or a tonic or a soda.
Could always go
on
for
your
a
way
tonic.
before you continue down the road to somewhere else.
Anywhere else of
Yeah,
substance.
this is a pit stop town. It has like the bare minimum.
Yes.
Can't even read what's on the sign for the building beside the law firm.
Even I can't read that.
It's written in Cthulhu.
It's written in Cthulhu, and oh no!
Totally is.
Make it Cthulhu.
Same.
Everybody
Everybody.
make a sanity
Yeah,
check.
make a Cthulhu mythos roll to see if you can read that.
No, but I imagine he's got to have some sort of business holdings around here, somewhere he deals with, somewhere that might have information on where he has gone to. Bodies just aren't the same without Arthur there, don't you know? Come, what does the map say? What's in town?
Well, it looks like there's a law office it's the only one in town, so I can't see it being the right place.
Chris
How
died.
about you pull up over there?
That's my car out front. No, my car's gotta be nicer.
Yours
than
is
that fucking-
red.
Nicer than that.
Mommy doesn't buy anything that
Yeah,
ugly.
So you guys get whoever's navigating for you pulls up the map, and it's just kind of pointing you in the right direction to get to this Dodge Brothers law office.
Over there.
Meanwhile,
Daphne, over there.
Back in the office, the three
Just call
Dodge
me
brothers
Mum,
are all
sweetie.
they're all kind of scrambling around, but they don't really look like they're trying all that hard. Until one of them's like, Victor, did you find that book yet? Victor. Oh, it's just they're all through like, oh, fuck, it's taking forever. And then you see this scrawny kid come back out with like almost running out from like the side rooms. Like, I got it, with a big ledger in his hands. That would be Victor Mason, their apprentice.
Yes. Anything you need, sir. Do anything to make sure that this gets taken care of.
Well, yes. We need to take a look through that to see if Arthur's what he's been up to and whatnot.
Diligently starts thumbing through it.
Yes, Arthur was a bit of he was a philanthropist. He gave a lot to this town. Lives out about a good 10 miles out of town on a great big estate known as the Fitzgerald Manse. Yes, the old Fitzgerald place. He bought that a few years ago, I believe. Moved out there. One of his biggest pleasures, Arthur, is he fancies himself an archaeologist, as like a hobbyist archaeologist. Puts together escapades and trips out to places like South America to go looking for ruins. And he starts like dabbing at sweat that's around his like, I'm exhausted just thinking about it. I don't know why everyone would want to go down there. Traipsing around a South American jungle. What? Oh, terrible. Sounds like an awful thing to do, but what Arthur liked. I believe his last major expedition was in 1923, which would be probably about just over a year ago. It is now February 1925.
So what makes you think he's not just on another expedition right now?
Well, he very well could be. In fact, he's never really done anything like this or gone on a long trip without talking to us first or letting people know.
Maybe he wanted some lawyers with some backbone.
They just kind of go wide-eyed. And they're just kind of like looking at
As
each
he-
other, like.
As I take the end of my cigarette, I drop it. Do one of them have a drink by chance?
Oh yeah, there's probably
I'm just
they'll
gonna
probably have
drop
like.
my cigarette butt in their drink, one of the drinks.
Oh yes, yes. Don't. Yes, please. You may use this as an ashtray. Absolutely. Thank you for not putting it out on the carpet.
You're really not giving me much to go on here. If you really want me to
Well-
find this guy.
So you're saying you are taking the case? And they're all kind of like, leaning a little bit. You going?
Well, things have been a little dry lately. Could use a little extra cash, so yeah, I'll take the case.
Wonderful. We're willing to offer you. Funny, you never can find the information that you're looking for. Like,
When you're looking for it?
when you're looking
when you
for
need it.
I believe it's $100 now for you.
$100.
$100. Where did it go? Yeah. So they're
God, I love the music.
we're willing to offer you $100.
I love jazzy music.
As well as we'll cover a few of your expenses if they're reasonable. If your journeys take you out to Arthur's house, we already had the sheriff go out there. He insisted that Arthur's not there, but the sheriff has.
Well-
he has a bit of a history with that place. He's not a big fan of that building in particular, so I don't know how thoroughly he's searched. But if you do wish to check in on it,
Well,
he goes
no
into a
offense-
drawer and pulls out a couple of keys.
No offense to your sheriff, but it's my job to actually find people. His job's just to keep people safe. Make sure the law's abided by. So I will check out his house. It's probably the best place to start. Might give me an
Oh.
idea of what he was into.
Look, okay. Oh, they finally said, "Well, we're willing to pay you $100 to locate Mr. Cornthwaite. And I tell you what, we'll give you a $100 bonus if you can have the answer within the week."
Yeah.
But there is one thing we are going to ask of you, Mr. Dixon. Your reputation follows you quite heavily, I'm afraid. It is imperative. And then they all kind of just put their hands. If something tragic did happen to poor Arthur, which we pray it did not, pray that he is alive and well, and he's just off running around doing who knows what. But if something tragic did happen to him, the Fitzgerald mansion and the property it's a bit run down. It's not in the greatest shape, but it is still worth quite a lot of money. We must insist that the place remain undamaged. I hate to bring such things up, but we remember hearing about the Bradley case a few months back that you were involved with, and what happened to that whole apartment building. We can't have anything like that, Mr. Dixon.
I take no responsibility for what happens on my past cases.
We are going to, yes, just to make sure that all of the
I can't control
Arthur's
my feelings
interests are
sometimes.
taken care of. As a representative of this law firm, we will insist that you take a young Mason here. Victor, you're good to go with Mr. Dixon here.
You got it.
Yes, thank you,
shit,
Mr. Dodge. I'll make sure it gets done.
Look, he's a fine young man, and we'll take care of his. We'll give him a stipend for any of his necessities.
Does this kid even got a pube between his dick?
Between
Come
his
on,
dick.
man. On his dick.
That's how they did it in the 1920s, see?
Well,
See?
This kid ain't got a pube on
I
his
must
dick.
admit we haven't really checked yet.
Come on, man. You're just gonna slow me down.
I'm very clever. I'm sure I'll be of some use. if just do what I can to get in with the Dodge. Make sure Mr. Dodge's interests are taken care of.
Yes, Mr. Dixon, wouldn't you like to have someone with you to do the heavy lifting and the busy work while you take care of the very intricate and
Heavy
important
lifting. He could barely
investigating?
hold up the damn encyclopedia he brought in from the file. You had a
He
hard
got
time
60
bringing
straight.
that in. I'm just shitting on you.
I know. I'm just like, hey.
It's at this point, yeah, the beautiful looking roadster just kind of pulls up in front of this building and says, Dodge Brothers Law.
This must be the place. Surely it's
I
the
hurry
place.
out and I run around and open the door for Mummy first.
What a polite
Step out,
man.
cigarette first. Pat you on the cheek like lovingly. Such a good boy.
And then I kind of
While his fiancé still in the car.
I hurry Yuna out like, come on. Like, as soon as like Mommy's turned her back, I'm like, come on, open the door. And I kind of like, hurry.
Okay. I'm coming. Oh, just chill. This is probably the place for
I
sure.
kind of take her arm
only
and kind of
place
like
in town.
start kind of strutting.
Like straighten my dress out a little bit. Ah, yes then. Come, let us ask our questions.
As you kind of approach the door, you can hear sort of muffled voices behind, like there's some sort of conversation or something going on inside the office.
Oh, busy place. Go stand at the front door.
I kind of rub out the cigarette. Oh, shit. And I open the door. Sorry, Mother.
Turn to young Yuna. Like, you'll have to put in a little bit more work training this one. He's such a good boy, but take a little time to get certain things. His mind does tend to wander. Come now.
I follow.
Yes,
as,
mother. I'm
as-
coming. Yes, mother.
As Colt is given a bit of a dressing down to Victor Mason, and the Dodge brothers are kind of just like looking back and forth, confused. The front door to the office opens, and a very well-dressed older lady and a big hoss of a young man and his young Asian fiance are kind of just standing there in the open doorway, and everyone just kind of stops talking and looks at them.
This
Walk.
place smells. And it's awfully dirty in here.
I think it's the added charm, dear. That's all. Hello there. I wonder if any of you fine gentlemen could help me out. Asking like whoever will listen, seeing this room full of fucking shifty-eyed lawyers.
Victor
Yes,
runs
three-
forward.
Yes, do you have business with Mr. Dodge
Or Mr.
Um,
Dodge, or Mr. Dodge.
or Mr. Dodge or Mr. Dodge?
Oh, Dodge Brothers! I get it now. The sign outside. You're all Dodges then. He's looking at the whole room. You're all Dodges.
Three of them look real similar. One of them looks real scruffy and rough, and one of them looks like just a young kid holding a
Different
big book.
fathers, I see. Or different mothers. I don't judge. So I'm looking for an acquaintance of mine who lives somewhat in the area. I wonder if you have business with a man by the name of Arthur. Fuck, Cornthwaite. Looking for a man by the name of Arthur Cornthwaite. Very good friend of mine.
I say corn taint because
He
it
hasn't
sounds,
been answering
it
any of
sounds
my
like it's a ring.
pigeons. Or
Mr. Cornthwaite. Are you acquainted? You said you're acquaintances of him. When was the last time you seen him?
it has been some time. It was not at the last party, the most wealthy party. It was supposed to be his turn to host. Instead, I had to host, which is never a big deal, anyways. But I do so enjoy the way his staff make shrimp. They are lovely.
See, you see Walter. Walter kind of goes over and like elbows Colt a little bit and kind of whispers to him, "See, real go-getter. Look, he's already asking questions and investigating. See, he'll be a lot of help."
Colt just kind of like pulls another cigarette and starts lighting it.
Oh, do you mind? And I pull out a cigarette, stick it on the end of my little holder, and just stick it in my mouth,
I
waiting.
go to flip out the lighter and then stop myself midway. Like, nope.
Well, that's not how you light a cigarette. It's like strike a match and like
Ah, yes.
reach out
That
with the
rich
match.
sulfur flavor.
You can
It's
strike
like
a match
pure
on your
joy.
chin.
I puff up my chest, trying to look tough.
He probably strikes that match on fucking Victor's chin.
Yes, I can't seem to get a hold of the man. I wonder if does he do business with this law firm?
Well, madam, yes, we are the Dodge brothers. I am Walter Dodge, and this is, of course, my brothers, Herbert and Reginald.
Reginald, what a name.
This gentleman here, Mr. Dixon, is aiding us in finding Mr. Cornthwaite. He's been impossible to get hold of, so
I know, right? How
we
rude.
decided to take matters into our own hands. Make sure he's okay. Perhaps do some sort of wellness check on him, and it wouldn't be the one of them just like wouldn't be the first time something happened at that mansion. And he just kind of like, ooh.
Mansion.
Oh, it's shut up, Herbert. Yes, it's not a very funny joke. Well, yes, the old Fitzgerald place has been a habit of its residents or caretakers dying horribly or going insane and murdering their families. It's not a big deal.
Ooh. Sounds
As-
exciting.
As Yuna hears that, she starts pulling out her notepad and starts jotting down information.
I peer over your shoulder, kind of peeking the notes, kind of trying to memorize them like lines to a movie, but not wanting to write them down.
That sounds exciting. Mr. Dixon, was it? Are you on your way to this mansion?
Sooner I can get over to that mansion, the better, from the looks of it. Time is of the essence, is it not?
Oh, you are absolutely right. My old grandfather used to say, "Time is money." She like goes to like adjust her necklace, which imagine is just like fat fucking pearls. She's got just jewelry like everywhere. You could tell she's just like very, very well dressed, like nice dress, designer bag, like perfectly coiffed little curls in her hair.
Yeah, so Victor still has clutched in his arms this big ass ledger. I'm like, well, Victor, don't forget you cannot be taking that with you. It needs to stay here. And ethics and the law prevent us from revealing any information from Mr. Cornthwaite's will or such. But you could look through his accounting books here. That should be all right, and given the circumstances. So if somebody wants to look through this big ol' account, I'm going to need a successful accounting roll.
Wait a minute, that's not what I thought it was.
Well, you're the lawyer there, Victor.
Yeah, he is.
Not, well, you're working on it.
Damn.
Lawyer in
Damn.
training.
Lawyer's gonna roll.
Lawyer's gonna lie.
Yeah.
So yeah, you kind of slap the book down on the table and start just kind of everyone else is kind of like probably watching over your shoulders, like trying to sort of take in the information, but you're just like speeding your finger across the page and they're having a hard time keeping up. You can tell just kind of like looking at the income and that Mr. Cornthwaite is indeed a very wealthy man. Easily worth over $1 million or more. You can kind of see the gist of he's got many sound investments that will bolster up his already healthy financial reserves. So there's no, like, he's not hard up on money. He's not like, it looks like he was fine. He was fine for money now. He's fine for money in the future. Under outgoings, you can see that his last major expedition that he funded was to South America in 1923. There is in here, like, there's entries recording the hiring of men and the successful transport of equipment to South America. But with your hard success on that roll, you note that you only see passage booked for one person on the return voyage. For domestic expenses, you don't see anything for his household staff. If you kind of ask about that, the Dodges, like Walter, but his staff, yes, he liked to manage the estate staff himself, and basically we just made available a general payroll, and Cornthwaite then just distributed himself. He liked to hire people from out of town to manage his place. If you want to give me, as you're kind of looking through this, if you want to give me another accounting roll or perhaps a spot hidden, see if there's anything else kind of in the depths of this ledger that seem odd to you.
Come on, baby. Oh!
Ooh.
Whoa.
Regular success.
You do see the very last entry seems a little odd. January 7th, 1925, so at least a month or more ago. You see Cornthwaite requested a dump truck full of salt be delivered to his property, but it says that the order was not fulfilled.
Curious. It's this entry here, like, he says he ordered a dump truck of salt. What would somebody do with that much salt?
Oh, that we didn't know. We were still working on lining it up for him when he became, like, when that was the last we heard of him, when we made that request. Perhaps, I mean, it's been a bit of a mild winter. Perhaps he knew something we didn't. The snow up at, the Fitzgerald estate is so far out of town that perhaps he was worried about being able to get his vehicles in and out of the place. We kind of kept that one to ourselves because, to be honest, we were worried it was a sign he was starting to become unbalanced and asking for strange things. Maybe a little bit too much time alone in that big old house. But yes, we never did get him his dump truck of salt.
Interesting.
That's unusual.
Yeah, we thought so too. Yes, the Fitzgerald estate is quite old and has quite a messy history. Fortunately, we don't. Not really our cup of tea. It's not legal. It's not numbers, delicious numbers. So perhaps there's a library in town. Mr. Fitzgerald, or Mr. Cornthwaite was quite a big fan of. You could probably find more information about it at the library or something.
Mummy, why are we so interested in this author? Like, we know that he's probably on an expedition. Why are we even here? We could just...
He did not. Usually he makes a big show of telling everybody where he's going and the treasures he's going to bring back and the adventures he's going to have.
Yes,
He said nothing
yes, I know.
and hasn't been heard from.
Yeah.
He is a good friend of mine, Arthur. We are being good friends.
Yes, Mummy.
Oh, and Mr. Dixon, before you go, yes, there is the Haggerty boarding house in town if you're looking for a place to room. It's like all this commotion with these new guests, I almost forgot. And he walks over and hands you 2 keys that he pulled out of his desk. So these are keys for the Fitzgerald estate. 1 key is for the front door, 1 key is for the back door.
Excellent.
So, Mr. Dixon, is it? So you're planning on going to the mansion? Any idea when?
Well,
And any idea what you're looking for?
any clue's a good clue. Got to figure out what it is
Oh
that
God, my chat. The chat.
what it is that Arthur was trying to do and where he went. So hopefully something there can lead us in his direction.
Mr. Dixon, I hope you wouldn't mind if an old woman and her lovely son and future daughter-in-law were to tag along for a bit of fun and adventure. I could make it worth your while. Adventure is so hard to come by without
Ugh.
travel overseas. What did
Not
that
to
man there say he was
not-
just
not-
paying you?
Not to mention, Mother, he's also your friend.
A good friend of mine, and his safety is, of course, of the best regard.
I already
whatever
gotta
those-
carry. Already got to carry this kid around. Now I got to carry the three of you around with me.
Only if you like money, my friend.
You don't have to carry me
Whatever
around
those
anywhere.
Fine gentlemen there have offered you for completion of your task, I'll double it. Adventure is so hard to find, and you have to pay for the finer things in life.
Not to mention, this could be my breakthrough story.
Yes, you see.
I've been
See,
quite useful
I'm-
already.
I'm a journalist, aspiring to be a journalist and make it in the big time.
Just don't get in my way. Maybe you can be of use. You've been to the house before, have you not, lady?
We've been there a few times. I'll kind of interject and be like, Dixon,
Imagine so.
what was it your profession
No,
was
you're-
again?
Pretty run down.
He hasn't lived there for too long.
Yeah.
You probably have never been here. You probably never come out, slummed it all the way out here before.
Yeah, it's very slumming. Yeah.
This isn't his normal manse.
Well,
Wondering.
you do know the guy better than I do. Maybe you can still be of some use.
Oh, absolutely, dear.
Besides, I could use a new ride up there since mine's a little bit on the fritz.
Oh yes, we can. I'm sure we can squeeze. There's no such thing as seatbelts, so I can fit as many people as I can squeeze into the back of my car.
That's true.
Come on in then.
All right, we'll do it.
Make sure you have a few nips of brandy before, as you're on the road to keep you alert.
Absolutely, absolutely. Couldn't have a dry mouth cruising down the road, could you?
So yeah, the three Dodge brothers, they stand up and just like the photograph, just kind of stand there, looking dead-eyed, looking at you as you all begin to leave.
Victor will look at him. Yes. We'll make sure this gets done, Mr. Dodge. Mr. Dodge. Mr. Dodge.
Oh, that's clever. I like that.
Like, don't disappoint us, Victor. Your quarterly review, it hangs on it.
Yes, Mr. Dodge.
Don't worry. I'll make sure the kid doesn't get in too much trouble.
One of them, Herbert, is like, oh, thank goodness. He starts like dabbing giant rivulets of sweat that are just like pouring down his half bald head.
Peter runs to the door and holds it open for everyone.
Such a good boy. Mr. Dixon, this is my son Peter, if I have not yet introduced anybody, and his lovely fiancée, wife-to-be, you know.
A journalist and the son of a rich lady. That's all I need to know.
You'll be lucky one day to tell the tale that you met me. See, I'm gonna be famous in the pictures one day. Just you watch.
You and every other chump on the streets, eh?
Ah, not every other chump on the streets has such good backing as my Peter.
I take a
Yeah.
striking Superman pose for a second. That's right.
Yuna
Walk.
looks at Peter and just gives a little smile,
Oh, this
a
does-
wink.
He,
There's nothing more attractive in the 1920s than a man who loves his mother.
also, I tap my pocket where like Yuna's picture is. Yuna knows. I'm like, that's right, doll.
Alright, where's our first stop then, Mr. Dixon? Did I
Yeah,
hear
so
something
you
about a
know-
library?
The
You know
library.
you would probably be able to get some directions from the Dodge
Mason.
brothers before you leave. You'd know that
Well, Mason would know.
Fitzgerald. Actually, Victor would probably also know that. He would kind of know where it is. That it's part of. It's about 10 miles out of town, and like out in that part of the like like right out of the town, like out like way out in the middle of nowhere. There's lots of just big estates on huge acreages of land, just like out amongst those.
Stop doing
Oh, we're
that.
going right to the Fitzgerald place.
Well,
Hey,
that's where you know that is. I'm like
Yeah.
just so you know that like it's
Okay.
not like on the
Around the corner.
outskirts of town. No, it's like it's way the fuck out there.
Well, we should probably check out the library first then, since the library's probably in town.
Absolutely.
Yes,
Come then.
it's quite this way.
Lead you out
Pretty
to my
good.
like real nice fucking car.
I run to open the door for Mummy first.
There's a good boy, Peter.
And then I open the one behind Mommy for Yuna.
Thank you, my dear.
I like to
Victor will
imagine
let
Colt's,
himself in and kind of
Colt's
slide
just
in.
standing there watching this, smoking a
Yeah,
cigarette.
and I run up to my door and I open it and I get one foot in and I'm like, well, everyone get in, and I close it and sit in the shotgun.
Yes, pile on in, pile on in.
Cole
Mr.
just
Dixon,
his way in.
would you
Colt's got
mind
a
taking...
whole-
Yeah, Mr. Dixon can ride shotgun. He can kind of. tell us
Mommy,
where
no!
We're on our way to.
I want to sit next to you.
Okay, Peter.
Victor, I thought you were driving.
I'm driving
You're driving?
my car. Peter doesn't have the rights to drive Mummy's
No.
car yet.
Gotcha.
Not after that one
Colt's
night.
probably not. Colt's probably not used to the female lead in this aspect, though. So
Daphne's also got a really good drive auto rate, like score too.
She is a fucking stud, bruh.
Yeah, she
A
is.
studtress, perhaps.
Drive auto 50. Well, I didn't even look at that.
Yeah, she had. Well, I kind of looked at that when it said she had a car. I was like, oh yeah, she's got a good drive auto score too. Is there anything Daphne can't do?
Fail. Stay sane, probably. Probably.
Probably roll successes.
Yeah, Colt's got himself a whole like JRPG party at this point.
and besides, Peter, are you not going to sit beside me?
He kind of hesitates. Yes, dear. And I join.
She looks to the other side of her, and there's this Victor Mason, young looking little wet behind the ear kind of guy. Hello.
Ah, yes. Squeeze on in. Come on, then. Bunch up. She's probably got a big-ass bench seat in the back.
Oh, yeah.
No problem. Maybe even a big-ass bench seat in the front. Probably.
Probably.
My 1981 Ford Fairmont station wagon had a big-ass bench seat in the front. And it was magical.
What's the name of the car again? It's like I know it's a roadster.
It is a Stutz Roadster automobile.
Yeah, it has a soft top. Well, we'll say that you got one. Well, say you got one with a top on it.
Oh, that doesn't have a back seat.
I'm looking at one.
Oh,
There's a
there's one that
1928 one that
Yeah.
does have a back seat.
I was
We'll say
curious what
it's-
it looked like. Those are like.
All right,
It looks
those
a
are
lot
trunk
like-
cars.
It actually looks a lot like the one that's in the picture of the
Except-
law office.
Yeah,
Just-
except it's
but
like the roof's missing.
with a soft
it's a little
top.
bit longer. Yeah,
everybody in the trunk. Get on in.
pretty cool. That's actually a pretty cool car.
Peter, dear, shove your fiance into the trunk.
Oh no, she's still breathing, Mummy.
Yes, shove that young lawyer in on top of her.
Oh
I
my.
I do what I'm told.
So you guys are heading off to the library. Victor from the squished in the back seat can like give you directions as he's from this town. He's from Gamwell.
Oh, we're just ripping down the street like a nice wham. One hand on the steering wheel, one hand on the cigarette.
Just remember, Victor, I'm already a taken woman. Don't try anything.
As I put my hand on
Don't
her
flatter
lap
yourself, dear.
in like kind of a protective way. She's my doll.
Yeah, so you guys eventually get to Gamwell Public Library.
The stuff that. Oh.
Thought I was already on, but I'm not. Fifth page. Gamwell Town Library. Yeah. So you see, it's not a very big building. It's a little nicer in this possibly AI made image that happens to have Gamwell Public Library written on it. Now that I found a reliable one that I can use infinitely that has what the landscape fucking drawings. But yeah, it's a pretty small building overall, pretty quaint. You don't imagine a little town like this needs a big sprawling ass library with every book ever written in it.
Well, we pull up. I'll
here's the
I'll
place.
hop out, open the door for mommy, leave the door open behind me for Yuna to follow.
Go to hop out. Light a cigarette again.
Imagine in this time period, if my cigarette goes out, it's just replaced.
Pretty much.
Oh yeah, just constantly.
Yeah, you know that was that the cigarette holder, the long one, like Cruella de Vil. You just put it over your shoulder, and I just pop it on there for you and light it.
It's a good lad.
He's probably got 2 cigarette cases. Peter, he's got his cigarette case with his, and then like he's also carrying mommy's cigarette case with her very special cigarette.
In my gear and positions, I have gold cigarette case with
I was
matching
just about
lighter.
to say, is it gold? I bet it's gold.
It absolutely.
I think I
is.
remember Peter has like a monogrammed lighter.
Yeah, I do have a special kind of lighter. Very flashy lighter.
But yeah, if you can all head
All
into
right
the
then.
lab.
Now, what part of the Dewey Decimal System do we search through first?
Yuna hangs back and looks into the back seat, finds her relatively interesting 1920s handheld camera, and takes a picture of the public library.
It looks just like that picture.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah,
What a scoop! Looks like that, but black and white.
black and white. I
Anybody
mean,
heading in?
if she's gonna make the story, she's got to get every detail of it.
All 5 of you just standing on the sidewalk staring at the outside.
After
of the
Yuna
library.
takes her picture, I will go, Yuna, dear, get me. And I'm going to kind of stand on the front of the library, kind of near the railing, with this
While they're
freshly
doing
lit
that
cigarette.
tourist thing, Victor's already walking up to the front
Yeah.
steps.
Colt's on his way in.
I'm like, is
I'm
the lighting
I'm
right?
not drawing you like one of the French girls.
Oh, but come on, this would be a great headshot. Come on.
It's Victor and Colt step into the library. It's pretty quaint and cramped. Like there's shelves everywhere, and they're pretty tightly packed, and they've kind of jammed as much stuff into this smallish building as they can. At the desk is an African American woman, probably about 30-something years old. Pretty simply dressed, but dressed very neatly, very very clean and neat and proper.
Now, I would
And
assume.
she sees the 2 of you come in. First thing she'll probably say is, "Excuse me, sir, that there's no smoking in here in the library."
Colt will light another cigarette with the other cigarette. Continue to smoke.
I'm afraid I'm going to have to ask you to leave if you don't put your cigarette out. There's
Yeah,
a
I'm
lot of
almost done.
very old books in here, and sprinklers have not been invented yet.
I walk behind.
Plus, it would ruin
I
the
walk
books.
behind Colt
almost
and I kind of put out his cigarette with my finger. Be a gentleman.
Oh, you
and I take.
you wish you could.
I take my hat. I take my hat off. But I do it without the. It's just like
You're still taking a photo shoot.
be
Fuck
a
you.
gentleman. I'm back in here.
Pretty boy gonna get messed up. Real
Pretty
quick.
boy was taught manners by his mother.
Oh,
You don't fuck with
it's
the
one of
cigarette.
those. It's one of those establishments where you're not allowed to smoke.
I know, mother. I know.
Well,
I know.
It's
Completely doesn't engage Colt at all.
I'm very sorry. It's a bit of a fire hazard. You have to understand. We have a lot of very old books, dry. Just even the slightest bit of your burning ash could just set this whole place ablaze. And with all of us
Jimmy
in
sounds
it.
like he's opening a fresh pack of smokes right now.
Mm.
Nope.
Yes, I'm sure. Somebody of your repute, Victor, will look at Colt.
isn't quite familiar with the niceties of education.
Mm. Oh.
Colt's educated, I think.
Knowledge is power.
I think.
You think?
This guy's pretty low.
I'm
This guy's
educated,
pretty
I
low.
think.
Edu of 40. He's
This
super
guy's pretty low.
educated.
He's not educated, but he's good at what he does. That's all
Educated
that
on the
matters.
streets.
Exactly. Not
Went to the
caring
school of
about
hard
the
knocks.
world.
You know how many educated men I saw die in the war?
Yeah. Look at all those
Books didn't save them there.
They got holes and I didn't.
My 70 int says, I appreciate books.
she starts fucking. My name is Susan Orwell, and she starts like she's kind of like rubbing the bridge of her nose. It's like I really feel like there's a bit of a migraine coming on. It's gonna be one of those days, but I must admit it is rather nice to see people in the library. Not a lot of people in Gamwell come to the library.
Why ever not? It's so quaint.
We don't have a lot of people here.
That is fair.
But how may I help you?
And I'm really sorry, but we're not here for pleasure. We're actually here for business.
Well, shit.
As it
Victor,
were.
the book boy. Let him get in there, and he knows what we're looking for, don't you, Victor?
Certainly. Not that I remember what we're looking for in the library, but
My young little chap, I believe in you. You seemed very studious in that book earlier. Maybe numbers might be more your game than letters. I'm not sure.
yes.
What's a number
looks
if not just a
nice.
cousin of the letter?
Oh my god. Why did that break me?
Yeah. First time I remember, why were we going to the library first?
You wanted information on the Fitzgerald mansion.
It was. Yeah.
They told you it had a bit of a sordid history, but they didn't really know much about it.
Letters.
Like, if you want to know
Right.
more about
Well-
about the house, go see like the librarian or go talk
Yeah,
to
so,
other people.
Yeah, because I didn't.
Sure,
I didn't
Victor
write
knows
very
if Chris
good.
doesn't.
Yes, yes. Well, because the Fitzgerald estate was not of interest to their brothers, but I mean that's all I put about it. So yes, yeah. So so we're looking for some information regarding the old Fitzgerald estate. If you could help me pull up some information for this.
Fitzgerald estate. Oof. Oh, you must be. Are you friends of Arthur's?
Yes,
They
I
are.
am. Thank you.
Yes, yes we
I'm
are.
making my way to the forefront. Like, yes, he's a very good friend of mine.
It's a lot of. She kind of like does like a hand gesture to like all the bookshelves in the library. It's like you'd find a fair few of the books on these shelves actually belong to Arthur. He donated vast quantities of his public collection, or his private collection of books to our library.
You don't
Enough
say.
so that we've only had room to even put a few of them out there. We still got a whole bunch in storage that we just didn't have the room to put out. He gave us so many.
Do you know which one his
It's-
most
it's
recent book
funny.
is, perhaps?
Well, it's funny. Despite him giving us like all these books that I guess he didn't want anymore, he actually checked one out back in. Oh, what? And he starts like flipping
Really?
through. She starts flipping through something. He's like, back in November, he took one of his own books back out again. In fact, I think he still has it. I mean, technically, it's overdue, but I mean, I wouldn't have the heart to charge him a fee for it, seeing as he donated all these books himself.
Do you mind telling us which book that way?
Yeah.
Yeah, she kind of checks. It's called The Missing People, The Tribe That the Jungle Swallowed by Thomas Pratt.
Funny, because he's a missing person now.
I haven't read that book. Do you know anything about that, Miss Susan? Have you read it?
If someone wants to make me an anthropology roll, see if you've heard of Thomas Pratt before.
Anthropology.
Nope.
I have a 1 in anthro, so.
Me too.
Yeah, no.
I don't.
That wasn't.
I've never
That
read.
wasn't far
I
off.
have not
You could
read
luck that.
anything.
You could luck that. You could spend 7 luck on that.
Nah.
I mean, I might as well just throw it up. You never know. Nope.
Oh my god, this is
What?
whoa.
Yeah, this would be a good time to probably remind Colt of kind of sort of how things work. Yeah, so with your luck, with stuff like luck, basically there are two different ways you can try to like alter a skill check or combat check or other things, or certain things in the game. You can spend luck, which means you basically spend some of your luck score to count yourself back to whatever you're trying to get to. So in that case, if you wanted to make that a pass, you'd spend 7 luck, and that luck's once you spend that luck's gone.
Yeah.
So that means like your luck score. If I ever ask you to make a luck roll for something, you will have less luck score in your luck roll, but it is a resource for you to spend to turn failures into successes or turn successes into hard successes, etc. The only thing you can't buy is a crit. You can buy an extreme success, but you cannot buy an actual crit with luck. You also can't use luck on stuff like sanity rolls. The other thing is pushed rolls. You can always try to talk your way into re-rolling a skill check by trying to push it and ask for a re-roll. Basically, to get a pushed roll, like to get a re-roll on it, you have to convince me of a way of like why I should let you roll it again. Like, what are you doing that's really kind of sticking your neck out, or
What are you doing
know,
differently?
what are you doing differently to kind of make this maybe a little more dangerous, a little more risky, to sort of gamble for a second shot at the roll. And when you make a pushed roll, you give me carte blanche that if you fail it again, I can make something bad happen to you.
Oh yeah.
Instead of
Sounds like
it
a
just
deal with
being
the
like,
devil.
oh, you failed. It's like, instead of just being like, oh, you failed the roll, it's like, you failed the roll, but there are consequences now. That's the balance for the pushed roll. But if you succeed, you succeed. Nothing bad happens.
The difference is with the push roll too. It's like, oh, I do something different. Oh, I'm looking for a book on this shelf. Oh, I failed. I'm gonna push it. What do? I look harder. Nah,
Fucking right.
nah.
That's not quite the way it works.
So it's like it might be a case of like I'm trying to jimmy open this locked drawer with my knife, my little pocket knife, and you roll your locksmithing and fail, and then you says like I'm gonna just start I want to push the roll. I'm gonna just start prying on this thing to get it open, and then if you fail the pushed roll, you might snap the knife blade off, jam it into your hand, take like a couple of points of damage,
Mhm.
and now your knife's broken.
Just gonna say I got 35 luck. I probably ain't gonna spend a lot of it.
No, but for Peter in this anthropology role,
7's still a pretty good
Seven's-
chunk of luck.
7's a decent chunk of luck, but it's the closest one we have as well.
I'll spend 7 luck to do it. Sure,
It's
if you'll let me.
totally up to you.
I will spend 7 luck to make it where I
Uh,
succeed.
Before you, just for shits and giggles, I'm trying to find. I should have scrolled down with a thing that runs faster than this. I didn't think I was gonna need their stats. I was gonna see if Susan can kind of save you. Maybe she has some anthropology knowledge. I didn't put any of their stats in my notes because I didn't think I'd need their stats. Oh, she actually has 50% anthropology.
Hey.
Arian.
That's a 17. That's a hard success on a 50 anthropology.
Remember, we're in Massachusetts too, so it's hard.
It's a hard success.
Hard success, bro.
Hard success.
She's
And
able to-
Peter,
Thomas-
Harder.
Thomas Pratt. Well, I believe I do know Thomas. I think we have some of his other books. I believe he is considered to be considered by most to be on sort of the fringes of accepted science. That's what she's able to kind of tell you about Thomas Pratt.
They're on the fringe of accepted science.
Yep.
Ooh, that does sound a bit foreboding, doesn't it? Accepted science.
But you said Arthur's missing. Well, that's terrible. He's such a wonderful gentleman. He is the pride of Gamwell. Not just because he probably has more money than all the rest of us put together, but he's such a kind man. Always gives so much back to the city.
The money does help, dear.
Yes,
Arthur
Mr.
comes
Dodge
in here.
talks very highly of him.
Arthur comes in here.
It's like, oh, is
Quite
that
often,
you,
you think?
Victor? Oh, I didn't see you behind all these new interesting people.
Yes, lady.
Stole
How are your
board,
studies
Victor.
going, Victor?
Great. It's always a pleasure.
Sorry, I was just gonna ask. You said Victor's come in here quite often, dropping books off in once in a while.
Arthur.
Arthur, sorry.
Well, yeah. Arthur, he brought us a while back, maybe last year sometime. He came by and he just donated a huge amount of books.
I'm assuming this is the first time he's done that.
Yes, I suppose so. Yes.
Would it seem like he's trying to possibly leave the area, get rid of some clutter, so he doesn't take it with him?
Well, I don't believe I've never been up to his place and seen his collection for myself, but I know that this is definitely not all of his books. It is just like a fraction of them. He had quite a library himself, but it was a pretty substantial amount of books.
May I see a couple of these books that have come into your
Collection.
That's just a big
Collection.
mess of stuff.
Sure. Give me a library use roll.
Miss Susan,
Susan
did
can
you
kind of just
did you
point you in the
did Arthur himself
Oh.
happen to check out that book that he's a little late on, or did
Of course, yes.
himself?
He came by
Did-
and borrowed it one
Did he seem like in good health?
back in November.
Did he seem himself?
He seemed perfect. Yeah, he seemed very much like Arthur.
Okay.
Yeah, so you kind of look through some of these things. You don't really turn up anything too particular. You notice a lot of them seem to be books about like South America and South American legends and stuff like that. You do find in a few of them, as you kind of flip through, that there are some like penciled in notes in some of the margins.
Yeah, I also wanted to check for like if they had signatures on them as well.
Yeah, and I wanted to take a look as well.
Yeah, well, you see some like bits of handwriting here and there. Like he didn't really like put his name in them, but you do see like. You can also give me a library use.
While they're doing that, I want to ask Susan. I have to ask. I've always wondered why did Arthur buy that place? He's a man of great wealth, like me and Mother. I still don't understand the value in it. Was there something that he got from the city, or he gave it surveyed, or was he doing anything to that place? Just don't understand why he bought it.
Arthur bought that place because there was nobody in it.
Yes, but just because nobody
had a
has
bit of
it,
a nefarious history, but
yeah, when no one has it, it has no wealth.
I don't know all of it myself, but it's had a bit of a nefarious history. But Arthur wasn't one for ghost stories or whatnot. I mean, the man used to go trudging through the jungles and wild jungles of South America looking for ancient civilizations and whatnot. A creaky, groaning house was not going to frighten him. And he probably got it for steal because of that.
Peter's eyes get like
Despite it
wide-eyed
being a
and
very
very
val-
excited when you mention South America. Oh, okay. Like nodding yes.
Like, yes, from what I remember, I know the Fitzgeralds, they bought it, or the Fitzgeralds had it built in 1805, I believe.
Oh, wow.
I am not going to fucking scroll up with tablet anymore because my tablet is very old and takes 50 years to fucking load.
We'll
It
go
was
with
built
that.
up in 1805 by the Fitzgerald family. And I believe the Fitzgerald something bad happened to him 60s, 1860s, something with their son. And then I know, well, everybody around here knows about the Ainsfield family. The Kerwin family who moved in back in the 1890s. I mean, there was that whole tragedy with Arthur Kerwin murdering his family and disappearing.
Interesting.
I believe I could probably find something. And she goes kind of looking around, and she spends like a few minutes looking for something for Victor's successful library use roll. You would know. You don't really turn up too much either. You find sort of in the like margins of one of the, actually in the margins of probably of like a few of the books, in these penciled notes that were probably clearly written by Arthur when he was like going through them. Just like weird little notes and little things of like references and highlights, and like him just basically making notes to himself of like things that were interesting. But you see a lot of notes referring to something like a great dome of some kind, or you see that mentioned a fair bit in his notes there. Susan is able to find you a couple of newspaper clippings.
Ooh.
A couple old newspaper clippings from the Gamwell Gazette. First one she'll give you is this one. How do I make this available to campaign note? And this one.
This music is killing me. I'm just sitting here jiving. Like, I love this
Oh, yeah.
music
I'm just
so
booping it back
much,
and
man.
I was gonna put Pocket Bard back on, and I keep forgetting to. And then I just left my fucking jazz thing just going. Makes good in-town music. There's no good modern, like, non-fantasy town music at the moment yet. But yeah, so the first one is a clipping from 1895. Gamwell family slain in terrible attack. Mother and 3 children killed. Police seeking missing father. May 17th, 1895. Tragedy of awful proportions unfolded today in Gamwell when Ms. Gloria Kerwin and her 3 children, Harold, Sarah, and Susan, were found brutally murdered on their estate north of Gamwell, the well-known Fitzgerald Manse. Deputy Whitford of the Gamwell County Sheriff's Office made the grisly discovery while making a routine inspection. I've never seen anything like it, the brave but shaken deputy told this reporter. They were all dead. The family had indeed been brutally and cowardly slain, struck down by repeated blows from an axe. Not even little Susan was spared from this hideous fate. No murder weapon has been discovered, and Mr. Arthur Kerwin, the children's father, is presently missing. He is wanted by the police for questioning, although fears are also held for his safety.
Did you just say that in that newspaper article that the guy who they were looking for and went missing was also called Arthur?
Arthur Kerwin.
Kerwin.
Now, these newspaper clippings of this incident, is it only one incident or is there a couple?
Well, the other one she hands you is an even older one from the Gamwell Gazette from August 15th, 1865. Tragedy befalls the Fitzgerald home. Horrific news has driven anguish through Gamwell this week with the tragic slaying of Mr. Albert Fitzgerald and his entire family. While convalescing from an injury sustained at the Battle of Appomattox in Appomattox, Virginia, John Fitzgerald is believed to have shot his father, his mother Elma, and his younger siblings Simon and Grace in a fit of mania before turning his weapon upon himself. Readers may remember William, the Fitzgerald's eldest son, having played a role in the Second Battle of Bull Run in 1862, suffering a wound and subsequently dying of his injuries. I guess also successfully. Notice a funeral arrangements to be announced.
One thing is, when I look at these two clippings and the dates, are they the same distance apart? I was kind of trying to do that in my head, but
they're 30 years apart.
Exactly. Now, is the last incident exactly 30 years from now?
Yeah, been 30 years.
S-
February 1925 now. So
Mm,
she would also be able to tell you.
also, welcome, Ninja.
Yes, these are a couple of the
I'm trolling
most
good.
noted histories.
Welcome, beautiful face.
I believe after the Fitzgeralds were horribly murdered, I think it was the Ainsfield family bought it in 1866. They lived there until about 1894 when debts forced them to sell out and move. And then Arthur Kerwin moved in with his family, and then tragedy that befell them. And then the house was vacant for, I believe, a few years until 1898. I think an elderly couple, the Franklins, bought it. Martha Franklin and Henry. Martha died in 1911, followed by Henry, her husband, in 1918. And then Arthur bought the place in 1919. And he seemed to be quite happy with it. There were no complaints of him, and
Seems like this place has
Whoa.
Quite the history.
for death, if you call it that.
yeah, it's
Did
definitely
say it
not.
was,
Does not have the greatest reputation. I know the sheriff himself. He has quite the disdain for that place. Before Arthur bought it, I believe he was petitioning to just have the whole place just reclamated, just tear the whole place down and be rid of it. Of course, the Franklin family, who had ownership of the estate, who sold it to Arthur, of course, they're not going to just throw away a bunch of money like that. But there were no. Arthur scooped it up, and he had no complaints.
Upon looking at all these clippings, I'm looking for any kind of patterns. Like, did anything happen on the same day, or I know I asked about the years. Also,
Doesn't look like it. One's in like May, one's in like August.
okay.
If something has happened to poor Arthur, Arthur's been essentially missing since like beginning of January. Or beginning of January is the last time anybody heard from him.
Right. Yeah. Checked out the book. Talked to people. Yeah. Okay.
They did say at the Dodge brothers lawyer's office that the house has a bit of a sordid past. I guess this kind of is what they were talking about.
Well, yes, it's the Fitzgerald Mansion's got a bit of a reputation around here. As you can see, the vast majority of its former occupants being deceased or horribly murdered.
I don't.
Two family slaying tragedies in the same house is pretty. I mean, that's pretty alarming. That doesn't happen every day. To have
don't
two in the same
suppose-
building, 30 years apart. That's
Yeah.
a bit of bad
don't
mumbo
suppose
jumbo,
it's
as my granny
like-
would say.
What's up, Molten?
You know, in like cartoons and shit like that. Now you go to City Hall. It's like, I need to see the blueprints and the house layout for 123 Fake Street. I don't suppose they have
Yes.
like anything like that in this library.
The library, no. There is a town hall, but it's
That sheriff
not much of
that was
anything.
in the most recent news clipping, the one that supposedly found
the deputy.
the deputy.
Deputy blah blah blah.
Would he still be
Deputy
alive? Would
Whitford.
he still be alive today?
You asking me? You asking her?
I'm gonna ask Susan. Is the deputy still around? I don't get entangled too much with the law enforcement.
Like, oh, that's William Whitford. He's the current sheriff.
Ah, yes. Well,
Current.
Yes. Oh, yes. Oh, you're referring to. I just keep taking for granted that you're not from around here. And yes. Yeah, William. Poor William. He's the one who was on call. He's the one that that pulled up to the estate when Arthur Cohen's family was horribly slaughtered. He's the one who found the wife and the children just brutally murdered by an axe.
I'm gonna lean.
Let me ask.
Don't make me
Quite the
ask you
thing. Quite the
again.
thing for. He was still a pretty young man back then, so too young. But I mean, that's. I don't care how long you've been in law enforcement or where your life has taken you to walk in on, especially children horribly murdered by something like that. That must shake you to your core. She kind of even shudders a bit. She's like, I don't even want to think about it.
I'm gonna lean into Yuna's ear and be like, "You should probably interview him. Journalism, dude."
Yes, but first we'll have to. I'm gonna ask a few questions to Susan here. If that's okay, dear.
Yeah, be my guess. Turn yourself up, Jim Jam. You turned yourself too low, damn it.
So, yeah, pull out her notebook and be like, Susan, my dear,
I can't hear Jim
any
Jam.
word
He's too
on
quiet.
the street, any bad vibes from regular people on the street about the mansion? Maybe sightings or hauntings of any sorts?
Well,
I'm
no,
not-
it's just
I don't
people
believe
just think
it's
there's some
scary
sort of curse
ghosts.
upon it. I mean, it's so far out of town that like it's not like it's scaring children away. But I
Has
you
anybody
get any
ever-
building with that much of a sordid history, people are going to talk.
This is true.
I think it behooves us to pay this Fitzgerald estate a bit of a visit for ourselves. Don't you think, Mr. Dixon?
I concur. I think it'd be our best move.
Mommy knows
Believe
best.
So as well. All this paperwork. Sorry, it's not really
By the way, for
my
context,
forte. If you don't mind, there's not much.
Jim Jam,
excitement
my wife
here,
in
if you'll
this.
Forgive me, dear.
Reaper, who's
No,
talking,
Mother, that's
is my mom in this. So it's a little awkward. It'd been really funny. I have to play a pretty
Thank
boy.
you very much,
Pretty boy mama's boy.
young lady, for all the
It
help
was a
you,
pre-made character.
provided.
Amazing.
Una, we'll have to make sure to stop back in this place once we've found my good friend. You need to get your story after all.
And she jots down a note on a side piece of paper saying, "Must stop by here.
I'm back here.
Mother demands it."
She probably asked you to call her like mum. It's like the
Mumsy.
like the Brits do with like an older woman
Mom.
it's like ma'am, but with like that Scouser mum
Mom.
kind of bit on it.
What is it, Mom?
Excuse me, Mom. I don't know how to say it properly.
Fucking
Mum.
people,
Just M-U-M. Mum. Mum.
people in
mummy,
the
Mum. Mum. Makes her
people
feel
in the
comfortable.
fucking people in the fucking Call of Cthulhu like Reddit and that are like the most unhelpful fucking people I've ever seen for like a TTRPG. Like I'm trying to find just a travel time or like a how long that'll take you by car to get out there. And everybody's was like, there are charts in the back of the keeper's book for that. It's like, well, fuck
Yep.
you.
Yep. Like, oh, thanks.
Go, there
I
are
didn't
charts
come
in the
here-
thing. Go look it up. Like,
We're
wow.
on the internet, so helpful.
Yeah, everyone on the internet is also not
No
sarcastic
wonder
at all.
you don't have your own fucking section on Twitch.tv. Your own category. I could just look it up. By today's standards, it's not that far of a drive, but I think that car goes quite as fast as cars do today. I don't think you'd want to drive that thing. I don't know if you'd want to drive that thing that fucking fast. There's a table for vehicular collisions. I might need that.
Vehicle collisions? Wow. That's interesting.
I have what the relative movement speed by, or like, yeah, the movement speed number by miles per hour is, but these are just like, how long, what does it take to drive this many miles in this amount of time? So you guys are probably about finished up here in the Library.
I think so.
The library.
Yep.
Mom's trying to be like, let's get a move on. You know, let's go find the excitement.
I kind of give a bow with my hat on my chest, and then I run to the door and open it for everyone to leave, being very gentlemanly.
Thank you very much for your help, dear.
Yes. Thank you, Susan. Pleasure as always.
Ma'am.
Head back out to my real nice car.
Everyone's gonna pile up in the car.
Pile up into the car.
Rinse and repeat.
Young Mr. Mason, could you be so kind as to guide my car tonight?
It would be a pleasure.
Is that a
lady.
euphemism?
Mommy
Yes,
likes
I
them
do
young.
I am widowed. I have 2 sons. Mayhaps I
And
can
not-
get water.
Not unhappily widowed either.
No, very happily widowed. She's
Silly.
what is she? 49?
Oh, she's like 50 something.
Bio 40, no 49. She's on the
49.
cusp of 50. But for 1920s, 49's pretty up there.
I get up there.
You're getting up there. I'm not getting any younger.
And I know the husband was 30 years older.
Yeah.
Oh
Yeah,
shit.
so dude was like I was like probably like 40
What
and
happened
he
in her
was 70. Yes, play your cards right. And you might be playing this car right as well.
Walter
Ooh.
Lexington, Order of the Lexington Petroleum Company.
Petroleum. That's where the money is.
So not only is she her own Nepo baby, in that her granddad was a gold magnate, her husband that she married was a petroleum magnate.
Well, that's how she landed the super rich
Yeah.
husband, is by being a trophy wife.
Yeah.
Trophy wife to the gross old man, rich man.
Anna Nicole Smith did.
Yeah.
Hey now.
That's
She
what
did
Mr.
it out of
Mason,
love, okay?
with your direction at hand, I'm sure we will get there post
Do it, Moulton. Have yourself a great
Peter?
time as well.
I hold back my cigarette holder.
I grab it, put it in my coat. You hear like the clank of it hitting the photo of Yuna, and I kind of like, oh shit, and kind of readjust.
So you guys pile back up into the car and start heading west.
Yep.
Victor's able to kind of guide you. He's like, yeah, just take the road out of town. Keep heading down for about like 10 miles.
Can't miss
Once
it.
we get into like estate country. You see, like after you get a few miles out, you just see giant ass plots of land, kind of like fenced off and that, with like big mansions on them. Which is a little bit more Daphne's wheelhouse.
Yes, this feels much more like home.
So you get
Although-
probably about 5-6 miles out of town. And then Daphne, while you're driving, you kind of see little glints of red kind of strobing in your side mirror. You kind of look, and there seems to be a
5-0.
there seems to be a vehicle that's kind of like right behind you with a big red siren light flashing around.
Damn. I pull over.
The vehicle following you also just pulls over
Peter?
behind you.
Peter, take this one. I need Mummy's regular cigarettes now, not the special ones out of her gold case.
He sighs. Yes. Puts the
Looking at
puts the hairpin away
Start
too.
taking deep puffs of the regular cigarette, blowing it around the car, like waving my hands around.
You look. You
Quick,
kinda,
Mummy, get the
looking through
perfume, get the
mirror,
perfume!
You see a pretty handsome-looking older man,
No one's black. in this
solidly
car, we're fine.
built, pretty tall guy, in like a full kind of suit and tie and everything, with a nice shiny badge on his lapel. To kind of get out of the car. And
That's
start
right.
Slowly walking up to your driver's side window.
I roll it down.
Yuna kind of hunkers down in the back seat, like kind of trying not to show her.
Don't worry, officer. She is legal.
Do you have any paperwork for the one in the back?
She's married to me.
Wait, I thought this was thought this was 1925, not 2025.
Ooh.
Oh yeah, the gentleman as you roll the window down. He's like,
Yeah.
Oh shit.
I've gotten some reports that there's some really suspicious
Ayo.
characters asking a lot of questions.
Always gotta ask for
around the
papers.
Town. Might I ask where it is you find folks are heading?
Cole
This
will
afternoon.
reach into his jacket and pull out what would be considered an official badge for
His
his line of
profession.
work, for his
For
profession.
For bounty hunting?
For bounty hunting's.
Someone else says dog the bounty hunter badge.
Yeah.
Cold bounty hunter.
And
I'm the cold, the big bad cold.
Did
Yeah,
you
hold it
did you
out.
recognize my paintball gun full of mace? Well, what business do you find folks have here in Gamwood?
I did celebrate Christmas. It was quite nice. No
Well,
drama,
into-
so it was a good win.
Find a missing person. that's
Got
all.
me a new
Would
New shaver.
Would I recognize him?
my old one was
Oh yeah,
broken.
you would recognize. I mean, he probably
Pretty
seen-
humble.
Victor,
Pretty nice.
What have your employers tasked you with here? What are you dragging these people around for? Yeah, you would recognize that this is Sheriff William Whitford.
Nice shaver.
He's the town sheriff. He is the law.
Oh.
You would know he's a pretty no nonsense guy.
Sheriff Whitford, have you heard of the disappearance of Arthur Cornthwaite?
Jesus Christ. He's not missing. I tried to explain that to your bosses. They asked me to go up there and take a look around. And I did. No signs of forced entry. No suspicious anything that I could find. Arthur wasn't there. I told them quite plainly. The old fool probably just spent some of his money and is out of town. Probably off on another one of his goofy expeditions.
Yes, well, that is a very strong possibility, but they wanted to just do a little poking around, and these fine folk, and you'll see Victor kind of point at the slightly finer, more refined-looking people than Mr. Colton himself. Although he is dressed quite nicely, he's got a nice suit on. But I mean, he looks like he's a lawyer brat, not like wealth. They wanted to make sure, and these fine folk, and he gestures to them, were acquaintances of his and asked if they could come along, because, rich and all, I'm sure you're aware.
He is a very dear friend of mine.
Mommy, how much have you donated now to the academy? Ah, so much.
Victor, why don't you give me a charm or persuade or fast talk roll? Whatever you want.
Where's my persuade? I forget which one's better. Is it the same? No, it's the...
The gimmick hasn't worn off
Yeah,
yet.
yeah.
I still find it funny and giggle to myself.
3 out of 50, so that's a success.
A friend called Reaper Mommy.
Look, I'm going to tell you the same thing I told your weirdo bosses. This is all a waste of time. Arthur's not there. No sign that something bad has happened to him. Just gone out of town. You want to go waste your time? Fine. Be my guest.
That's actually
was-
exactly what I want to do. Is go waste my time.
I would be highly
Thank you.
suspicious of these people's intentions, perhaps to help themselves to some of the belongings while the estate is not being looked after anymore. But
Absolutely not, officer.
at least
Forgive me. I have no need of my good friend's belongings or effects. Quite happy with my own, thank you very much. Just deep concern for a very good friend of mine.
he just kind of looks at you and just like, well, I know I've known you since you were a little kid, Victor. You've always been a pretty honest and hardworking kids. So if you're going along to keep an eye on them, fine. Again, I think you're all just wasting your time. But
Yes, I'll
make
be
sure
to
that
keep
make
an-
sure that nothing's damaged. Make sure that nothing's stolen. I want that place left in the same condition that you found it. You hear me?
Yes, guaranteed, Sheriff.
You must be
All
quite
right.
a smashing young man, Victor. I got that same feeling from you.
Oh yeah, you see the sheriff kind of just turns and walks away, goes back to his car, gets in, pulls a U-turn, heads back to town.
I fucking peel out and gun it. Blah. I don't do that.
You didn't know about the kilo of coke I got in
No,
trouble.
but oh, thank you, Peter.
I don't think coke's illegal yet.
No, I don't think so either.
I'm pretty sure it's not.
Cola for crying out loud in
Yeah.
1920s.
The best kind.
Well then,
Oh, mommy here, and
Fellow, your
I'm
sheriff?
tapping on her shoulder, handing the
ah yes.
the special cigarette.
Give me the cigarette that's full of the cocaine. Mommy's
Pass
medicine.
me the coke cigarette. Pass me mommy's medicine.
Mommy's
Okay, no
medicine.
speedballs while
Welcome,
you're
Mighty
driving,
Jack.
please.
Oh, I forgot to stick his pic.
Oh, look at him.
It was 1914. Coke was made illegal. Cocaine.
Oh.
14? I thought it was later than that.
1914.
Lame.
Some places earlier.
Put it in Coke again.
Oh, but I mean, when would it get taken out of Coca-Cola?
Hmm.
That was probably different because it was.
That's
fuck it.
medicinal coke.
That's medicinal coke.
I wanna say like the 30s or 40s.
I'm gonna say 1923. This random number I'm gonna pick out of my head.
Oh, 29.
Oh.
Okay, so
Yep.
yeah, it's still.
Well,
Here's why I'm just delivering this to the Coca-Cola bottling plant.
1903 is when it was officially started to be removed from the formula.
So, yeah, the Sheriff Whitford heads back.
So,
But-
excuse me, Mom, but are we doing something illegal?
I
Doesn't
don't.
seem
don't-
like it.
I don't think so, but I'm getting a strange vibe. We do a vibe check. How do I roll a vibe?
I mean,
check?
you do think that yeah, if you didn't have Victor there to kind of vouch for you, you'd
That
be a
might
little
have
more
gone
suspicious
differently,
of your
yeah.
intentions. Like, so you bunch of weirdos from out of town that I have no idea who you are, just randomly heading up to his place while he's not there to quote look around.
Yeah.
That's where I make a luck roll and be like, no, look, I have a Polaroid of Arthur and I at a party recently at a gala.
But you guys got off a bit easy because he's got Victor in the car, and Victor's a pretty trustworthy kid. And that's also kind of
Smasher.
more proof that the Dodge brothers have put you up to this because he's there.
Mm.
Well, shit, kid, you did come into good hands. You were useful for something.
Yes, well, it's good to be on the right side of the law.
The right side of the law.
Well,
Absolutely.
we're on the right side of the law.
I dropped
We've done
something
yet,
I
isn't it?
had, and I don't know what.
No, certainly not.
I do like how you said yet. Engine turns over. Shall we then? Rhubarb, 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 rhubarb.
So you continue on the last few miles down the road until you eventually pass by a large estate that Victor's able to kind of point out. It's like, oh, it's this one. So you see what looks to be probably about a 20-acre estate, all in total, with large, like 10-foot stone walls with spikes on top of them, and a large iron gate at sort of the front, like right where the road is. When you kind of pull up beside this gate and look through, you can see way off in the distance a big house that's clearly seen better days. It's a little rough looking, a little overgrown. The gardens and stuff like that around the house also seem kind of overgrown and whatnot. Like they haven't really been tended to in quite some time. And then beyond sort of the main patch of like where the house and the gardens and everything is, there's just copses of trees filling out a lot of the
Ah.
estate.
Such a pity. The house looks like it has such good bones.
Strong bones.
Ooh.
Bit of a fixer-upper, but oh my goodness, it looks like it would be gorgeous in its heyday.
Is the gate open like it is in the picture there?
It is not, because no matter how many times I ran it, the AI just kept like putting big gaps in
Kept opening
it.
it.
Or it would be open with a giant floating lock symbol when I said like a locked gate. I was like, you know what, I give up.
That's
I'm fucking
amazing.
terrible. Fucking give up.
Oh my god.
Wow.
Why can AI nail some things, but other things that you would think would
It's
be
like
very
the-
innocuous and simple? It's just like, no.
Yeah, I was like, a closed gate. Oh, you mean closed, but with a 1-foot gap between the two doors, right?
Absolutely.
Well, it's like,
course.
how did an image
do your
that looks
gates
like
look
Perry
like?
Mason in black and white flag the content filters?
I don't know. Whatever you're looking up, just ain't good.
Because you're using the words black and white.
Does it look it's closed? Does it look to be like locked? Is it
Yep,
chained?
yeah, there's a big chain and padlock on the iron gate.
Mr. Dixon, did those lovely men at the law firm give you some keys, or were those for the house? Those might be for the house.
They said they were front and back door. They didn't really say anything about a locked gate.
Well, I mean, we always try it on the gate.
I'm gonna pull up kind of next. Let's say these flowers on like the leftish hand side. Can you ping? Yeah, there you go. Left hand side. There's gonna kind of pull up and park. All right, everybody out.
Yeah, I mean, you can also just kind of pull off on the
I hate that.
like the gate is pretty much right off of the main road. So you kinda
Oh, okay,
just
so it
pull
park
off
right in
on
front
the,
of it.
like the side of the road, basically on the
Mm.
shoulder. Because you would imagine there's also a pretty like this picture doesn't really show it as well as it could, but you can see there is also a pretty wide road through the gate, pretty much all the way up to the front of the house with like a roundabout with a fountain in front.
Ooh,
I didn't ask it to put that in front because
because it would explode.
Because I don't want to push my luck.
Mm.
But there is like a big roundabout in front of the house with a stone fountain that's probably kind of green looking, and it's not really there's no water coming out of the fountain. It's just kind of there.
I will accompany Mr. Dixon to make sure that he does everything proper for mommy. Yes.
Like stand outside the driver's side door, just kind of like looking around, just surveying the area, looking for like maybe tracks on the road, like car burnouts or anything
Yeah.
like that.
Give me a
You
spot
you
hidden
know will
roll.
will stand beside
Spot hidden, you say?
mother.
Spot hidden. Why don't you
I have
spot some
a-
things that are hidden?
I have a decent spot hidden, but I failed like a chump.
Yeah, you don't really. You don't see too much.
So
There's-
did I.
There's nothing. There's nothing that stands out to you. Like you don't see any like. There's probably some ruts, tire ruts in this like road that goes up to the house, or some kind of marks, but it doesn't look like anything recent as far as you can tell.
While me and Mr. Dixon are walking up, I mean, even though we pulled off and kind of walking the short jaunt to the gate to unlock it, I want to look at the house and look at the windows. Do I see any movement or lights in the window?
You give me a spot hidden.
I'll also be looking around.
I was gonna say I was about to do.
Why
the
don't you
same
all
thing.
give me that spot hidden?
Wow. Oof, barely.
Oh, just.
Woo!
Ooh, hard
Hard
success.
success. Wicked hard, bro.
Yeah, so Victor's he's having too much trouble kind of extricating himself from the back seat where he's been kind of squished in there. But the two big boys. Yeah, you guys are looking around. Peter looking at the windows, like you don't see anything weird or suspicious. You do notice that it looks like all of the windows, like all the curtains have been drawn. So you can't really see into any of the windows of the house. Looks like somebody's come along and drawn the curtains in every room that you can see windows for. But they look to be intact. Like there's no busted out windows or anything of like shows forced entry.
That's kind of like what the sheriff said too. He didn't see anything. That looked kind of amiss, right?
It is
Yep,
odd that
doors
every window
closed.
is shuttered, though, to some degree, or covered, draped.
Yeah. Some people like to block out the light.
Yeah, so
When
he's
they're
not
home.
about, so he doesn't want people just poking their noses in.
Yeah, when they're not
Man
home.
after my own heart. I keep my fucking blinds down like 24/7.
I got blackout curtains everywhere.
In real
I
life,
I
yeah.
got blackout curtains.
But when you have this much
I've
land,
never
it's
set
you.
my
You don't got nobody
blackout
around.
curtains
Just
back
open
up.
everything up.
We don't live in Florida, right?
Right?
There's probably a lot
blackout,
less
they're-
light
they're-
pollution in
they're dark
1920
blue.
something out in the middle of nowhere.
Yeah, it's, what are we looking at for
I'm gonna-
time of day here? On that note, for what it's worth,
It's probably took you like an hour or two to get out here, so it's probably early afternoon.
10 miles.
Yeah, but after our stop off and whatnot. And...
Oh yeah, we did fuck around at the library.
And talk to the
Library.
I'm gonna
sheriff.
take a
Yeah.
look at the lock on the gate.
10 miles. It doesn't sound like too far. 16 kilometers. I imagine your car's not going to go as fast as you're not doing 100 down the fucking country road. It's
No,
a rougher road.
pop a
That's
tire.
yeah, you're probably only going 20, 30
Plus the
miles
extra
an
weight
hour or
with all the
something like
extra
that.
people inside as well. Those cars were.
My gas mileage is.
That's why I was trying to
is
find a
good.
good. I was trying to find a good chart for, like mileage time. Call of Cthulhu, but goddamn, why would the internet be helpful?
Thanks, Obama.
Well, because when you look it up too, a lot of the things that show up is like people looking for airplane travel, boat travel, like for more campaigny kind of stuff. The stuff that's a lot harder to figure out.
Navigating the internet reminds me of picking a flower off a cactus. It can be really useful, and you can get a great item off of it being the flower, which you want. But man, does it like to prick you all the time.
I searched 1920s in the gift bar. Let's get Zozzled.
Zazzled!
What the fuck is Zozzled?
Zozzled? What the?
What is
heck?
Zozzled?
It's
I'm
it's
ready
what
to get
happens
it.
when you smoke some 420 and some coke. I'm just telling you. You get zazzled.
Oh,
Why didn't I think of this? Miles. So what else you guys doing? Yeah, you don't really see too much of anything either. Colt, yours is the only other
Lock?
check. Yeah, you see that.
Oh, I want to look
Yeah,
at the
did-
lock.
Oh yeah,
Yeah.
it just looks like your standard issue padlock.
I'll try.
Let's
to
get zazzled.
Make sure
Let's get
that.
zazzled, chat.
You try both the keys; they don't seem to work on this padlock.
How does the lock look? Does it look like a little old, or does it look pretty sturdy?
No, it looks relative. It looks relatively new and.
I just want to give it
used.
like a tug.
Oh yeah, it's solid.
Okay.
I'm going
Mr. Dixon.
I'm going to push Mr. Dixon aside. Mommy, I've got this, and I have my pipe.
No, don't break anything, Peter. dear. Remember,
but Mommy, I wanted to show
Officer said
off.
we want you to cause any
I
damage.
wanted to show off, Mommy.
Peter.
Plus,
Oh.
Yuna loves when I
Alright.
lack strong, don't you, Yuna?
Rural dirt roads or poorly maintained streets could significantly slow travel. It might take closer to 40 to 60 minutes on bad roads. There you go. So
There
it's
you go.
like 60 minutes. Thanks, ChatGPT. Why
There
didn't I
you
just
go,
ask
see?
you to?
Just
Why didn't I
ask.
Just
just
ask
you?
AI.
Shit'll,
Dude,
shit'll solve it for you every
ChatGPT,
time.
you are better than every human being on Reddit.
ChatGPT
You're
helped
not
me figure
wrong.
out how to use the survey system. So
Hey, I'm on Reddit. I stand my ground.
AI's good at summarizing all the
You
bullshit
weren't
for
helping.
you.
I mean,
It's funny. There is actually an AI assistant. If you were subscribed to Quest Portal, like this
Ooh.
system we're using, there's an AI assistant button that you can basically ask for like rule
Oh.
clarifications and stuff for, or like, quick, give me a description of this room that they entered, or like a treasure that they found. And it'll spit
That's
stuff out
nifty.
for you on the fly.
I like that.
I'm not subscribed, not yet. Anyway, we haven't been using it enough to bother
We'll get
subscribing
more
yet.
Cthulhu in us, and we'll talk.
Mm.
This is definitely a way better place to play Call of Cthulhu than Roll20.
Oh, it seems like it. It's just
like,
Oh,
it's
yeah.
like night and day. The only downside is you can't buy modules like you can on Roll20. That's the one nice thing Roll20 has. is
yeah.
buying a module for a few bucks and
I do
having
really like
everything
that.
ready to go.
I looked at a few, like I said, I was looking at like Foundry and how's the other one? The other big one, Fantasy Grounds. Excuse me. But it's you got to buy a license to begin with, which isn't terrible. But then you got to just the price of the certain adventures I was looking at was super expensive,
after everything else, and yeah.
and everything's
Yeah.
in
Roll-
American dollars, of course, too. So for us Canadians, it's like
Yeah.
The Roll20 sheets are just awful. The
They are.
nice looking one is is kind of broken and was giving us problems, and then the basic one is just horribly ugly.
Mr. Dixon, I think Is this fence? What's this fence like? Is it like 5 feet high kind of deal? 3 feet high?
Probably 10 feet high, same height as the walls.
I was gonna say we can hop the fence, but
You can certainly try to climb it.
we're going to walk around the back, see what we see there. Maybe there's a much easier point of entry.
Well, you'd imagine, you being a rich dilettante, you would know
Fence goes
that,
all the way around.
the fence is going to go all the way around.
Maybe there's a back gate that's open, but if the fucking cop was here, I think we just gotta go over or break it.
Or pick it.
Well,
I ain't got no pick. I got a hair. Oh,
No,
I
wait a
have
minute.
bobby
Do you have a-
pins.
Do you have a
Bet I
haircut?
got bobby pins.
Well, you give me a luck
My-
roll.
Between
My hair's done up in a bun.
let me hit that sweet, sweet.
That is
luck
true.
button.
Canonically, Jimmy's character's hair is done up in a couple of bucks. Oh yeah, you got bobby pins for
Hot.
days holding that shit together.
Wicked hard. I do have. I just pop out a couple of pins. If anyone has the abilities, I fear
sure.
I'm all thumbs with this kind of thing. With a 1. in the
Shock
score.
Daphne's not good at fucking lock picking.
Right?
Everything
Right?
else she's good at.
Nah.
She was a rowdy girl in her
Nah.
youth.
Listen,
I've
this
got a
and
stick.
this fucking pre-gen character is amazing.
God.
She dodged the shit out of everything with a 50. I guess that's your dex.
Yeah, it's your dex.
yeah.
Well, no, it's half your dex. Half your dex if you don't put anything extra into it. You can put
Yeah.
more into your dodge if you want.
So I have a couple of these. Pull out the like some bobby pins. But no skill to use them. Afraid. All thumbs.
I guess it would be locksmith.
yeah.
I imagine so.
Yeah. I know how to put them in my own hair, but picking a lock.
I've seen them try to do this in the pictures. I could try.
You have a 1.
Peter could act. Peter's an actor. He could act like he,
He
knows
could
how to do it.
He can
I was
act like he knows it.
acting.
I was studying for a role, you see.
You move your hands like this. It looks like you're doing something.
Yeah, I will like
One day they'll call it method acting.
one day.
Learn about the professions you're acting as.
Yes, yes.
It'll be the biggest thing, I swear.
N-O-O-O. Fucking love Calculon.
Oh God.
I don't think we're picking this shit.
Nobody's even tried.
What?
Well,
Wait to
it's
see if Sean had any skill.
I don't have lockpick.
I have 1 in lockpick, so I'm holding up bobby pins. Like anyone?
I will
Anyone.
try
I've
mummy,
got a stick.
and I will.
Well, Peter, you said you could break it.
I
wanted
think
to
I
show
feel like I
off.
could, but mummy said not to break it. I will attempt.
Just don't break
Yes.
it.
Come on, Peter.
Yes,
You want
Peter,
to show
listen
off.
to your mom.
We don't want the card. We don't want to.
Well, you might,
Cause
yeah,
a
you might as
scene
well. He might
the
as well
outside.
try to pick it first before breaking
Absolutely.
it.
What the hell?
Breaking it
What
is
the-
breaking it is always an option later.
What the hell do I roll?
Sheriff Whitford would be most remiss if we were to do any damages.
Oh, my locksmith is. Is that what I gotta roll as locksmith?
Locksmith.
Yeah.
Oh gosh.
That's why none of us are doing it.
Probably a 1 like the rest of us.
I thought about doing locksmith, and I fucking.
Yeah, no. No.
Yeah.
He just kind of jiggles it in the lock. Listening to the pins bounce back and forth. That's how they do it in the talkies. Actually, I don't even think the talkies are a thing yet. I can't
I did a
This
roll
time
just for
period,
shits
let's-
and giggles. So I got a
This-
6.
remember.
6? So you motherfucker, you're 6 times better than the rest
you
of us.
are way
No.
better than the rest of us.
Early sound feature films, 1926. So we're just before the
Ooh,
time.
We're on the cusp. We're on the cusp.
Mm.
Up and over, I suppose.
Let's break it.
If
Mommy, let me break it. I can break it.
He does have a pipe.
Let me break it, mommy.
Kind of slip it in there. Same way I used to bust into lockers back in high school.
Yeah.
if we're going to cause any damage in what we do, it's to get into the house, not the front door.
There's no
Well,
one gonna know that
suspicions
we did this
right
to the
here.
gate.
And
The sheriff was here. He told us.
it's just the chain, not the actual gate
Well, it should
itself.
be just the lock. Not even
Yeah.
the chain.
I will. Yeah, I'll stick the pipe in the right way to kind of get the leverage and try to.
Sure, give me a strength roll.
Sir,
Is it?
you're being very naughty.
God,
Sometimes
no.
Yeah, you just you're kind of like, but
Colt's
you're
gonna
just,
walk
you're just
over.
not doing it right.
Ah.
Cole's gonna walk over, push off the side of it. I'll show you how it's done, young buck. Oh Jesus!
Oh, really?
I feel
These two Broncos just fucking.
We're like shoving each
These-
other while this
these
is going on,
bulls.
so we can't get proper leverage.
I mean, you could always push the roll.
Now I'm pissed off.
Yeah, that is only
Um,
5.
I'm gonna grab it, and I'm gonna friggin'
I shove
Yeah,
him
remember
like
that
in the
Peter-
direction he's
remember that
leaning
Peter
towards.
knocked my cigarette out,
Oh,
And I'm-
you just wiggle it a little.
and I'm gonna use all my anger to try and snap it as hard as I can.
That's you pushing the roll.
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh my gosh.
Oh no. Oh yeah,
Can I use,
you're just
can I use
giving
luck
it
on it or no?
and
You can't
get
use
no,
luck.
not on a push.
Ooh.
Not on a
roll.
push.
Holy
You
smokes.
give it and you give and you're just leaning back and suddenly this metal pipe kind of starts to bend and stress and then snap and you just kind of end up on your ass and this piece of pipe just flies back and you just crack yourself right in the nose. Blood starts like pouring onto the ground. You're gonna take 1 HP of damage and the pipe is now broken.
Up and over then.
Yes, up and over, is it?
yeah.
Are you done showing off, Peter?
It's a strong
Mommy.
lock.
We need to buy a stronger pipe
I
next
mean-
time. I knew this wasn't the good one.
As someone who's popped locks off of lockers, it doesn't take a lot. You just kind of you just give it a little and it usually goes.
I put an
He
arm
looks
on.
he looks so
This is a-
good when he's
This
showing
is a
off,
rich
you know?
guy's. This is a rich guy's.
I kind of
locker,
flex
right?
my muscle for you.
Well, you know what it is? They built things a lot better back in the 20s.
I put a hand on Yuna's shoulder, and I'm like, when he wants to make something foolish happen, and you know it's a bad idea, this is what will happen. You must nip it in the bud, dear. Now then, who's going to give Mum a boost?
Me,
I
me,
was
of
gonna
course. No, only I.
Ah,
No one.
yes, Mr. Mason. Thank you. And I stared daggers at Peter.
Mm.
He prostrates himself down like, so that he can get down, or not prostrates, but gets right down.
Oh my!
So kneels down, puts his hands together so that he can kind of like boost her up and over.
I'm like kicking the ground a little bit, kind of like scoffing.
Yeah, so whoever's climbing over, why don't you give me a climb roll? Tell you what, I'll give you, because somebody's helping kind of boost you up, I'll give you a bonus die.
I was just about to try and fish for that because my climb ain't
Yeah.
good. So you right click, roll with bonus die. There it is.
There it is.
I'm just gonna click regular. Fuck
Ooh,
yeah!
dude.
Yep. Daphne kind of scrambles up this thing.
Is it like flat
Almost
on top or
kicks.
like kind of crenellated?
It
or...
spikes. No, it's spiked like kind
Oh.
of like it is on this drawing, dude. But
Okay.
yeah, you get like a leg sort of in between the spikes, and it's kind of
I
like
kind
ooh,
of keep
this is-
my hands going up with you, so that way I kind of
Mhm,
balance you the whole way.
But yeah, it's a bit of a scramble, but you get yourself up there.
I like tuck my dress up enough so it doesn't get caught on the spikes, and I start like kind of turning around to like lower myself
Yeah,
down.
you can lower yourself and just kind of drop down.
As she's lowering herself, I'm still kind of like facing the fence, and I'm kind of like staring at her. She goes down. I just give her the nod.
Like, thank you very much, Mr. Mason. Such a gentleman.
I begin to help Yuna up.
Hello? Somebody gonna help
I
me?
immediately like.
Colt.
No,
Colt, are you gonna help
no,
me?
Peter,
You're
I
a
am your
darling,
no,
help
no.
me.
I'm gonna fight this. No. Yuna, let's get up here. I pull you over. No.
Peter's probably just like wiping off the
over.
blood from his like.
Colt is
busted
bleeding.
up
Do
nose.
not get your dress dirty, Yuna. Come here. I know you can be disgruntled, and I'm a be eccentric, but come. I'll help you up.
Oh my god.
I do exactly
time.
what Victor did as like a way to be like to get mommy's approval after seeing the compliment.
So I add this bonus die thing.
Yep.
If you fail this, I swear. Gonna murder you. Yes!
Yeah. So
you got deer. Grab
you are
this.
still. Yeah,
that with the bonus
it's kind
die?
of a mess. You're just kind of scrambling over this thing.
I
Not with.
clicked on it.
That didn't roll with a bonus die.
Oh, just roll an extra D.
D10.
Just roll a D10. Just roll a D10. It's
With
the
something
tens
too.
die. You get to roll twice.
Yeah.
That'll make it a
12.
12.
Yeah.
Fuck yeah.
Yep. Never mind. Yeah. So you having watched Daphne quite skillfully navigate climbing this thing, you basically do the same thing and have no problem hopping over this fence and getting to the other side.
Get to the other side, and I have 2 cigarettes lit, and I just pass you one.
All right, Peter, you help
Good
me
shit.
up to the top, and I'll help pull you up to the top, and we can hop down.
Well, you're probably not going to be able to post up properly on top of this thing
Spikes.
because it's just full of
Yeah.
spikes. Whoever goes last is going to have to do it on their own.
Who's got the best climb?
I will help.
I got a 30.
I will help.
It's bigger than mine.
I will help Peter, or
I get
not
that a
Peter.
lot.
Peter will help Colt up because he kind of feels
You'll
bad.
help yourself?
No, well, I listen. I'm very confident in myself. I can get.
No one knows how to do it better than
I
yourself.
can get over this, no
Mm.
problem. Okay. He said overly confident. Because that's his character. Let's help.
I just have to act like a climber.
That's right. Let's help. Let's help Colt over. But I'm gonna be very.
How do you
I'm very.
how do you add
Climb
a
the
bonus?
bonus die.
I am good.
You right click it.
Right click and then what?
Right click where
Plus or minus
and
the top.
there's the plus at the top,
Oh, there. Okay,
the little box, and then I just hit regular.
regular. Okay, there we go.
Oh, you got your blood on me. God,
Aw.
and I kind of struggle.
I'll burn. Oh no, I can't. Never mind.
No. No, you could
Could've lucked
burn
it.
13
Could've
luck,
lucked
but it's okay.
A lot.
You managed to
I
get.
didn't mean to
You
click on
still
that. I was
managed to
trying
get to
click on the other.
the. You still managed to get to the top of this thing and kind of scramble over, but you do not do it as gracefully as these ladies do. You kind of
I have blood in
rip and
my
tear
eyes.
some of your clothing on the spikes. You end up kind of just going ass over tea kettle off the other side of this thing, and you just end up landing hard in the mud. Now you're just kind of filthy.
I laugh.
Mr.
I
Dixon.
laugh a little
Peter,
bit.
Peter didn't really help me. He just
He kind of
Feels
he
bad.
kind of
He felt
threw you
decent.
over the fence more
I
than he
yeeted
he
him.
kinda just as I went to go up, he went down.
I was trying to avoid the blood.
Mr.
Yes,
Dixon. Oh my. I
Mr.
lean
Peter.
down to help you up. If Daphne is getting dirty in any of this, she doesn't really care. She more like bunched her dress up so it didn't get caught and she didn't fall on her face, rather than
Like
like
he
caring
did. about
it ripped. The adventure is
sorry.
like
That
you
was-
know you're gonna get a little dirty. Kind of to help you to your feet a little bit, dust off your chest, and then pass you a lit cigarette.
Yep. So we just got Peter and.
Yep.
Peter.
Allow
and
me to help
Victor.
you, Peter. It's
Uh,
it'd be my
Are
honor.
you sure, young chap?
Yes, Peter, let Mr. Mason help you. He's very talented.
I'm gonna as I put my hand on his shoulder before he helps
Also
me.
like half your size, probably.
I'll be like, I lean in. I'll be like, look, she's gonna
is,
love
huh?
you, but she
Big
does not love
character.
you as much as me. You understand?
size
you love
50.
me? What? You
He's-
love me already?
She loves
Peter-
young,
yeah, Peter's a
strapping young
size
men.
50, or
Okay.
If Victor's a size 50, he is considerably smaller than
Considerably
Peter.
smaller.
So you're gonna help me, right? Yeah, let's do this. All right.
All right. Climb with a bonus.
You gonna roll? Hello? What?
Hello?
You got to click on after you hit the check mark or whatever it is to add one. You got to click on the regular.
Oh.
Those other options are for the type
Oh,
of
no.
roll. Yeah. So Peter, yeah, you're not getting as much help as you kind of hoped you would. These guys have. You're a little big for poor Victor, and yeah, you kind of just tear up your clothes a bit, kind of go stumbling
That-
over this wall, and you land in the mud right next to.
That
Oh.
didn't
Yours,
roll with the
no,
extra
yeah.
bonus
Yeah,
either.
Yours didn't.
Not
yours
as easy
didn't
as you
roll
thought it
bonus.
would be, huh?
No,
Colt
Mr.
didn't roll.
Dixon, you would be correct about
Colt
that.
and Peter are a mess. They're
Didn't
just
roll with the
muddy. muddy. Their clothes are kind of ripped up now.
Didn't roll with the fucking bonus.
Wait, what do you mean?
Oh,
I
yeah, give
know,
me give me a D10 roll.
It
Just
didn't
roll a
work
D10 out of
for
the
me
dice
either, I
roller.
don't know.
D10?
I don't know what I'm doing wrong.
Yeah.
Okay.
You can't roll the tens digit of a. So that'd be 37. It'll still be a fail.
Yeah, okay.
So I'll climb up and over.
Okay, give me climb roll. No bonus.
Oh no.
Yeah, Victor
Hard
just
success.
scrambles up this thing like no problem. Just
Fucking look at the heater this guy's on. Fucking 3-round kills an adult dragon
Oh.
last week.
Yup.
he just
Boosting
scrambles
everyone
up,
over.
hops down, and just lands nicely on his feet next to Colt and Peter, who are kind of getting helped up and
Dusting off.
wiping themselves off.
Yeah.
Yep. He reaches over and lends a hand. Oh, sorry, old chap. I mean, didn't see that coming.
And everyone a cigarette who's come over.
Thank you, mother.
Did it. You beat the first boss, a locked gate.
Yep. Dust Peter's chest off a little bit. It's like, there. It's all right. We all fall down sometimes.
Guess you could have also driven your car through it. That probably also would work.
Listen
That would have
here,
worked.
you.
Yeah.
I'm okay with getting my dress dirty, but you're talking about ruining my roadster.
Buy another one.
I mean, you're right.
Miss Lexington, you didn't get yourself soiled, did you?
Yeah, I mean, not yet. Wink.
Oh my.
Yeah, this strapping young man has proven pretty capable.
Fucking useful, man.
Peter
He's a young
warned him.
boy
That's
like
all.
him
That's
around
all
the
Peter
house.
did.
Oh no, she's going full cougar.
Rose, she's 49. Hell yeah, she is.
God, Florida's full of them. Let me tell
Hungry
you.
for meat.
So yeah, you can now see.
Oh my
The
God.
second that Daphne's not looking, Yuna will like toss the cigarette away.
Having
Yeah, so you
God.
you guys kind of hop down. You're basically in the mud beside the road, like the driveway that leads up to the house. You can see a pretty overgrown garden, and it doesn't look like anybody's tended to this place in quite a long time.
Mr. Dixon, I believe this is where we defer to your expertise.
You would also notice there's a windowless garden shed sort of off to the right. Like one of the little side paths. There's essentially almost like a circular trail kind of pathway that leads all like through the gardens all the way around to like the back of the house. And way off to the right of where you're standing, like way off on its own, like right near the trees, is a windowless garden shed.
Oh, are you talking about this one over here?
No, it's not on the thing.
Yeah.
Not depicted.
Is there a breeze or like clouds or storms or anything like that? Like, what's the weather like?
It's probably a bit cloudy.
A bit cloudy. Okay. A bit cloudy.
A bit cloudy. It's a bit cold. It is February
Yeah.
in Massachusetts. It's
Yeah.
fairly mild,
Mm-hmm.
but I mean, it's that kind of thing where it's like it could probably start raining at any minute. Who knows?
A drizzle. Well,
I think Sean might be.
it might be.
AFK.
Sorry.
Nope.
No, I'm back now. Sorry, I was dealing with my kid.
We figured.
Yep.
Oh, the door. Yeah, I got the keys.
You have the keys. There's also this. There's a garden shed to the
Oh.
right.
Okay.
Yeah, Daphne's like, Mr. Dixon, I believe this is the part where we defer to your expertise.
Yeah. Kind of still wiping himself off after, bloodying his nose and falling on his face again.
I look at Peter and it's like, yeah, putting in a key in a door real hard.
I just want to take a quick look around now that we can see a little bit better, now that we're on the other side of the fence, and just kind of
Yeah, I was just telling them
Good
you
property.
have sort of some overgrown kind of gardens that encircle the whole sort of area
Okay.
around the house. The mansion itself is kind of plopped in like the center. There's the long driveway with the roundabout with the fountain, which is pretty much in like kind of the same state as the house and everything around it. There's also way off to the right, like wouldn't even be depicted on this. Like there's like a pathway that leads way off to the right to what looks like some little like wooden garden shed or something like
Okay.
that.
okay. Well, yeah,
is-
I'll
Like even to the right of like you guys kind of hopped over the side of the fence, and it's even like sort of further off to the right, like before the house, like a little, yeah, like a shed.
okay. Well, I'll start by going up to the main entrance area, and obviously all the curtains are drawn, right? There's no windows.
Yep.
There's no way peeking in.
Yep, all the curtains are drawn.
Okay. I'm gonna go up to the main door. I'm gonna actually knock first to make sure. Well, I mean, maybe someone is home.
Maybe
I don't want to just barge into
maybe
someone's
Arthur
house.
was sleeping every time somebody else came along,
Right?
or
Nice.
someone's come back. You never know.
or or he was just went to the.
He was
to
out
go
getting
get
milk.
cigarette.
I was just gonna say.
Oh, back having a smoke. You never know.
Yeah, right?
Nice scenery. He might be out in the woods.
Hunting.
Might have jumped on a boat to South America. Who knows?
Yeah, so you kind of wander up to this thing. As you're walking up, I guess as all of you are walking up to this thing, just looking at it, you see the house itself seems pretty silent and shuttered. It seems very, very brooding. Ivy kind of cobwebs around the surface of it. You would see that it's pretty large, pretty well constructed, high ceilings, thick, substantial windows, and walls, and big doors. But it also seems strangely, like almost slightly skewed. Like it almost seems like the house is like oddly crooked. But like as you kind of
Bad
you know,
framing.
look at it a little closer as you walk up to this thing, like the foundation seems pretty solid. It doesn't look like it's sinking or anything. It's just maybe it's just a weird trick of the light. Maybe it's all the disrepair and just kind of the worn out look of it's just making it look a little funny.
That was the framers.
Just
Right.
yes, it look a little off.
Fucking framers.
Foundation's good. The framers just went.
It happened
Yeah,
to
you
hire
can-
framers from Surrey.
You can clearly see the house has 2 stories. There's a front door. You know there's a back door because you were given a key for a back door.
I'm assuming an attic as well.
Yeah, well, the roof is peaked pretty high, so, I mean, there's space for an attic, surely.
Hmm.
Oh, his
The
name's
door-
Sean.
Is there a
surely.
reason? Is there a reason to believe that there'd be a cellar or a basement?
It's not uncommon for houses like this to have cellars or basements or something like that.
Possibly access from the outside.
Could be. You don't see anything at the front here.
Nah, probably around
You do
back.
see that the door, like a big carved oak door with a brass knocker on it.
Well, I'm gonna. After I knock on the door and obviously
Yeah,
there's
there's
no
no answer.
response, I'm gonna use one of the keys to find out which one opens the front door.
Sure. You can give me a luck roll.
Oh no!
Went in the back door.
Oh no!
Oh.
Yeah, the first key you try, that's not that one. Then you try the second one, and you hear the lock click.
Such
You
a
really
dick.
made me roll a luck roll to see if I had the right fucking key. Even though I had the right key.
Yes.
The question is that yes.
The troll roll.
You know how many times Luke has done that with us with a push or a pull door?
You'll-
Schrodinger's hinges.
If you had succeeded, the first key you used would have been the right key.
Lucky you didn't break the key off in the
Yeah,
door.
that's 2 points off of a fumble, sir.
I mean, that could have also happened.
Hey, hey, I might not be lucky, but I'm not that bad at luck. Yeah,
2 points off of a fumble,
Yeah,
sir.
hey. It still counts. It still counts. Every point counts, all right?
It definitely does.
I like to burn my luck to save my luck. All right. Well, after failing to open the key with the door with the first key, I'll open it with the second, and then I'll open the door and kind of step inside.
Sure.
Ooh.
Ooh.
So
Ghost
you kind of swing open, unlike this beautifully AI generated image. When you swing the door open, you are greeted to it. The mansion looks a lot worse on the inside than it did kind of on the outside. With all the shutters closed, there's no lights or anything on in here. Doesn't seem to be any electrical lights running, so it is dark and it is dingy. There is kind of the slight but noticeable, like that moldy, wet smell kind of permeates through. You can probably see some spots here and there that look like paint is peeling. There's like some water damage. Like this place is kind of a mess. There's loose plaster here and there. It is quite dark.
Yuna's gonna pull her camera out again, and before anybody gets too far in, is going to flash it into the dark. I'm assuming it's like pitch black because everything's all shuttered up and
It's
whatnot.
pretty dark. I mean, the front door is now letting some light in.
And yeah, I'm gonna flash to see, basically to see, just once.
Sure. Yeah. So you flash into the darkness, causing the other 4 people to just be like, recoil and like close their eyes.
Yuna, I got a lighter, and I pull out my lighter.
Little warning, please.
So from the first floor, go into. I think I
It's
actually
all
put
right.
the map.
It'll make for a very good picture for this story.
You could see that the front door, there's a little hallway that carries on for a number of yards. Scales in yards for some reason.
Yards.
In my
don't know why that
drawing
got
that I have. Yeah, so you see that, the hallway continues on for probably like a good 15, 20 feet before opening up into the front hallway, and then from there, other hallways branch out. There, you see glimpses of like other hallways, kind of just going further back towards the back of the house. Hallways to the left, hallway to the right, and you would see a big old staircase going upstairs to the second floor. But that's all you can really make out in that quick flash. I have...
Do we see any like candles kind of sitting around, kind of like we do in the picture, or is that?
Good question.
You give me a luck roll.
Oh boy!
Oh boy.
Sometimes
Yeah,
the old man gets lucky.
in the flash of the Colt, in the flash that like while when that flash goes off, you kind of like squint out of one eye and kind of like get a glimpse of some stuff, but you do sort of catch that there's a little candelabra thing like pretty much right next to the door, like probably over top of a little table.
I light it.
Little table with like a little mirror of it where you'd kind of like, check yourself before heading out the door. You could yank one of those candles off and light it, take it with you if you wanted to, or just light it and leave it here.
I'll light it and I'll use it to kind of light my way.
Now, let's say there's 2 of them there.
I'll light them
Good,
both.
I'll take one.
Sure. Yeah, with that you can see a little bit better into this room. The air is heavy and stagnant. The faded wallpaper peels in long strips, revealing warped wood beneath. Footsteps echo unnaturally in this long corridor. I made little write-ups for every section of this. In another tab.
Wow, it looks like nobody has been here for years.
All right,
Rather
you
empty.
You live like this?
Oh my, this is rather unfortunate. Such good bones. Boo bones. Such good boo bones.
Boo bones.
I will say, like, if you're poking your heads in a little bit further, you can see that once you kind of get out of the hallway into sort of this main room of the entry hall, you could probably see all the way to a door that looks like a shittier version of the big door that you just came in, which you imagine is probably the back door, so you can see it like all the way down over there. And there is another door to the right of it that leads somewhere. You would see that there is a hallway to the right that has a bunch of doors, and then also continues north. You would see that there is a room just behind you, just like sort of to the left of you. Actually, 2 rooms, and then also a hallway that continues on further to the left with a couple more doors. Doors everywhere.
Doors.
Peter, please don't leave my side.
I won't, and I'm gonna keep my lighter lit since I'm
Awfully,
Watch your step, Miss Daphne. There's loose
Miss
boards about.
Daphne.
Oh my.
awfully dank in here.
Sorry, I meant to say Miss Lexington, not Miss Daphne. I am not on a first name basis yet.
Right, bub.
It's all right. I appreciate a slip of the tongue.
Oh my.
Peter
Oh,
rolls his
God.
eyes. Come on, we'll kind of scoot to the side, let everyone else walk in.
Well, the best thing we can do is split up, look through, cover as much ground as possible.
Yes,
Yes, the Scooby-Doo rule.
Yes, I'm gonna go here with Yuna. 'Cause surely we're not doing anything like taking a shower or anything.
That doesn't
You're
make
really gonna just
uh,
abandon your mummy like that?
that doesn't make me Fred to Daphne, does it?
Actually, I was thinking, Victor, you could come with me.
Yes. Yeah.
Do
Very
you guys give one of the candles to like one of the other groups, or you take them both
Yeah,
with you?
no, they can take one of them.
Oh,
I will
yeah.
grab
Sure.
Colt's or Victor's candle, and since Colt's got one,
Yep.
We'll find another one.
So you could have sent Daphne out to the car to go check and see if she's got like a flashlight in the trunk. or
make her
something
go
like that.
climb the fence.
Well, you
Climb the
Well,
fence
you
and
made
come
you
back.
made it a little difficult to go get to the car.
Yeah, I know. I was thinking about that. Like, if we have to leave, we're in trouble.
I will go with young Mr. Mason and Mr. Dixon,
Sure.
the experts and the.
Leave the kids to their devices.
Leave the kids to go find a broom closet somewhere.
Sometimes when Peter gets a little squirrely, I just need to leave them alone for a while.
Yes, let them get it out of their system.
She checks her pocket watch. She's like, no, Peter only needs a good 10 minutes.
That's
Most of that's just to get his belt off.
Oh. Efficiency.
So okay, Daphne and the people actually getting paid to be here. Well, yeah, technically Victor's
Yeah.
being paid to be
Victor's
here.
paid to be here.
He's being
Yep.
paid.
Not quite as much as
His
Mr.
intern prices.
This is part of his job. His bosses are making him do it, and they are paying him, so he's paid to be
Yeah.
here.
Yeah. And he's a bit of a keener, trying to get as much experience as he can. Hopes maybe one day making it to the big city.
Yeah, so you got a door, a couple of doors right by you that are like essentially in this hallway room, kind of in the, we'll say the southeast. I'm just gonna pretend this map is. I'm gonna pretend the front door is south, and that it's like a fully north facing house.
All
So
right.
yeah, like southeast of you, basically, kind of like where the camera is in this image, like basically away, like opposite of the stairs. There's two doors. One of them is kind of small, like maybe like a bit more of a closet door. One of them seems like a big door to a room. Then there's also a little hallway further to the left that's got a door or two down it, and other hallways that go further into the east side of the house.
Peter's gonna hold the candle and ask Yuna, "Where do you want to start looking, Yuna, for your story? I will follow." Hold the light just right.
Well, I was hoping that you would kind of lead the way, but
Well, you tell me where to
let's
go,
go to the
Yuna. I'm
left.
used to women telling me what to do. Look at my mother. Let's proceed.
Miss Yuna, as a journalist, I hope that you use discretion when you find something. Please inform us, and we'll come and take a look and see if we can put two and two together.
Of course. I mean, evidence is evidence, and
And
left untouched is best.
Don't let Peter touch it, please.
Oh, don't worry. He'll have things to touch later.
I give you a goose. I goose you.
Honk.
That's not what I'm talking about when I say touch.
All right. You two want the left? We'll start on
Yep,
the right.
we'll go left.
Yes.
We'll go to the right.
And
then.
likewise,
Okay.
I mean, once again, evidence for story. The story has to get
This
out.
is funny. Oh,
Colt starts heading to the right.
Sure. You managed to find, like, as you kind of start heading down the hallway to the right, sort of past the mouth of the stairs, there's quickly a couple of doors on your right down this hallway, and one door on your left, and then the hallway, at the end of the hallway continues off to the left.
I'll pick the closest door to the side that I went on and kind of start
Okey-dokey.
poking our way through.
You open that door, and it seems to lead to a study.
Perfect.
Do I have a study?
Is
Good
there
place to find
another?
books.
Is there another light source in this room, like for candles or anything like that?
Well, there's the shuttered windows, or the curtained windows.
I'd open the curtain.
Yeah, you can whip open the curtains, let some light in. There's one window in here. I did actually have a study, but I guess I just didn't page. Oh well. Not every one of the rooms is. I didn't make a thing for all the rooms. So you see a heavy oak desk dominating this room, surface cluttered with faded papers and a tarnished brass lamp. A single chair sits askew, as if abandoned in haste.
Oh.
You would also see, lying on top of this desk, there's a book, like an open book.
I'd like to do a book check, please.
So you know, being the big nerd that you are, that the titles of books are usually on the front or on the
Yup.
spine. And sure enough, this one seems to be a book called "The Missing People: The Tribe That the Jungle Swallowed" by Thomas Pratt.
Hey. That's the one that he took out recently from the library.
Yep.
Yep. The book's in pretty rough shape. The binding's cracked. It's covered in some like odd stains, and some of the pages are loose. Like it's in pretty rough shape, but you figure you could probably, being a studious young boy like yourself, you could, if you took an hour or so, you could probably skim through it and get the gist of it.
Ah. Yes.
You imagine it would probably take you like 4 hours to read it thoroughly.
Can I just thumb through it looking for any annotations or anything like that, or anything that looks like it might have been like, hey, this is like something circled, or like, something
Where's
that
the bookmark?
You just flipping through it, you don't see that he's like noted anything in particular, and like it is not light reading.
Oh, okay.
It's pretty wordy and descriptive and scientific. So yeah, you would imagine it would take you an hour and a English language roll to skim this book and kind of get the gist of what it's about.
Do you guys want to carry on? I think I would like to take a look at this, see if I can discern anything from it.
All right. Well, Miss Lexington, why don't we continue
That'll be
searching around?
You just kind of like pick the chair up and sit down. It's a comfy
Yeah,
chair.
I'll drag it over by the window so I have decent light, and
Peek out the window? Like,
yeah,
we look
definitely
on like
peek
a
out
side
the-
yard or anything like that? Is it-
This window, this is at the front of the house still. But
okay.
this is essentially the first room to the right of the front door.
I gotcha.
So yeah, this window looks right out the front of the house, so you can see the fence and the gate with your car, probably like the nose of your car, like just like through the gate there.
So like a poke my head back in like the foyer entry area? Is there like a bowl near the front door that has like where you drop your keys when you come in with the gate key?
Probably not. No.
I mean, mine's on the wall. Is it on the wall?
It doesn't seem to be.
You never know.
There is like a little table there and a mirror, but yeah, no key bowl.
That's where he does his cocaine.
Oh, the cocaine table. Oh, it's fallen to such ruin. Such a
Yeah.
shame.
"Quote unquote powder table."
Right?
Don't call it a powder room for nothing.
I'm off to powder my
Well,
nose.
Miss Addiction? Shall we continue?
Aye.
Yeah, so coming out of the study, there's essentially a room right across from you that's like beside the stairs. There's also another one, basically the room that would be beside the study that also faces out the front windows. That is also one door over.
Yeah, we'll just kind of knock rooms off as we go.
Yeah. Do me and Yuna notice anything
Yeah,
on the
we're-
left
we're
side?
going to the left side.
You see a small, like a thinner door, pretty much right in front of you. That's probably like a closet, and also like a big door to a room that probably looks out on the front of the house as well.
I want to open up.
Left of the
I
front
want to
door.
open up a look at the closet. Where I think is a closet.
Yeah, you kind of open it up and sort of a musty smell just kind of wafts out at you. You see a few coats kind of hanging limply in there, their fabric riddled with holes. Faint scent of mothballs kind of lingers in the air. Inside of it. Did I just scroll past all the rooms? I did.
Of course.
Did.
He says never the one you're looking for.
Yeah, so like as you kind of like look, you can like hold up the candle to kind of get some better light, and all of a sudden you see a huge dark figure with an axe.
Oh.
And then you kind of like blink for a second, and it's like, no, it's just a weird shadow being cast by one of the overlords.
Jesus.
Okay.
Is that a sanity check?
No.
Or roll?
I kind of do a double take, and I immediately look around to see if there's, of course, any other candles or anything, because it's probably like a coat room.
Yeah, no, they don't really.
I wouldn't think so, but maybe it was something. You said all of the jackets were pretty tattered. None of them look better than the one I'm wearing. That's all muddy, I assume.
No. No, everything in here seems kind of.
I would
rough.
considering we're looking for keys and clues, I'm gonna check the pockets of these coats.
Yeah, you can just kind of quickly stick your hand in
Yeah,
there
just-
and fish around. Yeah, you don't find anything.
Oh, kleptomaniac.
Yeah.
Mhm.
All right. You know,
Gotta live.
there's nothing here. On to the next. Close the door behind me.
Peter, can you get out of the closet already? And
God damn it.
That's his trip into Hollywood right there.
Yep.
Got to do what you got to do to get those rolls.
I am
Yes,
fabulous, Yuma. Fabulous. Let's proceed.
yeah.
Yeah.
anyway,
So
keep
there is a
dreaming.
door, like pretty much right beside the closet. There's a door
Yep.
leading to a room at the front.
Well,
of the house.
Yuna's not going to open it, so of course I'm going to open it up. Let's see what's in there.
You creak it open, and you see a fairly decent size, like L-shaped library.
Okay. Dang.
There's also 4 windows in here. You can see 4 curtained windows that are, or shuttered windows that are, like look out on the outside.
Immediately go the first one on my left, I'm assuming, and try to open it to get some light in the room.
Yep. Yeah, you can throw it open and now see a little better.
And then go to the other 3 and do the same and start
And-
kind of...
I
shifting
will
around.
start combing through, see if there's any books that are
Mhm.
amiss or not. Like, doesn't look like the rest of them.
Sure. Why don't you give me an intelligence or a library useful?
Is there any bonus for the fact that I'm kind of lighting it up for him?
No,
Okay.
there's just no penalty now. 'Cause you're
Yeah,
lighting it
yeah.
up.
Okay. I was fishing a little bit, you know.
Yeah.
Yeah. So with a success, you look. There's lots of books here on exploration, archaeology, history, anthropology, and so on and so forth. But there are also a lot of really big gaps on the shelves. And as you kind of go through it, you realize, just despite all his fascination with South America and his travels there, you find no books whatsoever about the South American continent anywhere in this library. There is a lot of mold and moisture noticeable on some of the books.
What about hard success would do any better on that? You're 2 off.
I'll tell you, hard's not really gonna be any better for this.
It being a library.
It doesn't look like very many of them have rotted away to the point where they're like unreadable.
They're
Mm.
unreadable.
But there is noticeable water damage and mold here and there on some of the books, and there's definitely water damage present on the walls and the ceiling.
Interesting. This being a library, I'm assuming there's definitely some extra candles around. I would like to give one to Yuna if there is one in the...
Why give me a luck roll?
Okay.
Oh.
I'm going. Can I?
You find a lantern on like one of the desks, but then you kind of like try to spark it up.
Not the
but
broken
the
lantern.
broken
thing.
lantern.
I mean, it seems like a perfectly functional lantern, but it's completely out of oil.
I will still take the lantern, even though it's out of oil.
Sure, you have an empty lantern.
Empty lantern. Okay.
Yeah, if I'm not noticing anything other than his studies, like his archaeology studies.
Looking at the books, like you specifically just kind of looked at the books, and that's kind of what the contents of his books sort of tell you. So you would imagine that all these ones that are missing are probably the ones he donated to the library. So for some reason, all of his books about South America he gave to the town library.
Which is really odd. If you're taking a trip there, you would want your books with you.
Why don't you guys, while you're kind of looking around, why don't you give me a spot hidden?
Me and Yuna?
Yep. You are the two that are in the library.
Yeah.
A hard success.
Hard success.
There you go.
And success is hard, kid. Baby
Damn.
fucking whale kid.
No, Peter, you're not getting hard yet.
God. I'm really looking at this lantern, man.
And again, another 2 points off of a fumble.
Yeah, so with a hard success, you notice like despite all of all the peeling paint and the water stains and the water damage, you see in the wooden paneling like a strange bulging knothole.
Peter, how about you come take a look at this?
Yes, dear.
Does this not look
Ash.
weird? Don't touch it.
Okay.
Just come take a look. It looks like either water has warped this wood, or there's something behind it.
Does it, since Una pointed out, does it look like it's is it bulging like water would be bulging? Like, does it look like it has like a moistness to it, or a like condensation or anything?
I'll say with the hard success, it looks kind of like it is maybe like a plug that would be like covering a hole, and just because of the water damage and stuff like that, that's caused it to no longer be like nice and flush. It's kind of bulged out further than the rest of the paneling has. I think you might be able to kind of get it out of there with like a
think there's-
dexterity roll or something.
Okay.
Yeah.
If with Yuna egging me on and
I think we're both gonna try and see what's on the other side.
yeah, come here, dear, help me, give me leverage, and we'll try to open the plug or what?
Dexterous.
I mean, it's so yeah. Well, taking the initiative, Yuna just kind of pushes
Yep.
Peter out of the way and just kind of digs it out with
Apparently,
her
I don't even need to
fingernails.
do anything.
I examined it really
Well, yeah,
closely.
I mean, it's like a
and
little,
then-
it's like a little plug. You would have basically
was
been
like,
doing it one at a
"Hmm."
time, anyways. Too small for like two people to be mashing their hands all over.
Right.
But yeah, you kind of yank this thing out and find a tubular hollow into which a yellowed piece of paper is stuffed.
I pull it out and kind of take a look at it.
I hold the candle so that Yuna can see as clearly as possible.
Yes, Peter, be handy for once.
Oh. He's a good man. You're
Yeah,
happily
like-
married. You're happy in your relationship.
He said
aren't you?
handy, not handsy.
It's like they're just berating me because they can.
Jesus, Jim.
Pretty sure that's
Show
just
a little
Asian.
love.
Yeah, so you pull it out, and the paper is covered on both sides with some pretty like closely packed scrawl. It's aged pretty badly, and it's like almost illegible, except for the signature AC. While you're kind of looking it over, why don't you give me a psychology roll?
AC. That's like Arthur
It's not under those-
quarantined. Is what it sounds like to me.
Just gotta find it.
AC. Strange. Almost like AC could be Arthur quarantined.
Cornflake.
Yeah. I keep saying his name, by the way, a little different because it's the best way to remember it.
With a success. Yeah, so like kind of looking at this thing, you it's hard to really make much of it out, but you feel like there's probably some sort of severe emotional imbalance in its author, whatever was kind of scrawled on this thing.
It's almost as if he lost his mind and started drawing symbols.
But yeah, it seems to this paper's like between the water and whatnot, like it's aged pretty bad, and it's just so much of it is
yeah.
faded away that it's can't really get anything specific out of it.
Yuna.
AC. Well, that would have to be Arthur.
Yeah, Yuna. Why don't we? I have a weird
Yes.
suggestion. Put it up on the glass of the window, so when the light comes in, you can kind of like see through the paper a little bit. Maybe there's something more in there we can like decipher with that.
I looked at it pretty good, but sure, I'll put it up against.
And I would
the
imagine
light.
you would have taken it to read it. You probably would have walked it over to.
Okay,
where
okay. I was thinking like the
shining in.
candle light in the kind of
Yeah.
corner of the library. Right. Okay. All right.
I will very neatly and delicately fold it a couple times and put it into my notebook to keep it as well as preserved as I can.
Can I recover up the hole covering? Like
Oh, like stick the thing back in. Yeah, sure.
Let's do that. And then after,
Meanwhile,
yeah, after I do it, the only thing I say to Yuna
Meanwhile.
is, you can share with them whatever you want to share with them. You just let me know, and I will go with.
you also as I kind of move back over to the others, you do also see that this is an L-shaped room, so it like looks out the front where the front door is, and it also looks at the left or like the west side of the house. Like so, two of these windows look out on the west side, and at the very end of that part of the room, there is a door. Another door heading out of this library. So you imagine that is one of the other doors you saw on like the left side of the from the front hall. So there's really only one more big room in the back back left corner.
Gotcha. Okay.
That
We'll enter that after you're done with.
so
my
you
mama.
guys, yeah, you have a so Daphne
Mama.
and Colt, you guys have a yeah, you got a room across from you basically, and also a room next to you, and then down the hallway and more doors.
We're off to Mordor.
Yeah,
Yup,
probably
I was just saying.
probably start with the door closest to
Mordor?
us.
Across the hall?
Yeah.
Sure. Yeah, so you throw that door open, and you see the dining room.
The dining room.
More kind of just moldy, rotten plasterboard and gross-looking cracked floorboards.
Is there any?
You see that there is a silver service laid out, essentially a setting for one. So you would imagine this is probably where Arthur took his meals alone. There are thin
Alone.
slivers of broken glass that you kind of see on the floor.
Is there any curtains in this one? Windows?
No, because it's kind of in the middle of the house.
Okay.
There's
Any
also
more-
a door on the far side of
Is there any more
far
candles?
side of the room. Will you give me a luck roll?
We're gonna candle the shit out of this house.
Yep.
You have higher luck than I do.
Yeah, oh, I don't have a candle, so I will
Sure.
be on the lookout for.
Wow.
I kind of crushed my roll.
I'm looking a boot.
Bro.
Maybe we
Yeah.
reach
So
for
you
the
find
same-
you find a nice candelabra of 3 candles just sitting like right in the middle of.
We reach for the candles, and we each reach for the same one together, so that our hands touch.
No.
So 1920s, I'm 49. I'm fucking everything.
Exactly.
And you're rich.
STDs haven't been invented yet. So.
Exactly.
Actually,
Exactly.
they knew a lot about syphilis and cholera at that point in time.
That's
Yes, they
fine.
did. Hence the powdered wigs.
Rich
I'm
people
not-
don't get those things. That's for the
Sorry.
poors.
I promised I wouldn't wreck this house like I wrecked the last one I was in. The
Oh.
Dodge Brothers.
Oh well.
Unless you're willing to pay extra price, then I can afford it. Because they're not going to pay me if I wreck the house.
Well, let's try not to then. But if it comes to it, wink.
Well, with that said,
Uh,
I'm going to light the candles so that now
Yep.
we have an extreme amount of light.
Yeah.
yeah.
And I'll hand
You
it to
essentially,
Daphne.
or you can light one more candle and have two backup candles. You can shove. in
Yeah,
the
yeah,
pocket.
well, I'll give one to Daphne so she has her own.
Yeah. Backup
And-
candles.
I was
Stick
like,
it in.
there would be a candelabra in this room. Okay, 1 candle for a success, 2 candles for a hard success, 3 candles for an extreme success.
That's a tier
Oh.
system.
There we go.
But yeah, so yeah, you see the silver setting, some bits of broken glass kind of sit on the floor below it.
Below the
Is it-
setting, like a
Yeah, like on the
glass-
ground, sort of below where that person would sit.
Oh, is it like a cup or is it like a plate or?
It's
like,
pretty
s-
small.
Or is it
I'll-
like
I don't think you need to make your roll for this. Pretty. Yeah, you kind of bend down with, especially you got lots of light now to look at it. You see that it's pretty thin slivers of glass. They seem to be from a broken pepper shaker.
Yeah.
You
Is there, like,
probably,
pepper
there's
everywhere?
probably some pepper like spilled on the ground amongst the glass.
Pepper shaker.
It's a
Looks like
rather
it, like, had-
expensive spice.
It looked like it had fallen off probably fell off the table and shattered.
Hmm.
how does the plate set look? Is it like covered in dust?
I guess it's probably a little grimy, probably a little dusty. Yeah, it looks like it's probably been sitting here for a bit, not terribly long.
Not a lot of buildup on it.
No, not really.
With a candle in hand, kind of walking around the room, looking at the walls, trying to look out the window, seeing if anything.
There's no
is-
window. It's in the middle.
Oh,
this is the middle.
excuse
of the
me,
house.
middle of the house. seeing if anything is out of the ordinary. It looks like,
Ye-
lonely old man sat here by himself, eating by
you
himself.
you notice the walls are pretty cracked and moist as you're kind of looking them over.
Such a shame. Such a shame. It's fallen into
water
such
damage.
ruin. It looks. But where could so much water have come from? Is the ceiling like damaged? Is there skylight? I guess we're on the.
There's probably some
bottom
like
floor.
water spotting and some stains here too.
The whole house, everything we've seen is just water damage.
Almost as if the roof doesn't exist.
That, no,
Wait,
but it
is it-
clearly does.
it's not
I can look
Jumanji,
up
is
and
it?
I see it.
Hmm.
Well, that's the ceiling, but the roof is on top.
I sit down in the place setting and look like imagine what Arthur would see sitting here eating by himself, and was like, oh, this
It's
is terribly sad.
his place setting is probably closest to the other door that you haven't gone through. The door that was on the other side of the room, that's probably closest to that door.
Is there anything else of to note with the table, or like, is there a desk or
No,
anything in there as well?
Pretty decent
straightforward.
looking. Look, yeah, it's an older but
Is there a
like
place
pretty
to
nice wooden table.
Store dishes in there?
There,
Like a
no,
cabinet?
yeah, there's no cabinets or anything in here to hold more stuff. It's just the
It's literally
table
just
and
a
the
table.
chairs.
Okay.
But like the only place setting is the one.
Is there like a painting by chance on the wall?
No.
Damn, this guy's boring. You know, Peter would have a paint of himself up there.
This is true. Be my Hollywood star too.
I crack open that other door.
Sure. Yeah, you crack it open and you see, as you're kind of poking your head in, a kitchen.
Ooh. That makes sense. It's right
Ah,
beside
the
the
where it
dining room.
belongs.
With lots more doors.
Yes, how else would I tell the servants what I want to eat?
Yeah, you see
Uh-oh.
one door on the far left of the kitchen. There's also a couple of windows, kitchen windows that are shuttered that look. You
We
We
lose
just
Kevin?
lose Kevin?
Uh-oh.
I hope not.
Oh.
Nope, there we go.
Oh, there you are.
You started you went robo for half a second, then just
That's weird.
quiet.
Did I drop any frames? No. Haven't dropped frames forever. Anyways, that was probably a Discord thing. But yeah, so there's a couple of windows that look out on the back of the mansion, you would imagine, in like on either side of the stove. There is a door on the far left, which you would imagine probably goes back to the hallway. It's probably leads pretty much right to the back door. The back door you were able to see from the foyer. But on sort of on the left and right, there's a couple of doors. One to the right of the one you just came out of, you would imagine is probably the end of that L-shaped hallway that you could have gone down. But you do see one door on. Actually, you see two doors on the right-hand side. One of them's a lot skinnier, and then sort of like a normal
Broom
size
closet.
door.
Due to previous PTSD, I want nothing to do with brooms and or their closets.
And then you would also see a door in sort of the bottom left corner. Same wall as the one you just walked out of. Which you would know puts it pretty much underneath the stairs. So you might imagine that's maybe a pantry or something.
Basement,
Yeah.
maybe.
Or a storage room.
Could be a basement.
It could be stairs to a basement, yeah. Anything of note in the kitchen? Like, does it look like it was... Obviously, the place setting hasn't been used in quite a while. I imagine the kitchen is equally as bereft of activity.
Bereft.
So far past the kitchen. So you
Uh-oh. Do I have no internet? Oh. Can you guys hear me? Oh. Why do I have no? Oh. Oh. Whoa. Discord might be down. Uh-oh.
Oh,
Oh.
Hello?
ah!
Hey.
Discord.
That was-
Discord was
weird.
freaking
Discord
out.
literally
Wow.
exploded.
Oh,
I was about to message
that was
Reaper going, I
everybody.
think Discord's down.
that was everybody, I think.
Did you guys see the weird
Yeah.
yellow
Well, I was watching-
exclamations?
Yeah, that was so weird.
I saw other people kind of just start disappearing as well as like my
Yeah.
thing. Actually, mine never closed, but I saw a bunch of other people.
I kept seeing
drop and-
RTC
Well, I
connecting
dropped
for me.
myself. Yeah,
Yep.
I dropped myself and then I jumped back in, and then all of a sudden just kept doing it on its own.
It's Kenku like cut off and like wasn't making any sound
I s-
anymore. I was like,
I
oh.
s- I stopped hearing Kevin, and then Kanku faulted out. I was like, uh-oh. And then I didn't hear anybody else, and I was like, uh-oh, it's me.
Yeah, I looked over going, did I
don't know,
die?
it's Everybody.
So I did.
Yeah, I started
thought it
saying
was
like,
me.
hello, hello. And
Yeah.
like, nope.
We're all sitting in our chairs in our respective houses. Hello? Hello? Is this thing on? Can you hear me?
Ultimate Verizon commercial.
So I threw my stream on fucking BRB.
Was
While-
like, I go
while
out for
everything was
pee, and every
exploding.
now and again it gets a little dicey in my
Yeah,
bathroom.
I'm
'cause I
gonna
get
go
to close the
pee
door.
before I fucking. I'm gonna go pee and make
Pee
sure
check.
that it's not. Gonna,
Yeah,
like,
it's a good pee
fucking
check.
Destroy itself.
I'll
in
do
2
that.
seconds.
Yeah.
BRB, P check.
Sorry for the technical difficulties, everyone.
Yeah.
Let's all go to the lobby.
Oh, don't you mean the bathroom?
I already did that.
Well, I know you
Yeah.
did. Now it's time
Yeah,
for everybody
Tiff.
else.
It was reading 5,000 MS as well for.
Yeah, that's a
I'm assuming-
major
no.
lag.
And now it's at 4.
Call of Duty, you'd be dead.
A couple times over.
Yeah, right.
Yeah, mine's at 10 right now. So
Crazy.
Like my refresh rate drops all the way to 4 milliseconds if I put it up to 8K.
I hear a baby.
Yeah.
Yep.
She likes to pull my hair, my chest.
Something to hold on to.
She's very handsy.
That's the wrong kind of holding on to hair.
I mean,
I'll-
at that age, whatever they can grasp,
Yep.
Baby!
hold into their hands.
Yep,
Oh,
Cuteness!
I'm getting cuddled.
It's hurting my ovaries listening to the cute little cooing.
does not seem like everything is exploding anymore.
Nope.
Nope, seems fine
nothing's
now.
Exploded.
Chris, you gotta plug your wife's ears.
Fortunately, this is on headset. She can't hear it.
She'll get the baby fever otherwise. The baby fever.
Oh, I tell ya.
I don't think it's gone away.
It never goes away.
Okay, don't do that.
Okay. I can get back. I can swap back out of AFK. I never use my BRB screen, so I make one every time. So at least I finally get to use it for something.
There you go.
I almost hit stop streaming. That's something.
Yeah, don't do that.
I did that once. Right
Stop
before the
everything!
credits. No,
Stop
no,
everything!
it was the end of the game. I pressed stop instead of allowing the credits to roll
Oh.
and stopping.
Oh, that's
It's
not
like,
so
oh
good.
fuck. Oh well.
Alright, Discord has finished exploding. We are all back.
That was weird.
I'm gonna wait for Luke to come back from
I'm
peeing.
back. I'm
Oh,
standing
he's
here.
back.
Yep, just putting my drink down.
Uh,
The opportunity to
anyways.
pee and get a drink.
Whoa.
Yeah,
right?
Fancy.
Multitask. Boo boo boo. Whiskey
so-
time.
You were asking about the kitchen. Yeah, so you
Yes,
see
sir.
what you imagine is probably a pantry door in the bottom, in the back left, like to your left, on the same wall that you just walked out of. Another door in the bottom right, which you would imagine leads to the hallway that L-shaped, the one that you were going down before you came in this room. On the far right wall, there is a door and a smaller door. And then on the left, there's a door out of this kitchen that leads to probably right beside the back door. A couple windows looking out that are shuttered that would look out on the back of the house and on either side of the stove.
Well, that's clearly where the kitchen gnomes come out, pointing to the smaller door.
Well, it's narrower. That's where the kitchen Slender Man comes out.
Oh, apologies.
Yeah,
Ew.
it's
The
fantastic.
pantry man.
I've
But yeah,
upgraded
so
since to the gnomes.
you see on the shelf above the stove that there's a series of 4 metal canisters, kind of just in a row. But it is pretty obvious there's a gap, and there's one of those containers seems to be missing.
That look to be like containers of like baking ingredients or seasonings or.
There is,
I want to do a kitchen look. Kitchen check.
Well, looking at them, you see that one is flour, one is sugar, one's tea, and one's coffee.
Flour, sugar, tea, coffee. Salt?
And then
We're missing salt. Wasn't dude buying up salt?
Yes, he was.
He
We're just gonna
wanted
get a dump
tons and
truck load.
tons of salt.
Yep.
he did place an order for a truckload of salt.
Oh fuck, we're dealing with ghosts.
Mr. Dixon, the salt is missing.
Yeah. Never seen that before.
Wasn't Arthur looking for copious amounts of salt? Yes, maybe the ghost in my head is right. The roads are quite icy. Maybe. It's February, you know. Could get cold any day now.
Well, winter does tend to come a little later these times.
Yeah, you're not right. You're not right. I guess global warming isn't so much of a thing 100 years ago.
Not really.
Like, global warming? It's cold as shit out here.
Well, Boston, February should be
Yeah.
frickin'
Yeah, it's probably a bit nippy out.
It's gotta be nippy. Especially with the
Gonna be
overcast
dumping.
and like the drizzy rain. It gets always nippy when it's like that.
uh,
Like it's about to sleep.
fast. Well, it's a good thing I always carry my pocket salt with me.
Oh, I carry sand. I reach into my dress pocket because, of course, her dress has pockets, and there's sand in that dress pocket.
I have like a pinch of seasoning salt that I like to rub on as a
Your
little
gum.
flavor.
On wounds.
It got like on the numerous vacations she's been on, and been to various beaches. Sand just gets everywhere to begin with, so you learn to kind of live with it. And she learns that it was like a natural, like nice exfoliant for your hands. So she always just kind of keeps a little bit there and like rubs her in her hand. But in a pinch, you could always blind someone with it.
Pocket sand.
Pocket sand.
Pocket sand.
Gotta
Oh,
have
microwave
pocket sand.
Um.
Someone's got microwave popcorn.
Mm,
Or a bottle.
No.
Or a bomb.
No, it's just baking.
I was gonna say it sounds like somebody's baking.
Baking at this time of night?
Yeah, we're making dessert for Christmas dinner.
Ooh.
We're doing another one. Yeah.
Another one.
Another one.
So we number 3 or 4. 4.
Wow.
Yeah, we go
I
hard.
remember being young and doing that kind of thing.
Well, we're just doing the dessert.
Barely.
Sorry, Chelsea's just doing the dessert.
Yeah. You're welcome.
Yes,
Yeah,
no,
but-
she's making
Right.
sex in the pan.
When me and Yuma open the door in the library, does it just connect to the kitchen? The one door?
No.
No. Okay.
No, the kitchen should be on the other side of like the
Kitchen is kind of. The kitchen is essentially right beside the back door, and the back door is across from, but a little bit to the left of the front door.
Okay.
And even then, the front door is not really in the dead center. It's kind of a little bit to the left.
off skewed.
But I would like on the side of the, like not the front, but the, I guess the left side of the building. I'd like to open up the curtains.
Oh yeah, I already did that. I opened up all the curtains.
Oh, did you?
Yeah, from here you would see more of the. You get a bit closer look at some of the gardens on the left. You would probably see a sitting area, a bit of an overgrown kind of sitting area on this side. There's like a stone bench.
Okay.
Ivy is kind of trying to take back over.
Nothing. No benches or anything tipped over or anything.
Nope.
No, they're all good. Okay.
I opened the door. The door we presume is not going back toward the center of the.
You mean not the door you came in?
Yeah,
through?
yeah, very clearly. Yeah.
Yep. You open that door, you end up in a hallway. You are essentially left of the main foyer with a door more or less across from you that leads into essentially the northwest corner of the house.
Okay. Anything odd about this hallway?
You can see like down the hallway, and once it get you're basically just down the hall from the main foyer.
Yeah.
The main foyer is like a big room with the staircase and essentially 4 branching hallways.
Okay. All right.
Is there any like scuff marks as we traverse down this hallway?
I mean, everything's scuffed.
I mean, like, how do I put this?
Drag
Like,
marks,
as-
maybe?
Yeah, as if something or someone was like dragged across the floor.
Yeah, not that you notice.
What about does all the doors have all their doorknobs? Like, is there any with like the
Yep.
doorknob? Okay. Any weird etchings or paintings or anything anywhere? Like on the walls, ceiling, floor?
Not really. There's wallpaper here and there that seems to be peeling away.
We haven't seen a single mirror, have we?
Oh, there was probably one.
Yeah, there was one at the front.
near the front door.
Okay. Okay. All right.
But you didn't see any vampires in it.
No.
You didn't even see yourself.
Sorry, back in the kitchen. You said there was coffee, right?
Hmm?
Yep.
I'm gonna start making coffee.
Sure. Yeah. So you grab you find a kettle. It's a little dirty, but whatever. Grab the tin that says coffee. When you go to turn the spigot for the kitchen sink for the faucet, nothing happens. Nothing comes out.
God damn it.
Mm,
Dump my flask of whiskey into it and throw the coffee in there.
Oh, I saw. I got my hopes up there.
Nah. Oh
I mean,
well.
there's definitely some coffee grounds in the coffee tin,
okay, dump them into your whiskey.
and it's in a nice sealed tin, so it's all safe from any mold or any mildew or whatnot that might have gotten in there. So it's perfectly good coffee.
God, what?
I'm gonna pocket the coffee because I don't think coffee's cheap here, isn't it? Isn't coffee like expensive back here?
Possibly.
Good coffee.
Yeah, it's probably
You
good
need-
coffee.
It is
I would
probably
imagine
good
it'd be
coffee.
Good coffee.
I mean,
Yeah,
Arthur
coffee-
can
coffee-
afford good
You
coffee.
can afford it, yeah.
How well he could get it from fucking Gamwell.
It's probably like straight from the bean.
In the
Yeah.
oh, yeah,
I'll
sorry.
Pocket the coffee. Sorry.
No, it's
Sure.
in the hallway that me and you are in. Like besides the door we walked in, how many other doors are there?
There's a door pretty much right across from you, and then that's it. And it's back to the main foyer.
Just go to the door right across from us, I guess.
Sure. You opened this to you open this to like a pretty large room with 3 windows, 2 windows that would face out the back of the house, and one that faces out that same west side as the library. This room is pretty much completely empty. It is a large area devoid of furnishings with polished wooden floors. There is some water damage visible on the edges of the floor. You would imagine maybe in happier times this was probably the mansion's dance floor.
Found the ballroom. I will while we kind of get in here and kind of realize what it is, I'm gonna kind of do the waltz over and try to open the curtain.
Sure. Yeah, you can open the shutters
Yeah.
up. Get some light on in here.
Yeah.
You said it's devoid of any furniture.
Yep. Big empty room with polished wooden floors that ain't in the greatest shape anymore.
Are
but
there any
they were
are there
polished
any
once upon a time.
tapestries or beautiful chandeliers?
Nope.
Really? A chandelier. What about a fireplace? It'd be a good room for a fireplace.
No, well, I mean, you wouldn't really want a fireplace where your dance floor is.
One near the edge of the house. Chimney, I guess, but
Typically, fireplaces were more
center
in like
for warming.
more like sitting rooms or bedrooms.
Parlor. Well, not parlor, because they'd be right by the door.
Rooms you're gonna spend some time.
Yeah,
in
like
to
dining room.
enjoy.
Yeah, probably dining room.
Dining
Yeah.
room,
Okay.
Yeah.
It's weird, and it's just a blanket room. There's no nothing in here. No paintings. That's weird.
Well, how Colt kind of sips on his whiskey coffee. His whiskey with coffee grounds floating in it.
Okay.
No.
I was joking. Just drink the
The fuck?
whiskey.
A fucking sanity roll for anybody that enjoys coffee.
I hate coffee,
Yeah,
actually.
I know, right?
Yeah, not a coffee drinker.
I'm an energy drink guy, so I guess
Bad
I'm
enough when you get coffee grounds in your coffee, let alone in
Yeah,
your
it's a
whiskey.
let alone anything else. It's like, ugh.
I didn't know you weren't a coffee guy, Sean.
Oh, I hate coffee. I drink tea.
I like
Am
tea.
I
I like the
the-
way coffee smells.
Yeah, I do
I
too.
don't-
Kevin
Actually,
and I the only
whatever.
coffee drinkers here.
Apparently.
Yeah. No, I
I
drink,
drink coffee occasionally.
Kevin's a coffee drinker.
Oh.
I was eyeing up my kettle when I went and got a pop out of the fridge. I was like, I kind of want a coffee.
I got a
Kinda need
Keurig
to-
just for that.
Kind of need to stay up till 3 a.m. and prep fucking Vecna for tomorrow.
Oh,
We'll
shit.
take advantage of Kevin being tired.
Yes.
We did find that Vorpal Warp Sword.
A level 11, right?
Yup.
Yeah, you guys are level 11.
Oh,
Yeah,
no,
I was saying,
Yeah.
excuse
No.
the fuck out of
Yeah.
me.
Wrong,
Yeah.
Wrong
wrong
goddamn
Yeah.
thing. You keep your mouth
No.
shut over there in the peanut gallery.
I like this idea. Yeah, you guys are gonna show up in Barovia at level 11.
No.
I'm not going back 3 levels.
Oh.
No,
I
thank
meant,
you.
I meant 15.
We are 14
Damn.
right now, madam.
Like I said, wrong.
Ugh.
Wow.
Anyways, are you guys just gonna stand in the kitchen forever?
No,
No.
we'll keep moving around.
Yep.
Yeah, there's nothing else of note.
3,
Yeah.
actually 4 doors you haven't checked. 5 doors you
God.
haven't checked. One you know that goes to a hallway. One you know goes basically back to the foyer and puts you basically at
Yeah,
the
there's-
back door.
There's one that's like a little cubby or storage
There's
pantry,
one-
excuse me.
One to the left that you know is pretty much situated under the stairs. You imagine it's probably like a pantry or a storage closet or something.
I'll open that
And then-
door.
So as you kind of like go and put your hand on the knob for this thing, you all of a sudden can smell something just rotten, something really just rank.
Oh.
Like at the door?
Yeah, so like once you walk up to the door to go to open it, you can just all of a sudden smell just something terrible and
Excuse me.
rotten.
Okay.
It wasn't
I-
Daphne farting.
No.
It wasn't just Daphne farting.
No, it wasn't just. Don't you pin it all 100% on me.
No,
She's
it
had
stunk over
questionable-
there, but when you
Is that-
come over here, it's a different kind of stink.
She's had
Oh.
questionable food with the pores in the area.
All right, well, might as well pop the door open and see what the hell that smell
Ooh.
is.
That's,
you-
yeah, I'm not
as you
far
open the
behind.
door, that smell just permeates through and just wafts out into the rest of the kitchen.
I'm gonna use my
And you-
handkerchief to cover my nose.
You see just a whole bunch of like rotten, decaying food. There seems to be like an ice box here,
Hmm.
kind of the storage, and a bunch of the food has gone bad. Just this
Mm.
terrible rotten meat smell.
Hmm.
All right.
Oh.
Close the door.
You close the door, but the smell still lingers now.
Oh, Jesus.
I'm,
It's not as bad, but it's definitely hanging around in here now for a bit.
I'm gonna use the Febreze in there.
There's a Febreze, but it's a crank. You got to crank it to get it to go.
Crank.
Aerosol, yeah.
Aerosol, yeah, not a readily available
Nothing
thing.
yet. Nothing yet. All right.
Oh, there's still a couple of doors.
Well, Yuna, would you like to?
There's a little door, right?
Oh, sorry.
The little door, yeah, you kind of pop this one open, and it seems to lead to a skinny little room with a window at the far end. You see empty, disused tubs with odd sediments in them. You would imagine this is probably some sort of laundry room. You do see a little closet door in the back corner.
We'll
the,
look
right
out
by
the
the
window.
window.
Look out the window
You see very little because the window is shuttered.
from the outside, right?
No, well, it's shuttered in here.
Oh, okay. Can I open the shutter?
Sure can. You can now see out the window.
You
Window's
penis.
kind of dirty. You see the eastern side of the house.
Excuse me.
Is the window open?
Possibly.
Crack the window.
With some
open
effort.
so- crack the window open so that the stench can get out.
Give me like a strength roll.
Oh God.
We tried to open a
Oh
window
my
in an old house.
God. Are you
Spend the luck.
freaking
Spend the
serious?
luck.
Wow.
I mean, he has
Spend the
very
luck.
little luck though.
It's
Ugh.
one or push it.
I
Or push it.
Ooh.
I don't know how you push a window opening.
Oh, that could go real
No, 'cause
badly.
you fall out the window.
You could break the glass and
Broken
cut
glass.
his
Through the
throat.
glass, cut yourself
Smash your
open.
hand through the window.
yeah, I'm gonna actually try and give the window a tap with my hand, to like kind of like.
Oh,
to,
you're
like,
just, yeah, you're
kinda
gonna try and like,
vibrate it.
yeah, you're gonna try and punch
And
the
then-
window to kind of shake her
No,
loose as you're pulling
yeah.
up with the other hand.
let's see
Absolutely,
if I
that
can
sounds
tap
like a
it.
good pushed roll. Let's go for it.
I had to do something. There we go. I have such a high
Yeah,
chance.
you
of
kind of like
succeeding.
boom, 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 and you're able to get it like a few inches, like slide it a few inches open to let a little bit of fresh
Yeah.
air in.
There we go.
Oh,
That's so
like all the-
painful.
Although the water damage and all the like how everything's kind of like shifted and is kind of gross. Yeah, it's kind of jammed the window shut a bit, so it was very difficult to open.
Yeah,
You
I
know,
was like,
window
there's only
crack
one
it a
way
bit.
of opening this is if I like attempt to break it and hurt myself. So I was like, yeah. Can't believe that. I have 80 in strength. I failed like twice on it, or 3 times. I failed three times.
John, honey, can you open that window? No.
Well,
Timid.
well, while we're kind of going through here, can I make a listen check for any major creaking of like walls / foundation? possibly?
Sure. Hey, give me a listen roll.
Oh, okay, good.
Yeah, you would notice as you're kind of making your way through.
Like not
you
not
made your way through the
floorboards,
library.
but
Oh, I was gonna say, like, as you're making your way through the library and back out and into that dance floor area, and then back out probably to like the main foyer where the staircase is. Yeah, you notice that there's stuff kind of like when you push on some of the walls, some of them are kind of soft and creaky. But the floor is like pretty solid. Like, there's no creaking at all, like really coming from the floor, despite how bad the floor looks and how cracked and creaky it looks. No, nice and solid, not making any sound at all.
Well, Yuna, do you want to regroup with
that
Mother?
makes me think there's nothing underneath.
Yuna, would you like?
Or whatever's underneath is well protected.
Yeah, that's true.
That.
Yeah.
It could
Or
be
the
either
house is-
extreme,
Or the house is built really well,
right?
and all this is just kind of cosmetic damage.
Oh,
Got
man.
It's got good bones.
Yeah.
Good
God,
bones.
good
Good bones.
I don't care how well a house is built, boards creak.
True.
Been in brand new houses, the boards creak. You're like, what the fuck?
Yep, they didn't get all the crowns facing the same way.
True.
But yeah, as you two kind of with that listen roll too, as you kind of make your way back out to this main foyer, you can
Oh,
probably
get out of here,
hear
Brave.
Daphne and
Cool.
Daphne and Colt fucking around, kind of like down
Pooping
like on
about.
the eastern side of that house.
There was one more room right next to that window. Sorry, door. Give it a little openy poo.
So yeah, you
Little
try to
closet in
like
the laundry.
you turn it and you kind of push on the door and it's stuck. It is stuck hard.
Gonna throw a shoulder into it.
Or give me a strength roll.
Yeah, I haven't rolled a dice in a while. Oh fuck. Mr.
Yeah,
Dixon.
you throw yourself into this door and yeah, just thunk, you just bounce off it like a wall.
There. Let me give you
Ah.
half that.
I don't think I got the right footing there. Would you mind?
Oh yeah.
Ah,
Dude,
Damn.
That's using that strength.
there's such a strapping young, strong man.
I'm older than you.
So yeah, you
I'm in my
You're older
50s.
than me?
I'm in my 50s.
you throw yourself
Oh.
into this door, just crunch into it, and you hear like you could feel some of the boards give, and it still does not give. It stays.
Oh.
It's like
What?
stuck. You can feel like it feels like you did a
Wow.
little bit of damage to this door. You shouldered it so good, but the
Hmm.
door remains stuck.
Some doors aren't meant to be opened, I guess.
Maybe you want to
If
give
only
me
you
like,
had
a
the back door
spot.
key.
Want to give me like a spot hidden or something, maybe?
Yeah, I'm looking at it like, you gave that thing quite a rogering. Let's spot
Yeah.
hidden. I'll roll it as well. For 28.
Yeah,
Regular
both
success.
of you kind of like you're kind of like looking this thing up and down. You do notice that there is like a line of like white crystals, like little tiny thin white crystals all along the base of this door.
There's your crack room.
White crystal.
Thin white.
It doesn't look
crystal.
dissimilar. It doesn't look dissimilar to cocaine. A little thicker and
Cocaine?
bigger than cocaine.
I get real close.
I-
Cocaine? Is that the cocaine?
It's like powder?
Yeah, it's like little tiny crystals.
Lick it.
What the devil is that?
Lick it.
Is there any way of deciphering what it would be?
Hey, you can lick it. I always encourage players to lick things.
Yeah.
Where's that Peter kid? He likes. to
No,
lick
I
things.
don't. The only thing I like to lick tonight is you know.
Trying to
Bye.
think.
Wow.
Looking at my skills.
Let me take a ride on your
Looking at my
stick.
look at my taste.
Looking at my taste skill. What's my taste skill? Does it look to be like ice or like maybe like think of like a geode, like that same kind of like.
No, it's
crystalline-
like it's almost like it's really really fine, like almost kind of like sugar or something.
Or salt.
or salt.
Salt. Whole lot of it.
Mr. Dixon, do you think it's salt?
It might be. It might be, but no, without testing.
I put my finger on my nose. Shoddy not.
He does that all the time.
It's so.
I take a little pinch of salt and I throw it in Daphne's face.
Oh Jesus! Not the pocket salt.
Give me a luck roll. Actually, both of you give me a luck roll.
Oh shit!
Here we go.
Why not? We'll see what the rolls are. We'll see how this kind of
This is where the
bounces out.
killings happen. Come on.
I got 19.
Yeah, you successfully gotta get it in her face.
Oh Jesus!
Dodge.
Daphne gets so you get it all over your face, but it doesn't go in your mouth as you're kind of like freaking out. But you can feel it's kind of like all kind of sticking to your face because you're probably a little sweaty, a little moist just from the
I
nerves.
lick my face then, like consciously unconscious, like. Meh.
But it tastes salty.
Ugh. Dirty pool, Mr. Dixon. Dirty pool.
Oh, interesting. I wasn't gonna put powder in my mouth.
Yeah,
Look,
it's in
that's
his
the type-
nose,
He
obviously.
looks like the type of lady that likes to enjoy that kind of thing.
No, it's a
It's
no.
It's not cut
Wrong
fine enough for me to
orifice.
snort it.
Wrong or yeah, I just rubbed it in my
Yeah,
nose.
you would believe this strange line of white crystals is salt.
Interesting.
I just want to iterate that I took the smallest pinch of it. I didn't take like a lot.
You're goddamn right. It's the smallest pea. I've never seen such a pea either. Chelsea.
My
That
kid
was so clear.
potty training.
That was funny as fuck.
That was pretty good.
But yeah, so yeah, you guys now
He
now that you've sort of investigated every door in the kitchen, you know there's probably a couple more. There's still a couple more rooms in the. Would you imagine there's at least a couple more rooms in the bottom?
So do we
or like
imagine?
the southeast corner, kind of like
That,
next
like,
to
the-
where you left Victor.
Imagine
reading.
that this room, like beyond, is like so full of salt that we can't open the door, or
It doesn't.
is-
No, it doesn't look like it's pouring out of like it came out of the door. It looks like somebody just like left a line of salt like right in front of the door.
See, Daphne knows that. Luke might know things that Daphne does. Is that weird? Does Daphne think that's weird? For
Seems
salt to
kinda
be
weird.
on the floor, like it looks like specifically in this doorway. Is that
Like
weird?
a line protecting the door.
Like kind of like it's
does he
there
have ants?
intentionally.
Does he have slugs?
It could be. Is it a bug thing? Is this a gardening
Um,
thing?
Could be a
Like
spiritual.
a nature check. See if this is a
It could
garden.
be a natural roll, a natural world roll.
I'm campaigning for roles I'm shit at. So
Uh,
I mean, if it has a dice, I'm pretty shit at it. So
Yeah, you don't. You've heard of salt being used to like old wives' tales. They're like, oh, sprinkle some salt to. If you're looking for something that might be more like superstition and whatnot, you can give me an occult roll.
much worse occult, if you can believe it. Nothing occult in the in high society.
That you know of. That
Again,
you're aware of.
that she is aware of.
You know that salt is. You know, it's
Strange.
been, it's a,
Must be
it's
a
a thing
gardening
that's been
thing.
around forever, so it always kind of finds its way into weird superstitions.
An
You-
old
You're
wives'
probably
tale.
both aware of the old superstition of throwing salt over your shoulder.
Yes.
Kind of like the only thing you can think of.
See, he dropped the pepper shaker in the dining room. Maybe he recently dropped the salt as well? Hard to say.
Like if I get a whole truckload of it, I don't have to leave my house to get salt for a very long
And it
time.
doesn't matter how much you drop because you have more.
It's just odd how it's placed, but
It is. Seems a
make
bit
nothing of it.
strange, but
Yeah,
maybe
maybe
it's
he
a
was
slug
strange
repellent
man.
as well. And let's we've showcased, we've gone through all the doors now on the bar, all the doors that we could find. Kevin.
Well, you know, there's
the
two
bottom
more
floor.
rooms on this floor. There's basically the room right beside where you left Victor, and then
should-
a
we should
room
head back
beside
towards
them.
Victor and we can check on
Peter and Una will
Yeah,
definitely join up, I'm assuming, with everybody in the kitchen, hearing some commotion and you
Yeah, at some
smashing a
point,
door. I'm sure we heard
while
it.
you guys are, while you guys
Yeah.
are like investigating this door, the door on the far side of the kitchen opens. The one that's right beside the back door, and Una and Peter kind of come poking into the kitchen.
Hi.
Hello there, kids.
Hello, mother.
To see
Finished
they probably
already?
walk in to see fucking Colt like salt baying fucking Daphne.
No, you
God.
motherfucker. Is that what the kids are calling it these days?
He's been
Uh.
assaulted.
Oh,
I saw that coming.
Yup.
Make you roll sanity. This is a way easier one for me to punish like bad puns because I can just force sanity check.
yes. Fuck you, Dungeons and Daddies, for putting that in anyone's mind. Oh,
Anyways, yeah, so
How is-
four of you
how
are
is-
reunited. At some point when the crunch happens, Victor probably looked up from his book for a minute.
Huh?
how is young
Huh.
Victor making out?
He's reading. Hasn't really been an hour yet.
No.
Hour takes time.
Yep.
60 minutes of time.
I figured by the time you got through the last couple of rooms in here, it'd probably have been an hour.
Yeah, let's check out those rooms you guys haven't checked out.
Yeah, you would find at the end of leading out into the hallway from the kitchen, you would find there's two more rooms. One at essentially the front of the house, like right beside where Victor is, right beside the study. That's the study. I have a legend in front of me. Why did I not look at that? Yeah, there's right beside the study. There's a room, and then there's another room, basically right beside the laundry room.
Let's go to the one next to the laundry room.
Sure.
Oh, by the way, Mr. Dixon, so we came across a library, and it seemed like there's many books missing. I'm assuming that it's the ones that he donated to the, what is it, Gamwell Library.
Yep.
And it seemed to be almost like a hidden compartment with like a little plug, and I found this parchment. Can't discern anything on it except for this signature AC. I'm assuming would be Arthur.
Yeah, seems to be that way.
But it is far too damaged to really make out anything else on it. Did you guys find anything?
Just some salt in front of a door.
Some
nothing
salt, I
else.
presume.
Nothing else.
Yeah.
Nothing substantially noteworthy. Well, his food is gone and rotten.
Is that what this smell was?
Look at the state of this place.
That's nothing to be surprised about. It is odd that he would just let food go bad and leave, though.
Hmm.
There was quite a bit from there from what I saw.
I am getting more and more worried. There was broken glass in the dining room beneath
That's right.
the only set place at the table.
The pepper shaker.
The pepper shaker.
Such a tragedy. And salt in near the laundry room, but yeah, nothing. The terrible shape this house is in, though.
So,
Unfortunately,
is there anything else you either of you saw?
No.
Not really.
There's a weird
we came
empty
across
dance floor that was odd because there's nothing in the
A
room.
a ballroom of sorts.
Well,
Well, you
yes,
don't want
I
things
I
in
would
the way when you're
assume-
dancing.
I would assume a ballroom would be empty.
How else
And
would
a
you host
long
a ball?
hallway. A long hallway that had absolutely nothing in it.
But what's strange is that there's no pictures, there's no tapestries, everything is so barren.
Unused real estate on the
Wallpaper.
walls. Oh, how gauche.
Did
Think of what you could put there.
Did look out the left side of the left window, and there was a sitting area in one of the gardens. But other than that, seemed very devoid of anything.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Arthur is. He doesn't have family, does he?
No, but he has great
That's
wealth.
a good question.
Not to my knowledge.
Would I know anything about that? Having been, schmoozing with upper class society.
Anything about
Sort
what?
of- if Arthur has, further family, he's kind of.
I would say no. No, he's unmarried and doesn't have any children.
Well,
or
being
anything
a
like that.
man that is single and old, it doesn't surprise me there's nothing on the walls. That is quite a family thing to do.
Yes, but he's a man of wealth.
legacy,
And Mother
though.
has taught me that you must display your wealth as much as possible. All this real estate.
You would know a lot of his wealth came from inheritance. So he did have family.
That doesn't stop you from
Probably
being
just
gauche.
end the line.
Maybe just never got around to it. Seems strange.
And didn't he recently buy this place? Within a few years ago?
Yeah, 6 years ago,
And he travels
1919.
a lot. And he travels a lot.
He goes on
Yeah.
expeditions.
So
Well,
the
I
house
think
being
we
there
should.
doesn't surprise me.
I think we should finish up down here, and all of us head upstairs. if it is
Yes.
safe to do so.
Gotta sweep the remaining rooms.
Well, the house is solid.
Well, I never even got to open that room next to the laundry room. I said open and we never even did anything.
Everyone started talking.
I know.
Oh,
Yeah.
go
You
ahead.
had a
Crazy.
hand on the knob the whole time while you were talking.
Right.
Yeah. So you open it up.
Oh,
and
Peter's hand's always on the knob.
this opens up to some sort of parlor. You see 2 windows lead out to like the east side of the house, and some comfy chairs. Looks like a sitting room.
Any candles or any like cane or anything left by people who have been waiting in the parlor? Like any items of note?
Not really. It's also pretty dark with the windows drawn and just a bit of candlelight.
All right,
You don't really see
I'll go
anything.
open the windows. Help everyone see.
Go
That's a
open the
good lad.
shutters, let some light in. Why don't you give me a spot hidden roll?
Spot hidden.
Spot hidden.
Yes.
Bought the shit out of that hidden.
And it's horrible.
Eh?
Success is a success.
Horrible.
Yeah, so you're kind of like throwing the shutters open, letting some light in, and you're kind of like looking out the window at the eastern side, and you see a figure kind of just walking stiffly through the garden, wearing like a blue uniform and carrying a rifle.
Oh. Does it?
Like off in the eastern part of the garden. You're just kind of looking at it. It's like, yeah, this blue uniformed man just sort of like stiffly, like not quite marching, but it's like a very stiff, like militaristic almost style gait. He's got a big rifle slung over his shoulder, and you see him just walking, and then you kind of lose sight of him as he goes around the corner of the house, kind of past where the window can see.
Having just seen
He
this,
seems to be heading towards the back of the house.
gotcha. Having just seen the sheriff, does it favor him at all?
No, this looks more like a. Why don't you give me like a no roll?
No, bro.
An education.
Education.
Where is no?
Just no, it's your education.
It's
Oh,
at the top.
Oh.
Like
Your
right
education score.
perfect.
right beside power, I think.
Ah, bro.
Hard.
Just double checking this so I get it.
Guys, I saw him. Saw him over there.
Yeah, you would imagine like you're kind of looking at this and you remember this from like your history books. That you believe he was wearing like a blue like Union Army Civil War uniform.
Ooh.
Who did you see, darling?
And he had you with that hard success too. You imagine his rifle he had was like that looked like kind of like the standard issue long like sort of musket style rifles that like the Civil War soldiers would wear, like standard issue.
Wait,
As soon as I see him disappear out of my sight, I turn to everybody and be like, guys, I scratched my head for a moment, but I could have swore was a Union uniform from the Civil War of a guy with a rifle just walked toward the back?
What do you want about Peter, dear?
There's somebody at the back door,
Civil
Mom.
War.
There's somebody at the back door. For some reason, he's
Not yet.
he's wearing a
Not
uniform.
necessarily the back door. You saw him walking through the garden, and he was heading towards the back,
Yeah.
of the, like behind the.
Yeah, I would assume that he
In
goes
that
to the
direction.
door because Parsons.
You say someone out back has a gun?
Yes, a rifle.
You're saying Civil War, so like 130
Fun.
years ago.
Oh, not that long.
This would be more like
1860.
50 years ago, maybe
1860.
60.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, that's right. We're 1920. That's right.
80. 80 would be right.
A gun, you say?
Yes.
That
Big old rifle. Big old rifle, Mum.
And I point.
I go
Out the
into
window,
my,
too.
my handbag and I pull out my gun. It's
That's
extraordinarily
fun.
unheard of. Safety purposes and all that, you know. Mr. Dixon, I hope you have some method of firearms.
Colt will also pull out his revolver.
Ah, there's a good man. Don't suppose anyone else is packing. Could just
I
be
pull out my half-broken
local-
pipe.
could be a local hunter, maybe, around the area.
Why would he be wearing a uniform like that?
How do
Let's
you
not,
get?
let's not
how do you
think the
get through
worst
the
right
locked
away.
gate?
That is that's a very good point.
The war was ages
Alright.
ago.
Is there? I guess we'd have to go upstairs to get a vantage point on that. Is there a room we've been in that has a window facing kind of the back of the house?
Yeah, the kitchen.
Kitchen?
Yeah, I had a couple windows facing the back of the house.
Mr. Dixon, you remember in the kitchen there was a window? Might be able to get a sight on this man.
Isn't that the one that we opened?
Probably. I think you
To
opened
get the
them.
stink out, yeah.
No, that was the one in the laundry room, which is essentially like next to the window
Next
that
to
Peter
the
saw.
yeah.
Oh, okay.
That's
Yeah.
also on the eastern side of the house.
Well,
I'll pull out my can of mace.
Do I get any advantage with my
Someone,
half-broken pipe, considering it's got like a pointy bit to it?
Someone
No.
grab young
If
Mr.
anything,
Mason.
if anything, it is barely usable as a weapon at this point.
Well, that sucks.
Someone inform young Mr. Mason.
You could use it as like an improvised weapon, which is not quite as.
It's all I got.
Yeah, it's a shame.
You go to the
What
kitchen, get
happened
a
to it?
knife.
It'd probably be a knife.
But
I mean, a
rough.
knife's not really going to do too much more than the improvised weapon.
yeah, anything's better than nothing.
Probably, that might be a kitchen knife.
All right.
Upon seeing Mr. Colt and my mother scramble to get ready, I will see my pipe and feel slightly small, and then go look for a kitchen knife. Absolutely.
Eula, dear, would you mind informing Mr. Mason that there's a strange individual on the property with a rifle?
Will this paste?
For sure.
Ah, the
will
link will
Do
paste.
that at once.
A link will
Yeah.
paste.
I got it.
Oh, look at that.
Yeah, well, no, yeah, it shows up. I was just hoping I was hoping it would automatically put the image into chat. Fine. But yeah, it's
Adobe stock
it
image.
look kind of like that,
Yeah, I'll
or the uniform and the
Why is he
rifle,
black?
anyways.
Well, he's Union, so he's on the right side.
I'll head over to where Victor is and inform him that there's an odd Civil War clad man outside with a big ass rifle.
You run over and tell him he's skimming through
Doing
a
the what
book.
now?
My darling Peter, he noticed some Civil War era person walking around the grounds holding a big weapon, big rifle.
Good heavens! What would a man be doing out there doing something like that? That's rather preposterous.
Especially around here. This makes absolutely no sense.
Well,
We
you
should
have to keep our
go
wits about it.
convene with the. We should go convene with the others. I realize you're knees deep in a book, but
It's this is quite a fascinating read. I think I
To-
should continue
to-
on.
to be alone if he comes in the house is probably not a good idea.
I'm just reading a book. I'm no threat to anyone.
But they might consider you a threat of some sort.
Well, I think I'll elect to stay here. But if you guys
Bring-
need me, please call me.
Bring the
I'm
book with
making-
you.
There's not enough
Yeah.
light in the
Not
dark,
enough light.
dingy house for him to properly
the
keep
book's
reading this
practically
thing.
falling apart.
That is true. It is also practically falling apart.
Yes, no, I must stay here and finish this. At least I'm onto something. Maybe, possibly.
Onto these nuts.
What have you uncovered so far? Just out of curiosity.
He'll
It's a
know when
book.
he's finished.
Covered lefty.
You don't get
Well-
shit for half of it. It's all or nothing.
Yup.
I mean, I think I'll stay here with you.
A book on summoning Cthulhu.
Yes, please. If
Protection,
you wouldn't mind
probably.
keeping an eye out,
Possibly.
just in case.
That's right.
6.
Well, what is
Might have to
everybody
run.
else doing while she's doing this?
Going to the kitchen to.
Any vantage point?
Yeah.
Okay.
try
Yeah,
and
you guys go to the
eyes.
kitchen and you guys watch from the windows in the kitchen. And oh, you don't see anything.
No person.
Where's that boy at?
After getting the kitchen knife, I will then go to the back door and open it.
Well, I didn't say you got a kitchen
Oh.
knife. I said there could be a kitchen knife. Give me a luck. roll.
Okay.
That's just gonna give you a kitchen.
Oh,
Well,
Oh,
just butter knife.
just butter knife.
yeah, nothing to be good for stabbing or cutting.
Damn.
Just like little flimsy. You might find like a steak knife that's like really dull and kind of like the tip's broken off.
Mm.
How about a frying pan?
You'd probably find a pot or something like that if you wanted to swing a pot. That's technically that's also just going to be an improvised weapon.
Yeah, I'll stick to the broken
really?
pipe I've got. All right. Well, after scramble that and like okay, and then I see mother and
you're going through drawers while the other two of them with
Yeah.
guns got their like guns.
Yeah, I'm
drawn,
looking for
like,
a
pointed at
weapon.
the
Yeah, it's
window,
exactly-
And you're just like opening drawers up and cabinets. I was like, oh, in here, and
You have to be so goddamn loud, boy.
I gotta find a weapon. You got.
and then he checks the same drawer again like 3 or 4 times. I was like, oh, there's still nothing here.
This is the knife drawer, though.
He was gonna
Yeah.
false
But
spot him.
you spend a few minutes looking. And doesn't seem to be no blue uniformed
dear, were
soldier
you
man with a
sure?
rifle.
Are you sure it was a man?
Yes, mother. I am 100% sure. I would not do this.
I have no reason to. If you tell me you saw a man, then there must be a
He
man.
could have just been walking by, but it's strange.
But like Mr. Dixon said, he's in the grounds of the fence, the wall.
Yeah.
It is very odd.
Can I open the back door to take a look outside? See if he's
Sure.
out there?
Yeah, you give the back door like a little tug, and it seems to be locked.
It's the lock inside that I can unlock. A little like deadbolt inside the house.
There's a keyhole.
Interesting.
You seem to remember somebody having keys.
Somebody has the key.
Yes, that's right, Nixion.
Mr. Dixon.
Yes, Dixon, can you open this door? It doesn't seem to open.
I look at both the keys and I can't remember which one I used to unlock the front door, so I hand him both keys.
Give me okay. You send them both.
I just hand him both.
Okay.
That's right, Nixion.
One of those will unlock the.
I was
front door.
pressured into trying
Just,
the role play.
Keep watch from here. Make sure.
It's been interesting
this
so
guy pops
far.
out. Gonna get beat on him.
We got respawn. It is a little similar in that regard. That's for sure.
There you go. Put the right key in there. That's a good boy, Peter.
Yep. Put the key in. Turn it.
Which one?
Hey, give me a luck roll.
Such
If Sean had only given him one key, it would have been Sean's luck roll. If you gave him the right key. The first key you try unlocks it, no problem.
Of course.
You swing open the back door.
You're drunk and ready for this? Awesome, Nixions. It's about to get good too. What do I see? Is there?
You see the back of the manse. No, it's a different map. Yeah, you see probably the main part of the garden.
No worries, Nixions. I'll take care of you.
Definitely much more garden back here.
Let your drunken fingers tell a story.
You see, you see a lot of sort of odd kind of trees and stuff as you're kind of like looking out over this garden. You do see sort of the occasional like stone bench and planters. You remember the fountain out front. It seems to be like quite an nice ornamental garden that surrounds this house. It doesn't look like it's been tended for months, and like a lot of it has become pretty wild and overgrown.
Can I vibe check the trees? Kind of like.
You could give me a. You could give me a, especially from the door. You can give me a science, botany, or biology, or you can give me a natural world roll.
Science or botany? So I have survival. Botany is
Probably.
B.
Unless you put specific points into those things, as an actor, pre-gen, you're probably not gonna have.
I can't even find botany that you talked
science.
about. Like
Any.
No, yeah,
it
because
should
a
be
lot of the
science.
sciences are not
Yeah, you have to
automatically
start
in the
on
list.
Yeah.
Yeah, it would be under
Anything
science.
that's
and it
not
would be a
deep.
specific
Yeah, so you just have probably
one.
like a 1
Yeah.
YOLO.
or natural world.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't really know much about plants. Plants don't act.
No.
No personality.
Except for that.
kid.
Except for that one
your
kid.
mom's got people. Your mom's got people that do the garden.
Yeah. I kind of.
Peter doesn't know anything about flowers. He doesn't buy me flowers.
No. Why would I?
You got
But I
people
have,
for that.
but I have Lego flowers. So
No,
it's
he
okay.
pays one of the help. He pays like the gardener to like bring him a big.
This is
bouquet
what a
of
Nepo
flowers to
child
give you on
does!
Mother's Day.
Yeah.
That
that's
or
right.
drugs? What are the two?
One then the other, my son. Come.
And he also
Or
that's
one
how he
off
also
the
gets.
other.
That's how he also gets flowers for his wife or for his fiance.
Yeah.
He's like, hey, Sergio, could you go get me? Go get me
Sergio.
some. Can you get me some
I
flowers?
want some red violets, please. Thank you.
Wow. That's
a nice
uncommon.
bouquet to give to my lady friend.
I want them rare. I want them unique.
Chop chop. I need it by
Yeah.
tonight.
Yeah, I'll close the door after not seeing anything and be like, I don't see him. He must have walked away. Trees were weird, but the garden is also in major need of some help.
It's pretty expansive.
There was
I mean,
like a
if you
garden.
go wandering around in it, you'd probably get a better sort of sense of what's going
Pretty
on.
good taste.
there.
They
You might
they are
see
delivered
some
with
stuff.
love. That's right.
You're kind of just looking at it from the back door.
Absolutely.
There was a garden shed as well.
Oh yeah, well, like way back,
Way
by
off,
the
yeah.
front. Well, yeah, a big garden like this, you would typically have gardeners, but it doesn't look like
Of course.
it. I will say that the amount of growth and overgrowth out there, it does seem more than more like it seems to have been overgrown and untended for longer than Arthur's been missing. Like by quite a bit longer.
Mm-hmm.
Maybe the gardeners were never there to begin with. It's this fucking bullshit haunted ass house.
Hey, maybe none of this exists. Maybe we're just fat white
You also
guys
realize
playing a
you're-
role in 100 years in the future.
You also realize you haven't seen or heard from your lady friend in quite some time.
I am not a fat white
Just-
guy.
She disappeared. She disappeared while you guys were secure in the kitchen. You haven't heard from her. Maybe the house got.
Maybe.
That's okay. Peter
well.
doesn't mind. He's still got mommy.
Yeah, that's right.
There's nothing on the
He's
outside.
like, I feel
maybe
like I'm missing
Apparently.
something, but it must
Maybe
not be that
we-
important.
maybe we lock this door back up and maybe check upstairs. Yes.
Yep. I will use the same key that I used before. I never gave back and lock it. And then after I lock it, I give it back to Mr. Dixon. I know, right? She's still in the kitchen.
Upstairs then.
Well, we have the room next to Mr. Mason.
Oh, there was one more room. wasn't there?
One more.
Yeah, the room beside the study.
I will say,
So
you
many
know,
of
you
them?
doing anything over these probably 10 minutes this has been going on? Or you just
No,
kind of
just-
staring at Victor while he reads?
Just keeping a lookout, making sure nobody comes around.
Okey-dokey.
Go check the that last room on the ground floor then.
Sure.
Aww.
This is basically in the bottom corner. It's essentially right next door to where Victor is.
I poked my head in. Like, no sign of the man, dear.
No,
one
haven't
here,
seen
so-
him at all.
No, we didn't see. We poked our heads out the back door, and Peter didn't see anything. So we've locked the door since, and continuing our poke about.
Oh, we need to lock the front door.
That wouldn't be a very good idea if there's a man out there.
That is quite weird. Is Peter feeling okay? Is he seeing things? None of us. I did not.
I'm
see
not
no
seeing
man.
things.
Did you
I
see
did
a man?
not take Mother's special cigarette. I promise.
Peter,
I'm telling you. I'm
you
telling
can't
you.
handle Mummy's special cigarettes.
Telling you. There was somebody out there. I don't know what they're doing, but there's somebody out there, and they were armed.
No, I don't have reason to doubt you, my son. You can do no wrong, my special
Oh.
little man.
I put
have
up my
reason to
chin
doubt
so
you.
she could scratch the bottom of it.
No, my Peter is quite talented. Don't let his, he's kind of like a gentle giant. But really not. He's a strong, ferocious man. Or at least he plays one on screen.
Oh my god. That's right.
I'm sure he's
My
okay
PP.
actor.
My PP is quite the talented man. I completely forgot that I was gonna call you.
I
my
was waiting
PP.
for it.
I completely forgot.
Thank you for that, Tiffany. That's a great reminder.
Yes, thank you.
Yep. So yeah, you throw the door open to this final room, and it seems to be some sort of storeroom filled
Oh.
with junk, boxes, barrels, crates, and so on. You do see like a large area of like mold and moisture and whatnot in like the middle of the floor, like a big center area. But yeah, this seems to be storage.
Anything?
There's
nope.
there's shuttered windows on the. There seems to be 3 windows in this room. One on like the eastern wall, and then 2 on the southern wall that point out to like the front of the house. All shuttered, just like all the other windows have been.
Flip open a shutter and just look for a man.
Sure.
For a man check.
As you walk across the room to go
Oh,
open one
God.
of these windows, you feel the floor kind of creak and groan and give way, and you begin to fall.
Oh no.
Give me a jump roll as
Oh,
the floor
shit.
below you collapses and you go spilling into the room below.
Who's a fucking good ass jumper? Not Daphne.
Oh no.
You know what? You know the fuck what? Who's got luck for days?
20
Daphne.
29?
Spending 29 points of luck.
You spent 29 points.
Eat
left.
shit. Fuck you. I got 75 to start with.
So you only
I
take
die-
half. You will only take half damage from your fall then. Which is, you know what? Might have been a good spend because I rolled a 6.
Yeah, I'll take it.
So you were going to take 3 points of damage.
I
on
had
your-
75. Sorry, 29. Okay, just doing math.
Yeah, so you just collapse down into like the chamber
mean to roll
below.
again.
Mother's got special vitamins indeed.
Um,
I'm playing a Nepo
and,
baby, by the way.
using
My
your
character.
successful jump, you managed to kind of
Think
leap
Shrek
at,
2,
like, the last
the son of the
second
fairy.
and,
It's a
gives
good
you
summary.
enough momentum to kind of land on your feet. You still land hard,
Roughly.
and you seem to
Wants to be a
drop
movie
down
star. In the pictures.
below you too.
Boston is
So I
where
take
we're
3
at.
points of damage.
3 points of damage from the fall.
Okay.
Oh.
To make sure I edit my
Uh,
sheet properly. Oh,
Mother!
damn it.
Are you
all.
okay? I called down the hole.
So yeah, you plunge down into darkness, and you kind of just land hard on like feels like a big pile of rocks or something. And as you fall, you lose.
We
grip
have a
on
lot of
your-
it.
Your candle that you had, and it goes out, and you are just sitting sprawled in total darkness. A little
Do I
bit,
maintain,
of, little
do I
bit of
maintain-
light trickling in from above you.
Do I maintain control of my gun?
Give me a luck roll.
Okay. I said, if now my luck is low, it's gonna shoot me in the foot. But not
Yep.
this time.
You got a
I
death.
hit
You
my
got a
mic.
death grip on that pistol. You did not let it go.
Oh, damn it all. Ow. Really hurt. I'm okay.
Mom,
I call down. Are you okay?
You hear
Fine.
you hear a crash from next door. Una.
Guys, everyone!
Oh,
Peter's in pure panic outside like the door where it happened. Mother fell. She fell through the floor.
Shit. Colt's gonna
Wait,
kind
what?
of poke up towards the
She
hole.
fell into the floor. Do we have any rope or do we have any means to go down? Did we see a basement? Do we know?
You're looking down because you all just have like candles. You're just kind of looking down this, and it's just black. You can hear her kind of scrambling around.
Do we have
like calling back to you? But
do we have a spare candle?
Daphne, as you're kind of like picking yourself up, yeah, you seem to just be on this just rough pile of what feels like brittle stone, just piled up here, and it's kind of like as you're kind of like trying to get your feet, it's kind of like shifting and spilling like you're on like this big like a big gravel pile.
Oh my.
And you just have this just sinking feeling like something is moving closer. Its jaws slavering with anticipation.
Oh.
Like you've just sort of
Hello.
fallen into the maw of some great beast.
Who's there? Something's moving. Hello.
I dropped my lit candle down the hole.
Smack right in the head.
Oh, my face.
So I'm gonna get you. You didn't call out to your mom that you're just like, "Hey, I'm throwing you a candle down."
Peter
You
saw
get a
his
luck
mom fall
roll to
down there.
see-
He knows that she's struggling. He's just gonna do it because that's what Peter does.
Oh yeah, no, that's fine. Just give me a luck roll to see if the candle goes out when it hits the ground. She's not she doesn't know to look for it to like catch it. So it's just gonna fall down.
I can't use luck
yeah,
for
you
that. I
see-
assume.
I don't think you can use.
I don't
luck
think
on
so.
a-
I would make.
On a luck roll,
Yeah,
no,
okay.
you can't.
No.
You can give me a spot hidden roll though. You and also Colt, because Colt's kind of, I guess, right there too. Well, I guess Colt, did you rush into this room when this happened?
I'm there after.
Okay.
after it
I was
happens.
hollering, so
I would've
Yeah,
been
well,
right
yeah,
behind
Peter
him.
obviously sprinted in after his mom immediately, but
I
and well,
would've
and
been
he's in there to drop the candle, so he's obviously right there. So yeah, you can give me a spot hidden roll as well.
Oh boy.
damn.
Oh
In that very brief glimpse before the candle goes out, Colt, your trained investigative eyes can see that she has fallen down into what you imagine is a coal cellar. She seems to be kind of standing upon like a big pile of coal. You would also kind of be able to tell her that yeah, it's a pretty decent sized chamber. Like you kind of got a good glimpse of the room, and the way the coal's all kind of piled up on sort of the southern end. If there's any way out, it might be further north, so sort of like ahead of her, kind of back towards the rear of the house.
Yeah.
You would also have glimpsed and seen that she looks she's probably kind of shaken up and that, but you can see that she's alive. She didn't break a leg or anything in the fall, and she's got her gun, but no source of light.
Yeah. I would
I
pop
popped
my
my-
that information.
I popped my own lighter.
I think so, Nixie.
Yeah. So yeah, you take your lighter out of your pocket, and you can see like a few feet around you. You kind of
I light a
Bear.
cigarette.
I would.
that's the spirit.
I would tell her that there's a
Stressed.
candle on the floor.
Mother, there's a candle. I'm more panicked.
Oh
Yeah,
yes.
yes, Peter. Thank you.
I go.
Yeah,
go
Cole
to
to that
the-
extreme would be able to tell you exactly where the candle fell.
Sure. I go try and I grab it if I can and light it.
Trained eyes of a professional.
Panicked.
You know it.
Yeah, so yeah,
I grab Colt by the.
Peter's heart kind of like calms down a little bit, like as he sees he sees like his mom like again as she's now lit up like down below him.
I
Yuna comes over to the doorway
Yuna!
of where
Yuna,
they're
it's we gotta get
digging the
down. Mother's
hole.
down there, and I kind of grab up Colt like, Colt, how do
And
we
I'm
get
like,
down? How do we get down? Hold on, Yuna, hold on. How do we
is-
get
is
down?
Peter, calm down.
No, mother.
Dude, I have to use you as a rope.
Peter, look at me. Look into my eyes. Take a breath
I hug Yuna.
and out. She is okay. She is fine.
I make cooing noises.
Mom.
You can kind
You
of
want
see
it?
you see down in the pit, like you see she's like way down there, and she seems to have stopped after lighting the candle to making sure to like light. Well, actually, before she lit the candles, you can see she's lit the cigarette.
Should have your cigarette first, candle second.
Yeah,
1920s. We have an order of
priorities.
things. Yes.
There's an order of
Well,
operations.
while this is all going on, while all this fun's happening, Victor, why don't you give me a spot hidden roll?
God, now I can pee. Fuck you, Chris.
You're welcome.
Beans for comfort. That's right.
Where am I? It is.
Ask for beans.
Nope.
Okay, yeah. So you're almost to the end of the.
Someone's
book.
gonna be
You hear all
leaking
this
beans soon, I
commotion,
bet.
And you're kind of like looking up at like you're basically like doing that thing where you're like looking at the wall beside you that leads to the other room. Kind of just like I hear a sound from that way, and you're just kind of looking in that direction and back to the book and like it sounds. Well, you're like, oh, it sounds bad. I gotta, and you're skimming extra fast now. And like as you're kind of looking at this thing, you feel something just suddenly wrap around your ankle and just start to pull.
Huh?
And you get yanked like right out of the chair,
Oh.
and something seems to be just kind of pulling and like dragging at you.
Oh.
Ah. I slide my hand into my pocket and I pull out my brass knuckles and I just start punching this whatever is this set down by my ankle.
Sure.
They're
Why don't
punching
you?
in the dick.
Punching your ankle.
No, beside it, not my actual ankle.
So yeah, you do you like instinctively try to like pull back as you're kind of like you just kind of like go limp? Do you?
Well,
yank
it's
back?
like one of those kind of like you're kind of like grasping at the floor with one hand, trying to like brace yourself and trying to kind of whack at whatever's got
Whack
you.
it.
You know, you're kind of like trying to scramble.
Punch the floor.
So why don't you give me a strength roll as you kind of like yanking your leg? You're fishing into your pocket looking for your brass knuckles and kind of grabbing at like the desk, and you're kind of like pulling. You're just instinctively yanking at your leg.
I'm gonna push for not push, but like use
spend 4
luck.
luck. Sure.
Yeah.
You spend the luck for success. You kind of just instinctively you're like pulling on your leg and something's tugging and you yank and you kind of look down as you're fishing in your pocket and you see just a glimpse of almost like a snake-like shape that sort of rescinds into like kind of the dark corner of the room out of your sight and just
Mm-hmm.
doesn't seem to be anything and it just leaves you alone. Whatever pulled at you.
Someone's, I think, is gonna go insane soon.
Something, you didn't really get a good look at it. You don't really know what it was, but it's whatever it
Slithery.
was. The kind of the shadow of it almost had like a tendril or snake-like sort of form to it. And it felt like a rope or something had like wrapped around your ankle. Something snake-like like that.
I don't
I know-
like things that slither.
I know Peter and myself wouldn't have noticed. Maybe noticed the commotion afterwards, but
It must be friendly. So friendly.
Probably not. It's
No, you're
this is kinda
consoling me,
going on while
Yuna.
you guys are panicking,
Yeah.
trying to console him and deal with
It just wants friends.
Mrs.
The
Lexington.
tentacle of love.
Yeah, after kind of collecting yourself.
I'm keeping Yuna away from this snake
Actually,
thing.
Because you got a kind of glimpse of something real creepy grabbing you around the. Why don't you give me sanity? We haven't-
Oh,
we haven't done one of
yeah.
those
that
in a
was
while.
coming.
First sanity check.
Oh Lord.
Time to roll big or small. Oh no!
yeah, you definitely want small.
Ooh. Someone's dying.
Yeah, it was a pretty weird thing to happen. You don't really know what it was or what's going on, and it sounds like there's some real cursed shit happening in the room next to you.
And it just kind of
you're gonna-
disappeared too.
You're gonna lose 2 points of sanity, and you're just gonna start kind of like hyperventilating. as you kind of like just slowly, as like an involuntary action, you find yourself kind of, uh, you find yourself just sort of throwing pieces of the desk, like just like a lamp that you're not using, just like random paper. You just start throwing things at the corner where you saw like the little shadowy tendril rescind into.
Yeah.
Kind of just involuntarily just start hucking things at it, and then till you're convinced there's nothing there, and you kind of decide you're gonna kind of just speed read through the last little bit of this book as fast as you can.
Yeah.
Meanwhile, in the
Especially now.
storeroom. So what? Actually, let's go down to Daphne. Daphne,
I got a candle now.
you with the candle lit, you seem to be in a coal cellar. You seem to have landed on a big ass pile of coal. You look down and yeah, you're just all black and dusty now from coal. And there seems to be a door at the end of the cellar, like basically north of you.
Mom, well, you always said you wanted adventure.
Yes.
I'm not sure if this is what you meant.
How far down?
Not
How far
particularly.
down is it?
I had hoped it involved far less falling. But
How
there's
far
a door.
down is it? It's probably at least a good 15 feet.
Okay.
No, I see a door. It's okay. It's okay. Candle in one hand, gun in the other.
Perfect. How are you gonna open that door?
We're gonna get there first, sunshine.
All right.
We get
Fair.
there.
That's fair.
Then we get there. And then we put the gun under the arm and attempt to just turn the knob.
Hoping you're gonna say the candle under the arm.
I put the candle in my mouth and then tilt my head at an odd angle so the candle stays lit and none of the wax drips on my face. No, under the arm. Gun.
So like yeah, as you're kind of making your way towards this door, you notice there's like excessive like water damage all throughout this cellar. Like even worse than upstairs.
It's very wet down here. Much more than upstairs. It's really gross.
Which does make sense because when
Water's
there's
gonna
water
seep
damage,
down.
water
Yeah.
water always goes down and flows down.
Yeah, it's gonna seep. Is there anything I take the candle and like kind of try and put it towards like the shadowy corners of the room, just thinking that there was something behind me, that feeling that someone's watching you from behind, just that peace of mind needed. Try and just like slowly turn around so the candle doesn't go out, but it shines as far as like I could see in my radius.
Yeah, you just give me a spot hidden.
Okay. Spot the shit out of that hidden. Oh yeah, 2.
It's pretty good.
Damn.
Yeah, so you're pretty sure. You kind of look around. You don't see a whole lot down here. Mostly just coal and some old crates. for
Right?
bringing the coal
Imagine the
in,
repair
probably
bills.
Maybe like some couple of
Pickaxes?
shovels.
You definitely lose your sanity.
Because the coal would already show up like broken up. But there probably maybe there's like a small table with like a hammer, like a single-handed sledgehammer type thing for just breaking up like larger chunks. But yeah, with that extreme too, you kind of look at the door, and you notice that there's a lot of kind of there's metal bindings on the door and some metal like reinforcements and that, and they seem pretty badly rusted. And you definitely do see kind of like a lock, like a bolt lock kind of thing on it. Seems also like really badly rusted out.
Rat, welcome.
Locked from this side.
Apparently you're a god of them.
Yeah, well, you
Hello.
would imagine there's probably it's probably like a lock, kind of like a thing where it's like it would be locked on both sides, where like you could pull this bolt probably from like either side maybe, and mostly just to kind of help keep
May
it
as well.
closed.
That's a
no other door at the other side of the
1:25
room or
a.m. for
anything.
me.
Nope, this is the only door out of here. Well,
But
the
it's
door
locked.
into here technically.
I
Just
try
a-
and
Just
use my
storage room for
hand.
coal.
Yeah, I'm trying to use my hand to open that that like deadbolt lock kind of thing.
We're giving strength roll.
I got decent strength.
Nice.
All the way up. Oh yeah, 33, baby.
Yeah, you pull and pull on this thing.
Is that a crit?
And
Because it's under and a repetitive.
no,
Or is that no? That's
that is
Yeah,
that's not even a hard success. It's just a regular
no.
success.
Delta Green. Delta Green. Different system.
That sounds very confusing.
Get done streaming? Very nice. What were
Anyway,
you streaming?
Yeah, you pull on this thing, it doesn't budge. Seems to be just rusted stuck.
I hope another tabletop,
completely
perhaps?
seized.
I try the hammer.
That's the first time I streamed in this category on Twitch, funny enough.
Beat the shit out of the lock. The door down here is locked with a rusted out
Rainbow Six, very nice.
metal lock. I'm gonna try and use this hammer here to swing at it.
All right. Well, while you're trying to bust that lock, we should look around, see if we can find a way down to the lower level.
Agreed.
That's a good idea. I'm not getting out through any other means of egress but this
Yeah,
door.
The only thing you could think of, besides, like, you know, maybe finding, like, like a rope or something to, like, lower down to her, you know, you've basically tried. You've seen every door on the floor except for that one. The only one you don't know where it goes is the one.
Old Call of Duty falls in that category too.
Mm-hmm.
Ubisoft has been
you can think of that
struggling
between the group of you
for a little
who
while.
haven't already explored.
I'd believe it.
Well, hang on.
I think For Honored's got a bunch
there
of
might be some rope
cheating
out
problems too. Speaking of Ubisoft multiplayer.
Yeah, I'm not going anywhere if I can't get this door open.
Sure.
I will.
Somebody making a run out to the shed.
I'm still swinging,
there.
regardless.
I will join Colt
No,
because I
yeah.
want to help my mother, and people shouldn't go alone. So I will hurry with him. Absolutely.
Yeah, so
Maybe
two of
you
you you doing it like hurriedly, kind of
Yeah.
sprinting out of there.
Yep, I'm
Okay.
right behind him.
We're gonna hurry up.
Yeah, 'cause it'll take you like a minute or so to run all the way out to this shed.
Right,
Pretty
Nixions?
kind of far off to the side.
For Honored could be
Um,
fun. I've never played it,
So
but I've
while
heard
that's
okay
happening,
things
Daphne
about
kind of
it.
grabs this thing off, and you kind of.
yeah.
Christmas was good.
Why don't you give
No drama, so good.
a strength roll with? I want to make you do a strength roll. I want to make you do a. Maybe give me a. Maybe give me a weapon attack, melee weapon attack, like an improvised weapon attack. Not improvised, because this probably has a thing. There's probably a thing. You can you can make your attack your attack roll while I look to see how much damage.
Is
this
that
thing
brawl?
does. Yeah, fighting brawl. That's the word I was looking for.
Okay.
Fighting brawl.
I don't have.
That's
a
the
good brawl.
word I was
A
looking
good
for.
brawl score, but yeah,
Ooh.
not a good brawl score at all.
Yeah, you're just kind of like two-hand. Well, I guess did you put the gun down or?
Well, yeah, I would have replaced the gun with the hammer, so the gun's on the table.
Okay. So give
Phasphobia.
me a
I know what you're talking
slot
about.
hidden roll as you're kind of just
Good
banging
game.
away on this door. It just ting, ting, ting. Still.
21, hard success.
Yeah.
Great. So you look down.
Mm.
As you're kind of swinging this, and you look down and you see. I mean, it's hard to really describe it in any other way than like a tendril, a tentacle, like a pseudopod
Oh.
kind of thing slipping underneath the door and like going for your leg.
Ooh.
Huh? Can I dodge?
Oh, you see it before it kind of like gets to your leg with that hard success. So I mean, if you want to
Grab my gun and back up?
well, I mean, your gun's over on the table.
Where's
The
the
table's not
table?
right beside this.
Oh,
Nixions.
okay. Back up. What the?
Nice
There's
reckon.
a tentacle! A tentacle! A weird long tentacle!
Good description of.
Me and Colt are outside, so I don't hear shit.
Did you just say
Tentacle!
tentacle?
Tentacle!
I throw an ultra ball.
At this point, Victor kind of finishes. He's hearing like shouting, and here's the other two guys
what?
running out, and you kind of finish reading. You're skimming through the book. At this point, you spent your hour. A summary of the missing people, the tribe that the jungle swallowed. From what you're able to gather from like a brief skimming of it, that this book concerns
Absolutely,
a
Have
South
yourself a great
American
night.
tribe that in ancient times.
Don't be a stranger, bud.
This book concerns a
Enjoy
South
your
American
football.
tribe in ancient times whose existence is testified to by various ruins, but of whose demise nothing is known. The book is based on legends of the tribe and archaeological discoveries. Pratt makes note of the tribe's religious fervor and conjectures that they may have been wiped out in civil holy war. He mentions in particular a great dome depicted in carvings and art. He believes that this was an actual stone structure, that it probably still stands, and may well house the last secrets of the missing people.
Whoa.
That was
Interesting. How far do me and Colt make it to the shed?
At this point, we'll say you guys make it to the shed.
Okay.
I'm actually. I'll put us. Let's see. Let me quickly go through. I should have written down your fucking deck scores. What I should have done. I'm gonna put you guys in fucking dex order for a minute. Colt's at 60. Daphne's at 60. Yuna's at 60. Peter's at 75. Victor's at 60. Everybody's 60 except for Peter.
Beta.
He's
Beta.
a quick boy.
He's wicked fast.
He's wicked fast, wicked hard, and wicked fast.
Yeah.
Una can attest to that.
So yeah, you guys.
Yeah, he doesn't
I'm gonna
last
start.
long.
I will start your turn essentially at the shed. You guys kind of come up on this shed. Did I actually leave this thing right by it? I did. Yeah, you see a windowless green garden shed. The paint's peeling, the door's slightly
The
ajar.
holy football
There's
stadium is
something-
right.
Like almost sinister to this thing as it's kind of like poking out of the trees. What do you want to do? What is your action? Essentially, when you go into dex order, which happens in timed things or combat or stuff like that, you basically have like an action, so you can do like a thing.
Can you just describe the?
And some movement can be included with that.
Gotcha.
Thing.
Yeah, some inertia move. Like yeah. The thing you said was poking out of the trees. Can you describe that one more time?
Well, yeah, you guys are basically right in front of this windowless garden shed. It's kind of like because it's pretty far off the beaten path, so it's like almost in the trees, like way out of the way where no one's gonna notice it. And you know how this big ugly shed.
I immediately, without hesitation,
the door's ajar, slightly.
Thought it was a door.
So it's already open, so I just kind of push it open, just push it open, step in.
Yeah, inside the shed it's dark, and there's like a carpet of leaves and detritus covering the floor. You see throughout this thing, there's lots of tools just hang like it looks like a gardener's tool shed. You see hedge clippers, a pick, a saw, some shovels, a wheelbarrow, rakes. You're looking for some rope. I'd say there's probably some, like a couple good sized lengths of rope here. Seems like the type of thing they'd probably be used for dragging away trees and stuff like that.
Yeah, I would. I'm assuming that's my.
It's everything in here is disused, dirty, and kind of rusty. Like it hasn't been used in a
We
while.
tried to repaint this.
You want to give me a spot here?
Sure.
Just
No, you can do it too because you're right there behind him. You guys were basically like at the door of the shed when we went into dex order.
Woo. Hard success. Hard.
Yeah, those trained.
I don't see anything.
Those trained investigator eyes of Colt.
I know. I dumped into spot hidden.
Yeah, you would notice. You see all these tools and all that, but there is one spot that's empty, and you can kind of tell that it's clearly there's supposed to be an axe there, and the axe is missing. And it doesn't look like it. You don't see anything on the floor. You don't see anything like that. Doesn't seem to be anywhere to be found.
I'm assuming that me going into the door was my action.
No, you basically just walked through a door that was already open. But other than that, it's a pretty small shed. Lots of rusty tools.
I would do my first instinct is like seeing the rope, like okay. I would grab my first action. I want to grab the loppers, the big snips, the things like to trim the bushes. I'd grab that.
Yeah, because you don't have a weapon.
Yeah.
Yeah, the hedge clippers.
Yeah.
There's also a pick.
Nah, hedge
If
clippers.
you wanted to. There's like a
Hedge clippers get defensive capability.
Yep. You can grab them. They're a little rusty and whatnot, but I mean they're still serviceable.
Yeah, okay.
Still serviceable for what you need them for.
I'm assuming that's my action.
Yeah. You could even. You haven't really moved at all. Like, are you grabbing that and the
Pretty.
rope?
Yep.
Probably?
Grab that and then would start heading back toward the where Mother fell. Yeah.
Okay. So I'll take it. So pretty much everybody
Jumbo
else
circumcision. That's right.
got the same.
That's right.
Oh, I had to.
I think was it determined by the whoever's got the highest power? I think it is.
No, it's
Is it Dex?
Dexterity.
Well, that's the order, but then if they're tied, then after that there's like another score.
I mean, you can also just if everyone's, especially with if the players are all tied, you can just fucking.
Just let me toot my horn. I read the rule book like I was supposed to. I'm sorry. I'm sick of you trying to show it off, but you go ahead.
Way to read the rules.
I
nerd.
know,
Good
nerd.
job, Coke. Good job.
Teacher,
Fine.
teacher,
Yeah, I did the
homework.
homework. Yeah, go ahead. Yeah, you're fine.
I'll go. Fuck. Can I make a move? I want to go get my gun. More than anything.
I need
Go get
my
gun.
where's my
Sure.
frickin' items?
back away from this door.
Possessions. Here we go.
This tentacle thing is still creeping out underneath it.
Yeah. So you got a candle in one hand and you got the hammer in the other hand. What are you putting down to pick up that gun?
Hammer.
Yeah.
You think I'm dropping
And
my
yeah,
light
it's-
sword, sir?
Yeah, once you kind of start moving away from the door, like you start to kind of lose it in the gloom. But yeah, you can still see that there's clearly this tentacle thing sticking out from under the door. It's reaching further and further and stretching out like towards you. It doesn't seem to have given up. Yeah, it is a flexing, dripping, snaking coil of moist, darkly translucent gel.
Yeah.
Whoa.
Why does that make it worse?
Very
That
descriptive.
does make it worse.
It's goopy and oopy.
Oopie.
And there's no other way out. And
Scoopy
they're not
doopy.
back with. I'm gonna
Besides
shoot.
up.
I'm
Up or
shooting.
through.
We
Well, I'm gonna say like you picking your gun back up.
Okay, that's fine.
and
Pick
kinda
it up
moving
and then
over
backing
there.
up. That's fine. It's this tentacle, it's goopy.
Gross.
All the goopy.
Yeah, seeing
Help out would be
Victor-
nice. Help out.
because Victor didn't go with the two of them, right?
No, Victor's in the other room.
Yeah, seeing Victor like finishing up and
Well, you're not in there with Victor. You're in there with you're basically in the storage room looking down the hole at Daphne.
oh, okay, yeah. Because I was consoling Peter. Yeah, I don't really have much to do except for stay as far away from that thing as you can.
Oh,
I'm running out of real estate.
there's one other thing that we
Sounds
really should have done
disgusting.
earlier.
Oh.
Oh,
Daphne, give me a sanity roll.
I fuck.
Ah,
God damn
I was
it.
gonna forget it.
I forgot.
Yeah,
That's
I
waiting
also
for it.
forgot.
I was too concerned with the tentacle.
That's
Embrace the tentacle.
is just tentacle.
Oh, it's not good.
Oh.
Oh boy.
Why?
Oh, no.
oh,
Bu- bu- bu-
You and Peter are about to be really loaded. Lexington dies. Miss Lexington.
Oh, not that. I'm pretty sure I know it. Wow. Ooh, no. No. Wrong. I scrolled so far, I ended up in the wrong thing. Okay, some fucking bug monsters show up. In the wrong adventure now.
Oh boy.
Some fishermen on a ship.
Get comfortable right now.
Got one tapped by these gentlemen before.
Oh, no, that's... Okay. While you were rolling, I was trying to find the sanity damage. So you're gonna lose
Cool.
3. You're gonna lose 3 points of sanity.
It's less than ideal.
Ooh, that's a lot.
Okay.
But yeah, so it would be Daphne, or not Daphne. It'll be Yuna or Victor.
Victor would like, if he's
Oh.
finished
Or-
reading, he
I
would like
gotta
keep
go.
an eye on that corner and then come running to see what the commotion's all about.
Sure. Then you kind of scramble up. This probably happens at about the same time as you dealing with your own weird little tentacle thing.
Mm-hmm.
You probably just finished up with that, kind of threw the stuff at the corner, finished up like those last couple pages of your book, and then you heard someone screaming the word tentacle over in the other room. And it's like, I should probably go see what that is.
Yeah.
Flashback's the one that grabbed him.
That's true. He's the only other one that's been grabbed by some shit.
So you run in, you see Yuna kind of like peering down the hole in the floor. You see some light, kind of. Probably see a bit of Daphne and some light down below in the darkness, and some bits of coal on the floor.
Miss Lexington, are you okay?
Tentacle! Tentacle
Ten-
under the door!
Tentacle, like, is it trying to grab you?
Oh, yeah.
Ah. Lucky
Oh,
tentacle. I mean,
Lucky? I wouldn't call it lucky. This is
This is Massachusetts, sir, not Japan.
oh, right. Wrong era.
I'm assuming,
race.
Colt, you're gonna. Are you?
I was gonna quickly just take a, like in the shed. Is there anything like a crowbar or something similar to that, Beans?
You know what? Sure. There's probably a crowbar or some kind of pry bar or something there.
sounds
Yeah.
like a luck.
Well, we've established that it is
The
like
DM.
clearly like a tool shed. The only thing that's not there is an axe.
Mm-hmm.
It's missing.
Is there a crowbar on this fucking thing?
Oh, probably.
Yes.
Probably somewhere.
Anyways, yeah, I would grab that and
Start.
start heading back.
Yep. Yeah, you
Fuck is crowbar?
kind of start making your way back.
Yep. Running.
Pseudopod slithers.
That's actually not on the list.
Stretch.
It's not.
Um,
I'm gonna call it a club.
yeah, club. The like a steel, like a metal pipe would probably
Yeah.
be.
It's more for like pop and stuff, but yeah.
Is it
Oh,
called a tire iron? It might be called a tire iron. That's an old.
No, tire
no,
iron is tire.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean,
Uh,
if you were gonna hit something with it, pretty much any metal object
Yes.
like that
I'm gonna
would
call it
be
a club.
comparable.
There you go.
damage.
The metal club.
Yeah, that sounds about right. Because a crowbar is a pretty effective weapon.
Yeah.
Gordon Freeman approves.
Well, I was
So this thing snakes towards you, and attempts to grab hold of you. It kind of like starts to skitter and slither, kind of like a snake, but it starts to kind of go faster and faster, and all of a sudden it's on top of you, trying to grab a hold of you. And I'm gonna.
Do not
make,
want-
Do you want to fight back or do you want to dodge?
Do I want to fight back or dodge?
Yeah, as this thing tries to
can't-
grab you.
Yeah, I can't fight back with a firearm. I'll
Nope.
dodge.
If you fight back, you're rolling fighting brawl.
Brawl,
or you're
yeah.
rolling Or you're rolling dodge.
No, I'll dodge. No tentacles. No, thank you. Doge.
Oh!
30.
Whew.
Regular success.
30.
So yeah, this thing tries to grab hold of you, and you manage to just barely kind of slip out of its
Nope.
gooey, slippery form.
No. Shouldn't mind getting dirty, but gooey is one thing.
Oh,
another
it's
thing.
gooey.
It's moist.
That's something totally different.
Oh, it's gooey.
What is it, sticky?
I'll take us back to Peter, top of the order.
Top of the order.
Rope in one hand and
Loppers on the back, like
loppers on
yeah,
the
they're
other.
kind of like you know, like a person puts a gun behind their back.
They're like head.
Yeah,
trimmers.
they're kind of in the back of my pants, like you would put like a gangster gun or something like that.
Perfect.
Oh.
Perfect. That doesn't sound dangerous.
No, not at all. I run up to the hole and just start dropping rope.
Wow, you were a long ways from the house, so yeah. If
Okay.
You start booking it back. We'll say you get to probably the front door of the house.
Okay.
Your Colt has kind of already made it halfway back. You kind of you kind of zoom past him a little bit and make it to the front door of the house. You're booking it. You're a little
Spry.
more encouraged.
Yeah, very encouraged.
It is your mom, Dan.
Yeah. I guess open the front door if it's depending on where I am. So that would be like.
I imagine you guys didn't.
Yeah, that's fair. Yeah.
I imagine you just burst out the door.
While running,
But yeah, you basically make it to the door, to the front of the house.
I'm thinking of that guy with the rifle. I'm kind of putting my head on a swivel while I'm running. Do I see anything? Looking at us?
I give you a spot hidden.
That's what I wanted. Spot hidden. Oh.
You definitely do not see him as you're running. Yeah, you don't really notice. You probably can see through the window that. Actually, no, she didn't get it open, so there's actually no.
Yeah, she didn't open it yet. Yeah.
I was gonna say you could see what's going on in there, but now you can't. You can see that Victor is no longer in the study as you're kind of running up to with that extreme success. He is. You imagine he's probably over there trying to help.
Concerning. All right. Yep.
Because he is not sitting at that desk.
Run up
anymore.
as far as I can up to that point, looking around, and that ends my turn.
So we'll say Daphne. You get this thing right in your face.
That's right, Nixie.
Kind of coming after.
I'm like,
Is this a new turn? New turn of Doodle Noodle?
this is my gang sign, by the
No,
way.
he's still right there.
No, but I
My
went
scissors
first
for my
in the
loppers.
round.
No, you went second. You went after Peter.
Oh, excuse me. No,
Peter's
yeah.
the fastest.
I thought he was the bottom, and I had it backwards. There's nowhere to go.
There you go. Just be like this guy.
I love that there are gifts now in this. This alone makes the portal better because you can describe an emotion so much better.
Just be one with the noodle.
He doesn't want to be.
God,
one
I
with the
want to
noodle.
do a job where I love it that much. Damn.
You want to do a what?
A
Sorry?
job in real life that pays it I enjoy
Oh,
that much.
Yeah.
God, I would love it. I want to have that much fun.
There's nowhere to go.
So much fun.
There's still
Nowhere to
some
run to,
room
nowhere
kind
to
of
hide.
back up. The hole's still behind you, right above the big coal piles. You can kind
He's
of start
hypnotic.
scrambling up the coal pile towards it.
Does he have a despicable me?
Yeah, but
Beyond
there's
that,
still
there's-
no.
He's got a
Unless you
despicable
were-
that
me
the
stuff
rope is anywhere
plushie behind
nearby.
him.
There's no word from anywhere that's safety aside from stay away from that thing. Oh.
You could probably look up the hole and see a little bit of light, and you see Yuna and Victor looking down at you.
Hello.
Probably
Hi.
giving you a thumbs up, you're
Tentacle,
doing good.
tentacle.
Actually,
You need to climb out.
in fact,
Help
you
it-
two.
Help is on its
Oh.
way.
In fact, you two, Victor and
Oh no.
Victor and Yuna. Yeah, at this point, because she's sort of backed up past this table and this thing followed her, you can kind of see it. Actually, you know what?
Ugh.
Let's be fair. Give me spot hidden rolls. See how.
Oh,
well you can see what's
no.
going on
That's
down there.
evil.
We don't want to win.
Oh shit!
Oh no.
Oh, that Victor is certain that's what tried to grab him. That is. Oh, that's definitely
Grin
some
on
kind of
Kevin's
noodle.
face.
Give me sanity roll as the
Does
realization
he get a negative
washes
bonus?
over.
Oh,
you.
Does he
no.
get a negative bonus because he's like extremely successful at saying it?
No. And he succeeded. So yeah, you're gonna lose one save.
Oh. I want more crazy.
Just one.
Ugh.
As you realize, you kind of realize like that has to be it. That has to be what tried to grab you. Now it's trying to go after Daphne, and she's like kind of
Noodle man.
slipping and sliding from it. So Daphne, what do you want to do down there?
I'm just trying to look at the type of gun this is again. Fitz, Colt, snub-nosed.
It's a 38 revolver.
Yeah.
It's a Colt 38.
Yeah.
The extra things don't mean it. The extra things are just flavor.
No, it's
a
just
Colt
like
38.
flavor.
The
Trying to
D10.
see-
The D10 gun.
Yeah, but how many? Can I full auto this thing? Does it have
It's a revolver, so yeah, you'd be able to shoot it
Mhm.
once, or you'd be able to shoot it 3 times.
3 times? Yeah.
With if
No,
you
it's
just sprayed it.
3. As if he's gonna let loose. This thing is kind of hard to see in the mark, anyways.
Can't really make that.
Yeah,
so
well,
it
it's
should-
right up in your grill, and you've got
Gotta make that
candle in
bigger.
your hand, so you can see it.
Oh, then I'm just gonna shoot once. If I have a defined target, if I couldn't really see it through the murk and the
There you
goo
go.
and the dark,
Better.
I would just kind of spray wildly.
Giggle.
If I have a defined target, she's got some gun training. If she could see what it is, she could just shoot once.
Well, you do all. Yeah, you know that because it's also close range, you'll get a bonus die.
Okay, that was gonna be my next question. If I'm pointing,
So if you spray, you will get a penalty
Flat
die
roll.
for.
Yeah.
well, it'd be
so
a flat because
So they will be flat. If
Yeah.
you shoot once, you will have a bonus die because of close range.
So I'm gonna shoot once.
Give me a firearms roll with the thing.
Oh no.
Luck?
No. Oh, you can if you want to. Yes.
Yeah.
You can
I'll
spend
put
luck
8. I'll
on.
put 8 luck.
Yep. You can absolutely spend luck on combat rolls.
46 down to 38 luck
Mm.
to hit. It's a D10 plus damage bonus or something with this one. Where's my possessions?
Well, it'll be
Combat.
it'll just be a D10 roll.
Yeah,
you
just a
won't-
D10.
It's not like an extreme, so you don't get piercing.
Nope. 3 points. Of
Single
shoot
action,
damage.
double action. A single. I am particularly like when you do like the Winchester style, in particular. I don't know. I'm not that much of a gun nut to know if the Winchester has a double action. They probably do. But where it's like a single shot where you crank.
Fortunately, the
Crank.
way they did the super pods,
I like that.
the way they did,
I think that's really satisfying. I did that with one rifle with a 22 one
the way
time.
they did the friggin' stat.
That was really
blocking here
fun.
is kind of shitty. 'Cause
Kinda
it's
shoopy.
It's missing a lot of information that you should. Oh, there's its dodge. There we go. So you just blast into this thing,
Oh.
and you see like a bit of goo kind of spray from like the gunshot, but it doesn't.
I hit it!
It doesn't seem to really be all that effective.
I hit it. It didn't seem to give a shit.
Yeah, it really didn't seem to give a shit. But you definitely did hit it, and you see like a little bit of a kind of a mark. You might see like your bullet.
Yeah, it could be lever action.
Where it went in.
Oh. It stopped like a Jello
Like I said, I'm
pudding.
not that
Yeah,
big
it's
of a
like
gun nut to
ballistics
know,
gel.
but whatever that is, I
Oh
like.
no.
Well, I'll burn it with my cigarette.
Is it flammable?
Yeah, I can't move because that was my thing to shoot it.
I mean, you can still move.
Okay, I'll just try to back up into the
Yeah.
as far as I can.
Why
My
don't you
move is
give as you're
six.
kind of like backpedaling up this coal pile. Why don't you give me a dexterity check?
Yeah. Oh yeah, she's not paying no attention.
You're
dexterity.
also kind of like crawling up a loose
Oh.
pile of coal, basically.
Oh no.
Yeah, and you lose some footing, and you don't really get too far, and you kind of end up like on your back, prone,
Mm-hmm. Oh, stay back! Stay back!
as you're just kind of wildly pointing this,
Do I
this
maintain
gun at
grip
the...
on my gun and candle?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
you're just kind of like prone on your back, like lying on the pile of coal as your feet kind
As a
of sunk
tentacle
into it a bit.
approaches your crotch.
As a tentacle approaches.
Daddy tentacle, no!
I don't need a
you lock
third
your knees
brother.
together. So that'll take us to either Colt or Yuna or
No, Daddy tentacle, please, no.
Gotcha, Nixion.
any of the three that ain't Peter.
Um,
Anything you guys want to do? I imagine Colt's will
Colt's
be easy. He's
coming
booking
back.
it for the
Gotcha,
house.
Nixion.
I'm just coming back.
That
I don't know
makes
if he'd
sense.
actually be booking it necessarily. He doesn't know you're in danger.
That's true.
I just know you fell down in a hole.
I
And
heard the gunshot.
yeah, I guess, I guess if I
you know
heard
what?
the
You would have
gunshot-
heard a gun. You would have definitely heard that
If I heard a
gunshot ring
gunshot,
out.
I would have started hurrying. Yeah, that's fair. It would have changed my plans and sped me
I was
up.
agreeing with you for a hot sec. I'm like, fuck no.
That's fair. Well,
Gotcha,
yeah, I mean,
Nixion.
Well, I mean,
Yeah.
Peter's
That's
the
why
one
it's
with
a
the
double
rope, so
action. The
Peter's
one
you
pull
really
does
want
two
back
different
there.
actions. One firing, the other recocking.
yeah, I'm an old geezer.
Yeah, that's a good way to
Fast.
remember that.
being quite the intelligent person. And
Getting a little more dire.
listening to
music.
these explanations of what it is, what it looks like. I'm gonna go trudging back off like quick pace to where the where Colt said that the salt was.
Did he tell you about the salt?
And he did.
Yeah, we did.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mentioned there was salt by a door.
Me and Yuna also walked into him sprinkling my mother with the salt.
Just throwing salt at him. Yeah.
I salted.
You
Daff.
assaulted me. You bastard.
he's a peanut.
You shouldn't have shouted nodded it.
So yeah, I want to head back there and even like probably take 2 turns or something, but head back there, find a bowl or some kind of
Well, I think it's just a line on the
cup or
ground.
something. Yeah, I want to scoop
Oh,
it up
gotcha,
into
gotcha.
the bowl.
Yeah. So yeah, you can make it back into the kitchen. Start looking around in the kitchen.
Wicked
You could
smart.
wouldn't be too hard for you to find a cup or a bowl or something like that.
Yeah.
There's an empty container that used to have coffee in it.
I will say Colt kind of books it back in. You probably make it the rest of the way in. You probably make it to the hallway just in time to see.
That's true, but he's got a candle in his hand.
Basically, go running
And
out
is an old
start heading
lady.
towards the kitchen.
As Colt's running into the
But yeah, I hear you.
house, he'd be like, "Whoa, what the
I think
fuck
this is
going on?
1925 is the time.
Shot the gun."
Tentacle! Just constantly screaming, tentacle! Tentacle!
Reflecting things. This is a tentacle thing. I might have seen it myself. It's down there. It's attacking her. We have to get in there and save her.
I shot it! I shot it! Tentacle!
Is it
Colt's
dead?
right.
It's really rough.
No! Very
That's
much
why he's
no.
screaming tentacle.
Well, it wasn't a very effective shot then.
Shoot it
Like
better.
Miss Stevenson's Jello salad, thick as
Oh.
fuck.
Oh no, not the Stevenson's Jello salad.
Mm.
I don't know any of these fucking fancy people.
Revolutionary bad salad. You don't want it.
You kind of like look down there to see what's going on.
Oh, is it my turn? Am I able to get there?
Yeah, I'll tell you, manage your because you had already kind of ran like halfway back on like your other turn.
Oh, sure. Okay, yeah. I figured Peter would get there.
Sure.
before me.
Yeah, give me a spot hidden roll as you kind of like looking down, straining your eyes in the darkness down in the cellar there. See what's going
The
on.
one thing
Gotcha,
I don't
Nixion.
fail usually.
Mm-hmm. Let's see, baby.
Oh, I failed it.
You had to go and save her.
Yeah.
Nope,
Yeah, you
that's a
can
good
kind of
thing.
see. It's tough to tell what's going on down there. You see Daphne like pretty much right below you, and you see the shadows are moving kind of weird, but you can't really make out like what she's talking about. And
God
tentacle.
damn
And,
it.
because it's
Kinda
still
just looks
it's
like
still
a
a few
critter.
feet. It's still a few feet back because
Kinda looks like a
did get a little
critter.
bit away from it.
Go! Oh,
Victor,
not
you want to
stop.
do anything?
I'm just a bug.
Do I see anything that would it? No, is the hole big enough that I could throw something past and not be at risk of hitting Daphne?
Be a real tough throw. I mean, you can throw. There's all sorts of stuff in here you can throw. All sorts of junk and.
Oh no!
No, but it's just I was just saying well, I'll try and throw something at him. Like, wait, how big is this hole? Am I gonna like bonk?
I mean, it's like a Daphne.
instead?
It's like a Daphne-sized hole, probably a little bigger.
Daphne's
Yeah.
not very big.
Yeah.
Oh, my
The other-
face!
The other
Can
question
I-
is, can you really see properly but where you're throwing it at?
Well, no. That's why I caught myself. Like, I realized afterwards because he had said earlier when she was down there, like a spotlight of light coming in, kind of thing. And so that's why all of a sudden I was like, oh shoot, yeah, no, the hole's probably not very big.
Yeah, it's
So
a little bigger than her. It's probably
Yeah.
like a few feet around, but that's about it.
can I like kneel down and try and like pull away any extra like loose boards that are like jaggy or anything that she might get caught on trying to come up?
Try to
Ooh.
like shore up the hole. Sure, give me
That's a good idea.
Give me an intelligence roll, I guess, to kind of. This would probably be intelligence. Is probably the best thing to have you roll for that. As you're trying to kind of.
There you go, Nixions.
Pretty nice.
Yeah, you managed to cut. You're kind of like checking all the boards, trying to find like the strongest part. Make sure that where you guys
It's
pull
also
her up
in
is just gonna
Boston,
also
so
collapse
and
the
certain
second she
regions
gets
have
puts
different
some weight on
popularity
it.
at different times, right?
And yeah,
Good roll,
you
good roll.
managed to figure out like, oh yeah, this area here, kind of right in front of us, is good and
Okay.
solid. There ain't
Okay,
gonna
right
be
here.
any-
This is right. This is the spot.
There ain't gonna be any shenanigans with the floor in the spot where you're gonna pull her up. The tentacle's gonna
Tentacle's gonna tentacle.
tentacle.
The joy in your
Makes me
voice.
Scared.
Um,
Makes me scared.
so yeah, as you're kind of like looking at you could clearly see now, Colt. 'Cause you could kind of see Daphne. You couldn't really see what else was going on down there, but now there's clearly some kind of
Slither.
semi-transparent tentacle thing that is now just slithered in and is trying to wrap itself around Daphne.
What the
Please
fuck?
give me a sanity roll.
Go.
That's a fail.
I think I'm the only one that hasn't. Oh no, I guess Peter hasn't actually seen it.
Nope.
That's gonna be 3 points of sanity loss, and you just kind of, it's sort of like an involuntary action. You feel like your body kind of start to tense up and freeze
Ugh.
as you're like, that ain't no like killer, that ain't no thug that you can just shoot down. Like, what is this thing?
That ain't no rattlesnake.
That ain't no rattlesnake. Um,
This isn't kosher rules.
Good tentacle. Your voice is getting hoarse.
Tentacle.
You're screaming that. I'm sitting going, man, rattlesnake's actually really good in real life.
Goddamn Floridians. Eating fucking snake. You ain't supposed to eat that.
I eat a few, actually, different kinds. Not bad.
so is going to attempt to grab
It's
you
in picture
again,
as fish,
Daphne.
funny
You
enough.
want to attempt to dodge.
White flaky meat.
It's gonna get a
Yeah, I'm gonna
bonus
dodge.
die. It's gonna get a bonus die because you're prone.
Prone. Where's my dog? Where's my dog? Dodge. Come on, baby. No ammo. Oh, that's so bad.
Oh boy.
That ain't,
no.
no, that is just a
It's
fail.
just a fail.
Not,
Just a
not
fail.
a fumble.
I have a 50 in the score, so it's not a fumble.
You feel the pseudopod just start wrapping itself around you as it
It's got me!
grapples you.
It's got me.
And that is all it's gonna do. Peter.
Well, hang the fuck off.
I run as
Peter.
quickly as possible to the hole. I see what's going on, and I look to Colt and be like, hold on to this rope. And I kind of toss one end of the rope, and I toss the other end of the rope down there. And,
Give me a throw roll.
sure. Is that...
See how there's an actual thing called throw.
Okay. That's what I was wondering. Boom. Ooh.
Yeah, so you just kind of toss it in, and it lands like a couple of feet away from Daphne.
Okay.
kind of like, oh, it's like it might be arm's length away, might be just within her reach.
So I run up, look to Colt, throw him one end, throw the other end down. That's my actions throwing it, and then I'm kind of screaming out to Mother, be like, Mother, grab the rope! I'm coming down! Grab the rope! I'm coming! That's probably all I can do.
Well, are you gonna like also hold on to the rope with Colt, or like by coming, do you mean like you're planning to jump down there and help her?
If I will hold the rope with Colt, but if I don't hear a response, the next turn I'm jumping down there. Like I'm gonna go get my mama.
Because like I'll give you a jump, because it's more of a fall than really a jump. So it's, I mean, I'll give you that if you're heading down there now.
Style.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I'm gonna give it one turn, and then if I don't give a
Okay.
response, then I will. Peter will definitely do that.
Okay. Are you also holding onto the rope with Colt, or is Colt doing all the roping?
He's got the best probably grip on it. I'll have like where he's got the main grip.
He's behind
I'm like
me.
kind of pull rope. I'm kind of.
I mean, yeah, because like more than one person can hold a.
Yeah,
So I'm just wondering, are you letting him do
He's
it
got the
all, or
lion's
you-
share, and I've got the backup.
Okay, because yeah, I'll give him like if you're also grabbing onto this rope, if there's a yank and roll, I'll give him a bonus die for the extra.
Yeah, I'm definitely holding on to it because I'm calling out to Mother like grab it, and if she does not grab it, well then I'm going to get her.
We've been going with Daphne first each time, so that seems fair. Daphne,
It's gonna get real hentai
there's a
real
rope.
soon.
You see
real
a
quick.
rope just plop, plop down a few feet away from you, probably like 3 feet. It's like just.
I don't mean to interrupt them talking.
Just like kind of arm's length away.
But speaking of hentai,
And you're also kind of
And gun
wrapped up in
talk.
this tentacle.
I guess Peter doesn't see this tentacle around him.
you had to say hentai, so I had to do
You
it.
know what? I guess, did he look
Yeah,
the way?
assuming he's
Because the
looking.
way. Well, I'll give you a spot hidden, because the way he kind of described it also made it sound like he just threw an end down.
Yeah,
the
yeah,
hole
that's
and
exactly
then-
right.
And then shoved the other. He kind of almost.
You blindly threw a rope down?
Well, he's in a panic.
I'm gonna
Oh, no
panic
big.
for my mother. I don't think there's anything. I don't know
It
there's
is
anything
just a-
down there. I know that she fell, and I heard commotions at a gunshot.
Yeah, it is justifiable that he's like so panicked that he's
Fair,
like just
fair.
tossed one end down the
He's
hole.
already insane.
and
Still
also,
screaming, tentacle!
and also, hearing the gunshot, he knows that mother probably shot at a rat or something. Is all skittish because it's creepy crawlies.
Yeah, so
Rats
give me a
do
spot.
not
Give me a
bother
spot
Daphne
hidden roll.
Lexington, sir.
We'll let the dice decide. We'll say, well, give me a spot hidden roll. We'll see if you kind of, as you kind of glance down the hole to.
To toss. You mean me? Okay,
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, you, sir.
Yeah, you. Because you haven't seen
Misa?
the temple
The one
yet.
time I would like to
No,
fail.
no, me
Those-
from the kitchen.
The one time I would like to fail.
You used to see the tentacle, okie day.
Yeah, you were in such a panic and such a rush, and you kind of do a double take and kind of look back down as you're holding on to the rope. There's some kind of tentacle grabbing your mom.
Yeah.
That's gonna be a sanity
That's
roll.
That's not good.
That tentacle's. That's a
You
tentacle
fucking say it
grabbing
like
your
that.
mom.
There's a tentacle grabbing your mom. A tentacle has your mother in its grasp. There's a tentacle got your mama.
Yeah, you're gonna lose 1 point of sanity.
Woo.
Oh.
That's like one of those ones where I really wanted a sanity break.
Not tentacling my
Peter
mom.
would've-
No.
Peter would have swan dove into that fucking hole.
Oh yeah, I
Yup.
would have.
Okay, so that's Peter. So it's the rest of you. So Daphne, yeah, you got this rope.
Grab
You
the
heard-
rope.
And you hear Peter frantic yelling.
Mom,
up
grab
above.
the rope.
So you got some choices. You could try to fight your way out of this tentacle. You can try to grab for this rope.
It's got me. It's got me.
Oh god.
I don't think that by.
Peter here. That's not
I don't
good.
think it's gonna let go of me if I grab the rope, and I don't know if you're gonna be able to pull against. Does it have me and like is pulling me? Is it constricting me?
It's kind
Holding
of
me in
constricting
place?
at the moment.
But it
Like it's
feels
wrapping
like.
itself around you.
Does it feel like a blood pressure cuff or like tighter?
It's
Tight
like
around my leg.
probably like a snake wrapped around you, like a big old python. Except except skinnier and gooier.
Gooier.
Like a slimy python. Like it's gone and wrapped itself around you.
I can still see my bullet sitting in it. I'm gonna reach. I'm gonna reach for the rope.
Sure. Why don't you give me a dexterity check to kind of, as you wiggle and squirm,
Jim
and
Jam
your
with the
fingertips
cat.
claw at this rope that's kind of just out of reach.
Oh, that's so bad. Can I push?
Absolutely. You could push that roll. I'll say you could push that, or you could spend the luck.
14 luck. 14 luck, or I have to roll more dice. 14 luck.
Okay, sure.
14 luck.
With a
sir.
success, your fingernails just dig into the side of this rope, and you kind of just scooch it, and you've got it. You got a hand on it, and you kind of
I've-
pull it
I've got the
towards you. You
rope.
got
I've got the
two
rope.
hands on it.
I've got the rope. Pull me up.
So we'll take it over to I guess who wants to go
I guess I'll go. 'cause
between
I'm
the
the one
two
that's
of you,
holding
between
the rope.
Victor and Victor and Colt.
Colt can start pulling, and what I'll do is like when I see him start to pull, is like I'll reach my hands and try and reach for Daphne's
Oh, okay.
hands, arms, whatever.
Yeah, you're like laying on your stomach, reaching down while we're pulling up.
Okay, so Colt, if you're, it's gonna be your go. You're reeling this fish in.
Yeah.
All right, give me a strength roll with a bonus die because Peter's got a hold of this thing too, and he's helping me. He's a big strong.
Oh yeah.
Here we go.
Let's go. Yeah.
62, baby.
Yep. Yeah, you start pulling, and Daphne, you feel this rope going taut in your hands. I need you to give me a strength roll.
Such a penis. I just picked up my drink. Strength, you say?
Yeah, you feel
Hold
this rope
on.
getting pulled like out of your hands.
Yeah.
Hard
Yeah,
success.
with a hard success. Daphne has this rope in a death grip.
For her life.
And you are, for a moment, like time slows down and you are just floating in the air. The rope pulling you up, the tentacle pulling you back down, and you are stuck in the middle of this.
Oh no.
And I'm going to roll strength for the tentacle.
If I get ripped in
and-
half, I'm gonna be very upset.
Am I still able to touch her? Like
Yo,
grab her?
she's not within your reach yet.
Okay.
You got a front row seat to this. You're watching like she's up off the ground now, being pulled by the rope, and the tentacles pulling like onto her. Like no, mine. And they pull and rip you free of the tentacles' grasp. And as they start you kind of swing a little bit as you hang onto this rope, and you're getting hauled up. And at this point, like Victor uses his turn to kind of grab hold of you as you get to like the lip of the hole and starts dragging you up, and you all manage to haul Daphne back up into the storeroom and up out of the hole.
Mother, are you okay?
And she's
I begin cradling her right away.
Yes, like I was helping her up out of the hole as you guys are lifting, so she's not like dragging on the boards and stuff like that. So you guys are like taking her from the front. I got like a hand on her, from behind on her shoulder. Are you okay, Miss Lexington?
Victory.
Oh, I shot it,
What was it?
and it
You know
just
what?
went into it like the Stevenson's Jello pudding. It was.
you can all probably see, like all of you at the lip, you kind of see that this thing is still tentacles kind of like slowly it's kind of like snaked up kind of like towards the hole.
Oh,
Like
we
it's
gotta-
reaching.
We gotta
From-
move.
Back up, back up, back up.
That takes us over to
Me.
Yuna. She's got a bowl in her hand. Did you want it to like scoop up the salt and throw it in the bowl?
Scoop up as much as I can.
Yeah, you start scooping it up. You get pretty much all of it in there.
And then
And
head
as you're-
back.
And as you're kind of like, you take like a step, you like a couple steps towards the hallway door, and then you just hear like a bang. And you kind of look over your shoulder, and that door is now open.
Oh no.
And you see tentacles. You
No.
see more than tentacles.
Oh,
Oh no!
You see Cthulhu.
You see this mass of
Oh god.
I scrolled in way too far.
you see there's a good description
Oh
of,
my goodness.
you see a nightmare pool of abhorrent corruption, a bubbling morass of translucent greenish gel in which swirl air pockets, sickly pus-like matter, and the bobbing, decomposing, boneless cadavers of its recent prey.
Oh.
Ghastly pink mouths and bloated black-eyed organs slowly form and dissolve out of the amorphous mass of the creature. Its eyes see the world in an inhuman way, but have some small ability to recognize hidden prey or traps. First of all, give me a sanity.
yeah, I would think so.
This one's
It's so bad.
Oh no. I
Oh
feel
boy.
oh no.
Oh dear.
Oh dear.
Oh no, this one's a 2d10.
Oh shit. No.
Sanity?
Yeah, you're gonna lose 11 points
Oh
of
my
sanity.
God.
That bad. That real
That's-
bad.
Doesn't that put you in like temporary insanity or something like that?
It'll definitely be. Well, is that enough to? Is that a fifth of your? Oh, I can just look it up. Have your things listed.
My sanity.
That is not
70.
a fifth. It is
At least 6. though.
possibly enough for a bout of madness. So you're gonna have to
Yeah.
give me an intelligence roll. You want to fail this roll?
If it's 11, it's pretty much 1/7, roughly. You're ignoring the 1.
No, because a seventh.
Yeah,
It-
yeah.
it's a
Well,
fifth.
yeah.
She's the only one that wouldn't get one shot from this because she had pretty high sanity.
yeah.
So give me an
An
intelligence roll.
roll, and I want to fail it.
You
That's
want
gonna
to
be-
you want to fail this
That's gonna be tough.
Mm-hmm.
as your mind tries to comprehend what it is looking at.
Here goes.
Oh.
No.
Your mind opens up to the possibilities of what this could be, and just, it doesn't find anything. Does not compute. This is unlike anything that should exist in this world, natural or not. And you suffer a bout of madness.
And because of his madness, he's not able to let us know what just happened, right?
Hey Kev, try and sound a little fucking happier about it. What? Jesus Christ, you can hear your boner from here.
I can hear the ding.
Yeah. I no. What would have been fun is if Daphne got that door open and found it down there.
Oh.
That's what would have been the ding. Good one for this. As an involuntary action as part of this, you just begin to scream, just at the top of your lungs, the most blood-curdling, just
My leg keeps falling asleep.
unnatural, just
Stop.
scream, and it's just
Okay.
constant
I hate it.
and long.
Well, I'm
Um,
not going to because my daughter's asleep. But
Well, yeah, but your character does. It's just like
There you go.
it's just primal. Like it's just this uncontrollable, just scream. And you are going to, as your bout of madness is going to,
You pee your pants.
well, that
Quite
happens too.
literally.
But I mean,
I
that's a
basically
given.
did.
You are going to, just you fall prone, like just onto your ass, and you just start kicking and like just without even any thought, you just instinctively just start scooting and like curling back
No.
towards you.
Get away. It's gross. It's ugly.
Like
Get
you just
away
an
from me.
absolute terror response just to get away from this thing. Give me a luck roll. There are 2 doors behind you. One door leads out to the hallway and the back door. One door leads to the ice box.
No.
Oh no!
Take your chances with the monster.
Oh god.
You
I
throw
can't,
yourself into the
I'm-
you throw yourself into the little pantry where the ice box is with the rotting meat and slam the door shut and just like push yourself up against the door.
This is all basically part of my madness. I
I
Yep.
know.
Oh.
can't control. Well, I mean, I could, but
I
No,
give
it
you
makes-
I give you a luck roll to see which of the two
No,
doors
for
you
sure.
headed out.
totally makes sense. Now, the important. Can I make another luck roll? The important thing is, did I keep the salt in the?
Sure, give me another luck roll. See if you kind of like, because you kind of felt like
Oh.
Oh yeah.
sure. Yeah,
You
there was
gained-
like
you
some
somehow gained
weird.
more salt.
There was some sort of like weird instinctive feeling you had where like this was important, and like you just kind of clutched the bowl as you like scooted back into this room. So yeah, it's like clutched in between your arms, like you got it clutched tight to your chest. This like bowl full of salt. We'll say it's like a good, almost a fist-sized big clump of it.
Yeah.
That's gonna basically be you.
Yeah, I would think so.
That's everybody. What's the dex on the spawn? What's the main body? What is its dex? Its dex is 10. It's a very slow dex. It's a slow, quivering entity. A couple of pseudopods will be with it. Its attacks with oh, there's a roll for how many pseudopods it has with it. Okay. Give me a strength roll, Jimmy. You are pressed up against this door. You
Oh,
start to
that's
feel.
way high.
You start to feel batter. Oh, yeah. You start to feel
Way
battering
high.
against the door as these, like it almost feels like two fists are just slamming against the door. And yeah, they kind of start busting through it, and your ability to hold back this door is
Mute.
not good. He's not good, but they
Wow.
start just kind of bashing this door down around you. That's the other pseudopod starts to worm its way up out of this hole, and it kind of starts like going for Daphne's foot again, and it basically gets itself and starts to
No.
loom over Daphne again as she's kind of like lying at the mouth of this pit. And it's not gonna. It was far enough that I'm not gonna say it's gonna be able to grab you, but it basically gets up to you and like looms over you, and
It's there.
you have this like psychic premonition that it wants to yank you back down into the darkness below.
Weird.
Peter? Oh, actually, what the
Mhm.
quivering mass, we'll call it.
Oh.
I mean, it has a name. You know what its name is.
Is
but
the name gross?
is something. It starts to basically just envelop. It pretty much fills the kitchen as it just keeps out of the cellar door, and it just starts to fill up the kitchen as it's hunting its prey that the pseudopods are opening up for it. Peter.
Upon
Yeah, you hear your wife
I hear the
screaming.
wife, and then I all of a sudden see the pseudopod thing, the tentacle thing, reaching up over toward my mother. My instinct will be to grab the
It's a tough choice. Mom
I'm
or
gonna
wife.
grab the.
You can always get new wife.
I'm gonna.
Can't get new mom.
I'm gonna grab the loppers from my bag. Kind of,
Ida, save Yuna.
and I'm gonna lop the thing I see right in front of me. Try to scissor it.
Ooh, give me a fighting brawl roll.
Oh, we're scissoring.
That's right.
Scissor me timbers. Scissor me timbers.
You said a fighting brawl.
Fighting
Where
brawl.
would that be?
It should be in your combat tab.
If you go to combat, it should be on there under the items you have.
Fighting brawl. Okay. Boom. Oh, it's good. It's good. It's
That's-
beautiful.
Yeah.
I'm gonna say it's not really in a position to try to grab you, so I'm not gonna use fight back. Its dodge is not very good actually. That was a fail. So yeah, you're gonna lop at it. We'll say that thing. I don't know. We'll say that type of a thing. We'll say is like a 1d8. Give me 1d8.
Yeah.
Yeah. So you kind of you get your rusty shears around this thing and chink, and you kind of get it in there, and the sides dig into this thing, and you kind of start like crushing it like a big clamp.
Apply tennis damage.
But it's not. It's not cutting through it. It's not. It's really not doing a whole heck of a lot to it. It's just you can see the edges of it are biting in, and
like a lobster.
Like it's kind of slitting in a little bit, but it's like almost like more like you're pinching it than anything else.
They're not very sharp.
No.
And it just doesn't seem to be.
Get away from my mother! That'll end my turn.
You would also see, maybe you see at this point, you're right up close to this thing, giving it all you got. You see a bullet floating in kind of the middle of it.
Oh, shit.
Daphne.
You see your stunning son while you're laying prone as I'm trying to lop the tentacle that tried to attack you.
If anything, yeah, he's not doing a whole lot of damage to this thing, but he's kind of
Wrangling
it with the.
I'm wrangling it.
So you might be able to kind of help steer it from being able to come after you guys, because I would imagine you chopped probably like pretty close to the end of it, like whatever was like right in front of you.
Yeah, whatever.
So you've grappled the tentacle back at this point with your shears.
In Boston, we grapple you.
Right.
You hear your future daughter-in-law just screaming her lungs out from the kitchen, like just.
I can only do one thing at a time.
Like not even like a scared, like just the most horrific screams you've ever heard.
Peter, Yuna's in danger.
I've seen a ghost.
Get to her! I got this! Get to her!
Like
I'm
it's
running.
almost like
towards
I'm
her.
being boiled alive kind of screams.
I'm gonna
Yeah.
run
They're just
towards
horrific.
the kitchen.
Blood curdling.
Yeah. So as you kind of scramble up to your feet, start taking off towards the kitchen, you just see the mass of this thing has just filled the kitchen. I need you to give me a sanity roll.
Oh no! Yuna!
As you look upon this thing, this form.
Yes.
That is going to be 1d4 on a success.
Oh, I don't like that.
Oh, that's a 4. You're going to lose 4
Ooh.
points of sanity.
I took 3 earlier.
Oh no.
That take you to.
Still have him take 13.
Yours was at 55.
It was at
to start.
55.
So you needed
Now
to
I'm
take.
at
You need to take
40.
11 total for you.
I'm at 48 now. Yeah, because it wasn't in one hit.
It'd be 5 in one hit to cause a bout of
Yuna?
madness.
Yuna?
But yeah, you see this thing, and yeah, you start running. You can get like all the way to the kitchen door, and this gelatinous blob, this thing that's kind of like the tentacles, but worse in every way that is imaginable, is filling the kitchen. Like
Do I see
floor
her
to
anywhere?
ceiling. No, you don't see her at all.
Can I shoot, or is running there
Give
my
me
John?
give me a listen roll.
Okay.
Because I would imagine she's probably still like kind of screaming in that from the pantry.
Screaming. Just
Nope. 43.
completely.
You can
completely
kind of probably
veered
hear
out of
the
my mind.
a bit of muffled sounds, like she's still alive somewhere, but you don't know where.
Mm.
You can't really pinpoint where it is, but you do kind of faintly hear her. Or maybe this
Thank
thing's
you.
just making that noise, and it just sounds like her.
Salt was.
It's a mimic.
Salt has got to be like, it's got to be a deterrent. It has to be. And the salt's gone from the kitchen. The only place we found it in this house so far is that room.
It's on your
that I
face.
fucking,
It's on your face, so just stick your face on it.
Yeah,
You're
like
you're a
4
little
fucking
bit-
4
Just
salt
kidding.
crystals are on my face.
You throw each
Pee
one
on
of them,
it!
each one of them
Each
like a
one
bolt.
individually.
it!
1, 2, 3, 4. Yeet. Not knowing where she is. Daphne probably not fully grasping the salt, like, oh, just, over the shoulder for a bit of luck. all that nonsense. Just gonna unload her gun
Yep. Give me
somewhere
three-
around here. Where
you're
are
doing
you?
the 3 shots, I'm guessing.
3 shots at a
Uh,
penalty die, assumedly for each.
Flat roll because you're within.
Am I close enough? Okay.
Oh yeah, you're point blank.
Okay, first one.
I think it's like 15 yards or something like that. Well, it depends on the gun.
Ooh.
Yeah.
I'll spend 2 luck to make that a success. For what it's worth. I'm just gonna do all the. I'll do damage after.
Oh yeah, just roll.
Oh.
Extreme
Extreme.
success.
That's pretty
Third bullet. Big fail.
good. So a success and an extreme success.
Yeah, let me just spend this 2 luck before I forget. 22 now. So that's 2d10 for
Yep.
2 hits.
Well, it'll be 10, and then
Oh, cause crit.
Yeah.
Sorry, not crit.
you're
Extreme.
a pierce from an extreme is you get a full d10 damage plus a rolled d10 on
Plus
top.
a rolled d10. But I spent 2 luck to make the first one a successful hit. So
That's just a roll of d10.
it's just a d10. So essentially, I'm gonna roll
There-
2d10 and add 10.
You never get a bonus die or a maxed out one unless you get an extreme, hard,
Yeah.
and normal success, or just
Add
a
10
flat damage
to
roll.
11, so 21
Nice.
total points of BAMF.
So yeah, you just boom, 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 and like one of them just kind of like the first 2 go up. You get one, and you see it just kind of sink in and stop like ballistics gel. You shoot the next one, and you kind of hit like some pustule thing of weird amorphous mass, and it kind of starts to spiral out inside of it as you kind of puncture this strange sac of pinkish purplish fluid that kind of starts to like vein out in different directions inside the gel. And then the third one, you just the recoil, you just put it in the ceiling
Yeah.
as you're just kind of panicking.
You will not take her. You
But
will
yeah,
not.
I mean, you maybe you hit something with that second one, and I don't know, maybe that purple stuff is something important. You don't know.
Something happened.
You
It's-
remember that like shooting the pseudopod was very ineffective.
It was very ineffectual. It was like a desperation act.
It's kind of kind of a panic response of like,
Yeah.
oh, what do I do? Boom, boom, boom.
Yeah, exactly. Don't see you in a boom boom.
Victor.
Something goopy happened.
Victor.
Something purple.
Yeah, so Victor, basically any of the rest of you, Victor. Well, we'll do unit last. Victor, Colt, or
That's it.
Well, Victor
Yeah.
would go running after Miss Lexington because he knows that his bosses would be very remiss if he had allowed anything to happen to her.
especially because
So
she's
the
rich.
safety
She's
and
very
getting
rich.
her out.
Yes. Yeah.
Well, yeah, because potential big clientele. So he would go running after her to try and like get her out of here.
Yeah, you kind of scramble up to your feet. You tear off down the hallway after you hear, as you're getting up to your feet, you hear bang, bang, bang. Like 3 shots just quickly ring out. And you kind of like charge down the hallway. And you see her just shooting at this blobby mass that's kind of like poking out through the, that's basically filling the kitchen and poking out through the door. Oh, give me a sanity roll. Give me a sanity roll.
Oh
for
no!
I'm in danger.
Mhm.
Ooh.
That's gonna be 17 points of sanity.
God,
God.
Oh my.
Oh, 2d10.
17.
Well, that's really bad.
That's funny because it's Chris and he's 17.
Yup.
Beep beep boop boop bop
well,
bop.
That's probably gonna be a indefinite mat.
Oh yeah, that's a huge chunk.
Because I know the rest of you had like 40 something sanity.
I was
It's
at
gonna be-
47.
Yeah, it's gonna
down
be
from
an
50.
indefinite mat.
Excuse
Um,
Jeez.
Can you use luck on a sanity roll?
no,
No.
you can't use anything on us. You can't push it. You can't do anything.
Gotcha. Okay.
Sanity, you get
You
what you
see
get.
freaky, you see freaky.
Mhm.
Freaky.
gonna get freaky.
It's freaky with a PH.
In more ways than one.
Yep.
I am of two minds of what to do to Chris.
That's not a good sound.
No, it's not.
Chris, as his mind breaks in two, he too is of two minds of what to do. Part of him, the lizard brain in the back of his mind says, run out of his house, hop that fence, do not stop running until you hit Gamwell, or further, just run past Gamwell, run 80 miles to Boston, if that's what it takes, and do not stop. The other part of his brain, though, is like, you feel drawn to this thing.
The one with the tentacle,
you
said earlier.
Give me you can roll anything you want. Odds, you're gonna go give it a hug. Evens, you're gonna run and not stop running until you are like in Gamwell.
That is a fitting one to. Oh no. Evens? That's good.
Evens you'd run, and
odds you hug.
Yep.
So you start heading towards Daphne to save her, and you just stop. You see this thing and you freeze, and in that moment of panic, just something snaps in your brain, and you turn around and you just run. You run for that front door. You remember the tentacle grabbing you by the leg and trying to sort of drag you away. And you're just like, I don't know who these people are. Fuck these people. Fuck this job. I don't care about the dodge. I run.
Yep.
The only thing in your mind is run.
Yeah.
Daphne, would you? Just a curious question. Would you have left the keys in your car? Would you probably have taken them with you?
Oh, they're in the purse. Olivia, you don't leave the keys in the car.
The cars have keys in the 1920s.
I think it was a crank back in the day, wasn't it?
Yeah, I don't even know if these
We'll
have keys.
we'll cross that bridge when we come to it because
If there's keys, they're in my purse. If there's
yeah,
not keys,
there's probably not keys, but I mean he is a pretty clever young lad. He might find a way to get that jumpstart that car.
Well, if his brain's telling him to run, he's just running.
Yeah, but
yes.
he might also get to get over that fence and see this is like running but faster.
yeah, look at that.
Yes,
Well-
cars in the 1920s had ignitions, therefore they had keys to.
Yeah,
You gotta start them.
You wouldn't need a key to start it. You would just
Yeah.
need like anything to turn that ignition. They're not
Pretty
they're not chipped.
Yeah.
Oh,
There was no theft in
Oh,
the
there was
back
no-
in the 20s. That
Well,
hadn't been
there
invented
was.
yet.
There was theft. Just there was no chipped
No, we wiped out the
keys.
pirates, and then everything was fine.
Everything was fine
so
after.
this leaves us to Colt. Colt, what do you want to do?
Yeah, well, Colt already knows he's like not in his playing field at all.
You
Like,
hear
He's seen
you
tentacles.
hear horror.
He's
you
heard
hear
horror everywhere.
and you also probably just saw
Young
you
Victor.
saw your little ward Mason there sprint out of the room to help Daphne and then just immediately turn tail and run faster than you've probably ever seen anyone run in your life. Like just
Colt's
like
gonna
not
do
not the
fucking
kind of
same
run you
thing.
run a race, like the kind of run where it's like it's them or me kind
Colt's
of run.
gonna do the same thing. He's putting blinders on and he's running out the front door. He's heading towards the front gate.
Okay. Yeah. You
Colt, where you going? Help me!
you-
Get this
You
car!
gotta go.
He is tucking tail and running. He is out of his league. He hunts humans, not fucking monsters.
Do you
He finds humans. Sorry.
do you like push your way past? Because you can easily go past Vincent because he kind of went up the hall and back. Do you push past him or do you kind
Past
of
who?
like help Vincent,
Victor.
young Mason there?
Victor.
Victor, whatever.
Vincent.
The other V name. That guy.
Yeah.
Book nerd.
Yeah. I was actually gonna say before he went, like, Victor, we need to leave. Like
Okay.
like
Yeah, it's because it's
Colt
more of
knew
like
he was out of his element.
yeah. 'Cause that's what I'm wondering is if you just budge past him and run.
No. I would help him
Separately?
if he's trying to leave. I would help him leave.
Okay. Yeah. So yeah, you catch up to him pretty quick and you can see as you're kind of running with him.
And I'd be
But
yelling,
there's
"We gotta
just
go,
the
we
eyes
gotta
are
go."
blank. Like the lights are on, but nobody's home. He's just pure instinct at this point,
Cool.
running.
I'd be screaming at everyone like, we gotta leave, we gotta leave,
Yeah. So you
and I'd be heading towards the front gate.
You guys basically get to the front door of the house. You could have gotten further, but you're staying to kind of help
I'm kind of pushing him
Mason.
along with me.
Victor. Why don't I just look at the fucking chat right there? Maybe because I have 15 things open. All right. Last but not least, we get to poor Yuna in there. You poor Yuna, who is in a bout of madness, for how long? For that long. Yeah, you can feel these things are just battering the door down around you. Like you feel like giant fists are just smashing this door down as you kind of hold it shut. It's not gonna hold. You kind of trying to hold it is kind of a pointless effort. And you are more terrified than you thought was possible. Is there anything you want to do? You seem to be in like a little pantry. It reeks in here. It's just full of like rotten food, rotten meat.
She doesn't really care about the whole smell of it.
Yeah, it's
Only horrific.
just painting a picture.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I have my full wits about me. That was just a.
No, you're still terrified. It's just you're kind of kind of asking, like you were still trying to get away from this thing, like as best you can, but you're also now trapped in like a little corner. So it's
Right.
kind of, what do you want to do about it?
Well, first instinct, not with the salt, but I'm going because I had my mace out. First instinct would be to start spraying with that.
As these things are kind of bashing the door down, tentacles are starting to kind of like ooze in. Give even roll for that. This is a D&D book. There's no answers in here.
There's no answers in there.
There's no answers in here. Is that a fighting brawl to use that shit too?
It is, yeah.
Okay, then give me a fighting brawl roll.
I just
Success.
did.
Woo!
Yeah, you just start spraying it out the crack of the thing into the goop that is now trying to enter this room.
89 damage.
It's not 89
Holy
damage.
shit.
It has a stun effect if it affects this thing.
Yeah, so you start spraying it, and it doesn't seem to be really doing a whole heck of a lot. You're just unloading all over this tentacle, and the tentacle's just now dripping in mace.
Oh,
and
why do you
still
guys say it like that? Fucking Japan.
That'd be her first
God damn it.
instinct.
Okay.
Second, well, I guess that probably.
Well, yeah, that would
Pretty
be
much
your
it.
action.
Yep.
It's a funny thing as to why that's a thing in Japan. It's the censorship. They were forced to.
So the tentacles.
Yo.
Crazy.
Let's start with this one. The tentacle that is grappled by Peter is going to attempt to. Peter, give me a strength roll.
Strength
This
roll.
thing is going to attempt to break free of. It says you try to like force its way out of the pincer grapple.
Ain't going anywhere.
I'm going to give it. It's a tie, so I'm going to give it to you.
Okay.
Yeah, you've got this. More of the tentacle is kind of starting to come up at the back end and sort of like up out of the hole. But you've got the end of this thing, and you're kind of keeping it at bay. So it doesn't do anything to you. The other ones in the kitchen that are sort of part of the main mass just finished just shattering down this door. And the main body begins to squeeze itself in. And does it...
No.
Does it take any damage that it wiggled inside the lopper things?
Oh,
no.
Okay.
They seem basically... they seem about as ineffective as you could get, short of being immune. Almost like you are doing minimum damage.
Mm,
Whatever damage they do, I'm taking one.
I don't like it.
Give me a dodge roll as these tentacles that kind of start, these half dozen tentacles kind of start pouring in to grab hold of you and draw you forward.
Come on, oh
Get it?
no.
Yeah. They
No,
rolled
not
a-
yet. No.
Yeah, they rolled an extreme success. I needed an extreme on that dodge. So yeah, a couple of them wrap themselves around you and start pulling you forward into the main body. So you need to give me another dodge roll as you are essentially like start pulling you in to engulf you in the body.
oh.
Be lower, be lower. That's not lower.
This is not poor Jim Jam.
Can you luck it? I don't know if you can luck on dodge rolls.
I
Sure
think
you
you can.
That's what?
14.
No, 14.
No, sorry.
No, 24.
20.
26.
That, yeah,
26.
26.
We all suck at
We're all
math.
bad.
That was
The
painful.
good thing we
Yes.
don't use real dice to play this game.
Yeah, yes, I can, actually.
Nah.
I am going to do that. So
Look.
I'll
Okay,
use
yeah, so
26 luck.
You manage to kind of keep you find like sort of the bottom half of your body is being drawn into this thing. You manage to keep like your arms and your head out, and you do not begin to suffocate.
Oh.
Yeah, but let's face it, the poor thing's only gonna be hungry a half an hour later.
Right?
That's
That's gonna take us to PETA.
Obviously.
I'm fighting this thing in front of me. I've got to deal with what's in front of me, so I'm going to try to...
Don't worry, Mom, I got this one.
that's what's happening.
Give me a fighting brawl roll with a bonus die.
Bonus die.
This thing's in your grasp already. It'd be pretty hard for you to not kind of squeeze on it, like try to put some pressure on it and do some damage.
Did that do it? God.
Give me another D10.
Okay. I don't know why when I click the plus, then what?
It's a little goofy. I think I've tried to do it before.
Just a D10. All right.
The way you select it's a little weird.
We call that a skill
There you
issue.
It'd be the same either way. It's
Yeah.
still
Oh, wow.
success. So yeah, you do one more point of damage to it as you dig the cutters in just a little bit more.
That's all I can do. I'm in a fucking death grip battle with the tentacle that was attacking my mom in the hall.
It's like a Dragon Ball Z beam struggle between you and
That's
this
exactly what's
tentacle. You're
happening.
fucking
I would love to go help and probably died.
at the mouth of this hole that leads to darkness and horror that this thing is coming out of. So Daphne, what do you want?
Did I see her yet? You know?
Nope. Give me another listen roll.
Now that the door's wide open.
Listen. There it is.
I will say
Ah.
two. I will say two. I should have mentioned this before. The mass that's like you can see that's like encompassing the entirety of the kitchen door. It's starting to kind of like bulge out of the kitchen door towards you, and start to like make its way into the hallway as well.
I have shot four
Four.
bullets of 6, I believe.
You can
Flip
hear her
hold.
still screaming and scrambling somewhere. You can hear just the muffled sounds of Una somewhere in.
So I don't know what that purple nonsense did when I hit it like wicked hard before. I got 2 shots left in this thing, and they're both going in it. Una!
Sure.
Una!
Yeah, so you do 3
Una,
shots.
get
It's
out
just
of
like
here!
it's just the third one just clicks.
It's just, yeah, click.
Oops, I didn't mean to do that.
Flat
sorry.
roll then, because still point blank,
Yep.
assumedly.
Oh yeah.
Big fail.
Oh.
I'm
Take a look.
gonna spend 11 luck.
Why not?
I'm running real low on it, so that's gonna bring me down to 11 from 22 to 11.
I'm sure you don't need to make any more luck rolls. That's fine.
I don't need any more luck. But my potential daughter-in-law, her life might hang in the balance here. So
Yup.
I'm sure your brave son is any minute now coming around that corner.
I have
to
all
help
the
her.
faith in the world in him. But I still have to do my part
That's true.
with this wicked hard success,
That's
bro.
a hard success. Yeah.
We'll just spend
boom,
luck.
boom. Oh, you gonna bump it?
No,
Spend-
just for the I hadn't
Oh, you
took
spend
off
the luck
the
for the
11. Yeah.
Yeah. So boom, boom, 2 more shots, and then click as you run out of rounds
Run
with
out
your
of
pistol.
Ammo.
Your
so-
hand's
Ooh.
shaking, and you see these 2 bullets. They made it. They probably got about 6 inches into this thing before just stopping
8
again.
total.
Like
ones.
ballistics shell is like the perfect like representation of what
Yes.
we're shooting to
Mhm.
this thing.
Yeah.
As they just go in and just slow down immediately and just stop and just hang there. The wound, like the hole that it makes, very quickly just like bleeds back into itself. So there's just nothing but like a bullet floating in there with no entry, no nothing.
It's like a full action to reload.
Yep, it's like a full turn. You'd have to reload next turn,
Yeah.
and then fire the turn after.
For what it's worth, I just like back up just like a couple of steps, like flavor steps, like
Yeah.
hearing that click of that last bullet, like oh shit, Yuna, get out of here, Yuna.
It's starting to advance, probably like a couple of feet at a time towards you. So I guess you're just backstepping
Yeah.
at the speed that it's advancing.
Yeah.
Okay.
I don't know. I still have no idea where she is, so just screaming the whole time, like, get out of here! I've got its attention.
Yeah, get out of here, Yuna.
Don't
Run,
worry.
Yuna.
Leave it to
Um,
Mum. Leave it to Mum.
It's Victor's easy. He just keeps running. He just
It
keeps running.
unfortunately has my attention.
He is non-responsive to anything that like Colt is probably saying to him, or he just runs.
Does he have to do a
And,
climb
he
roll?
used-
That'd be funny.
When he gets to the
Right
fence,
on.
yeah.
Basically, it's a whole turn to get from the door to the gate.
Mm,
I would say it's more. I would say
Oh,
you get
running.
like you get like halfway to the gate. It's a pretty like this is a
Yeah.
20-acre property. The house isn't 20 acres in, but I mean it's pretty big. So yeah, you get about halfway to the gate. Colt, and on your turn, I'm assuming you're running with him.
Yeah.
You're like, yeah, good. You're exactly right, Victor. We gotta run. You're doing a good job.
Stamina. Keep
Well, we
up
gotta-
your stamina. You
We gotta
gotta
get
go.
going. We gotta move.
Fix yourself.
I'll take care of the lock. We just gotta get to the gate.
Yeah, you're keeping pace with him, booking it. As you keep talking to him, you can tell like there's nothing there. Like he's just blind running. Like he's
I'll just
doesn't-
run, but
you
nobody's
don't
home.
exist to him at all.
At this
He is
point,
just
I'm trying to
going.
ignore that fact because I don't want to believe.
You don't want to
I-
understand why
No,
he's
I
acting
don't.
like this.
I just like I'm in
But
like
it seems like a
survival,
good
It's
idea.
a fear response. You've seen it
Yeah.
before, probably. You've been around
Yeah.
the block. It's a fear response.
but not to
Fighter.
this extreme.
Fight or flight. You were probably served in the war. You've probably seen some of the boys like
Oh,
just
for sure.
see all sorts of traumatic things and kind of go nuts. Is there anybody left but poor Yuna?
No, I think it's just me.
Just
It's just
you.
Yuna.
What do you want to do? As you're half in, half out of this eldritch thing.
The only thing that I have left, and because I noticed that the mace probably didn't do very much, but yeah, I'm gonna dump the salt on as much as this thing as I can.
Yep.
Not
Yeah,
that I have very much.
As it's
but-
like drawing you in and sucking you, and you start hucking the salt out of this bowl at it. And as you're doing that, you can feel it quiver and shake and emit noises.
Salt me, mommy.
Emit noises that like could be pain, could be anger, could be
squealing
fear.
at me.
It's impossible to know. Why don't you roll me 3d6
666.
as the salt? As you're throwing the salt on this
imagine?
thing, you can see the salt is just kind of burning, like when you pour salt on a slug. It's just kind of like
Oh,
biting in and dissolving.
kinda
You
low.
do 8 points of damage to this
Ooh.
with your
With your
Probably
Salt.
8 like solid points though.
Yeah.
probably an actual 8 points.
Yeah.
Not like the
Not like
0
8
on
bullet
the
points.
guns.
That's like
But yeah, so you see like some of the spots that you threw the salt on kind of dissolved away a bit. But it's just there's so much.
Oh yeah, I
There's
forgot.
so much.
I forgot I brought my salt gun with me.
right? Blah, 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 blah.
I mean, 12 gauge shotgun loaded with salt cartridges is in my list of salt damage.
Yeah.
You can lay those assault charges at my feet anytime. Boom, boom, boom.
I actually have a salt gun.
Really?
The fly spotter
yeah.
one?
For fly,
Yeah.
The flies? Yeah.
Yeah, it's great.
So the things are gonna go.
No, not the things.
A tentacle is gonna
Yeah,
continue to
I-
fight with.
Nothing
to fight
else
with
I can
Peter.
do.
That's a give me a strength roll, Peter. You're gonna need a hard success or better.
I got it.
That's it.
You are locked in this death grip, back and forth with this tentacle, and it is a stalemate.
It is. We're locked in like two sheep.
Lightning is crackling around the two of you.
Full anime scene in there.
Harry Potter just.
Yeah, the foam is everything's foaming.
Daphne, you can kind of see, like, as you're sort of backing away from this thing, and like clicking, probably instinctively, just like clicking your gun a few extra times, waiting, hoping more
Yeah.
bullets will magically just start coming out of it.
Why won't they appear?
You see like a couple protrusions start to form on this wall of whatever this is, and they start to kind of snake out and stretch out as a couple of tentacles kind of start forming out of the mass of this thing and start poking their way towards you.
No.
And
I
they're
don't
gonna kind of get within kind of Gucci Coo room, and
Hey.
that's kind of what they're gonna do. Main body, Yuna, I need you to give me a dodge roll, and I'm going to need an extreme success.
Oh no.
Yeah, okay. Let's see what happens.
I'm assuming I did at least like one damage. I'm assuming to the tentacle.
Zeros. That's not zeros.
Good tentacle.
Said zero's like 100.
Oh.
Like that? No.
Oh no, Yuna. I'll find a new wife, Yuna.
the
Don't
rest-
worry.
The rest of you is pulled into this mass of the main body as it
Oh.
engulfs you.
Oh.
I need you to give me a constitution.
Constitution's quite
This is the
high.
different part that I don't see, right?
Yeah, you don't see this. It's
Okay.
it's like too far around. Well, and you're also backing down the hallway.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, you can feel like this thing is just around you. Every inch of your body is touching this thing. You can feel pressure on your eyelids, on your mouth, on your ears, on every orifice in your body as this thing is trying to force its way in. You start holding your breath and you begin to kind of suffocate as there's no air to be had in here. That's gonna take us to Peter.
Yeah, I'm gonna. I forget because we're trying to get away, right? I'm battling this thing. I'm like, I gotta kill it. I gotta save Mom. I'm gonna fucking try to like you get a big limb that's in the guard and you try to snip it to try to get the leverage. And try to.
Yeah. So do you want to? Yeah. After a couple of rounds of, you realize you're getting you're trying to cut through like a steel cable with
Gardening shears.
Right.
like it is not doing a whole lot. Do you want to keep digging? It's doing a little, but it's not doing a lot. Do you want to? You actually give me a spot hidden roll too. Why don't you?
Okay.
As Daphne is kind of backing her way up further and further down this hallway, she is becoming a lot closer to your sort of peripheral vision.
I don't know shit.
That's fine. You're focused on this thing. So yeah, you know that you're not doing a lot to this thing. I mean, if you kept it up and like nothing changed, you feel like maybe eventually you're gonna get through this thing, but you imagine it's gonna take a while.
Is it feasible? I don't know what kind of like.
But you also know at the same time, you're not getting anywhere. You're also holding it back from getting you, so it's kind of this weird stalemate that you're in. So,
I don't know, like, I'm assuming it kind of feels like if you've ever had like a hose on full blast and you're holding one in and it's kind of, whipping around. I'm assuming it kind of feels like that a little bit. Or helicopter, tomato. Is there like a way for me to, like, while it's gripped in the pincers, kind of like push and let go of the pincers with it kind of back down the hole? Does it seem like I'll have that leverage?
well, you feel that like if you kind of pushed it hard enough and kind of away from you, you could get it away. But you're not going to be able to push it very far. But you feel like you could probably push it away enough for you to like dash out of the room away from it.
Let's.
If that's what you're trying to
Yeah,
do.
because I want to get to Mom and Yuna, so that would be the idea. The idea is that kind of, push
You're
it
gonna, like,
away.
just kind of push it away and then duck out of the room while
I
it's
won't have
away
the.
from you.
Unfortunately, I won't have the clippers with me because my instinct would be to leave the clippers with it. Unfortunately.
Well, yeah, that would be your best bet. Would be to like shove the
Yeah.
clippers and it as hard. But give me a strength.
Okay.
Give it a strength roll at disadvantage.
Oh.
With an extreme success, yeah, you are easily able to just power this thing away from you, giving yourself those precious few seconds you need to scramble out of this room.
Can I shut the door behind me?
Sure.
Yep. Close the door. When I close the door and like that's done, I'm looking. Do I see Mama?
Yeah, Mom's probably like 10 feet away from you, backing up down the hallway as two new pseudopods are coming out of this weird.
Where's Yuna? We gotta get out of here. Where's
I don't
Yuna?
know.
Well,
I don't know. I
Well-
can't find her.
first of all, I'm gonna need a sanity
Eh.
for looking upon the form of the main body of the spawn of the Dark Mother.
Oh!
Dark Mother.
Oh!
100. Oh, no.
Oh,
Fuck.
Peter
Join
loses
me, Coke. Join me.
20 points of sanity.
I only had 45 to begin with, so I'm definitely whatever extreme
Yeah.
that is. You said 20?
This one's a real easy.
Oh,
this
sorry,
one's
didn't mean to do
real
that.
easy. You see this thing, and it's coming after your mom. You don't know where Yuna is. In this moment, you don't
Yep.
care. You see the woman who bore you, who raised you. She is in trouble. She is backing away in terror from this floor-to-ceiling wall of this goopy, fleshy, whatever it is, and you just throw yourself at it, and you start just pushing it into it to push it back, to hold
Oh,
it back
God.
like a wall. Like,
Oh,
Mom, I will save
Hold
you.
the door!
I will push
Hold door!
this evil
Hold
back.
door!
And you you just start pushing, and you're pushing on it, you're digging your heels in, and it feels like you're gaining some traction, but like you see this you're watching this Daphne as like he's just pushing this wall of whatever back and sinking further and further
I knew this was gonna
into
happen.
it as he does so.
I kind of felt this coming because, like, there's no way Peter would leave his wife, so he's either gonna die or kill it. I think he's gonna die. Holy shit. We'll be together forever, Yuna, in the bowels of this creature.
Is it? No, it's not. It's not quite enough for me to push Daphne a sanity roll.
Not yet.
Not
It's
quite.
much
Not
worse
quite
than
yet.
that.
So,
He's-
Daphne,
she's
what do
been
you want to
go-
do? Your
going
son
second.
he just threw himself in front of you, and he's like pushing
Get
at
out
it.
of
like
here,
he's trying
mother!
to
Go!
Shove a
I'll
mountain
get Yuna!
back in.
Get out of here!
Like, yeah. At some point, it's like, run away! Run!
Little gurgling noise because the bubbles that's going through the goop.
There's no way that she's leaving. If you told me to roll sanity, I would roll sanity.
It's
100%. Because this is her favorite. This is her second-born son. Because her first-born son's a piece of shit. She just doesn't like him.
And he just inherited everything.
He's
is
just
her-
like his father.
This is her favorite
Walter
son.
Jr.
And the woman that he is going to marry, that she adores.
Mhm.
She is perfect for him.
She's in
She
there
hasn't
somewhere.
been able to find her. Hasn't been able to hear Yuna anywhere. Click, click, guns empty. I don't even know if she has more ammo.
I'd say you probably.
She
have
probably,
some.
you
You said you had
American.
your purse. You said you had
Oh,
a
yeah.
purse.
Purse
She's
ain't going
probably got
anywhere.
at least another 6 rounds in her purse. We'll say easily. I don't think you're gonna need more than 6.
I'm gonna
To be
run,
honest with you.
Peter. I'm gonna run to the blob and try and yank him out. It's in vain, 100%.
yeah,
But
give me
she
his-
would not let her favorite son be pulled into this amorphous ass blob.
Of all the crits I could, like critical
give
fails
me
I could
a
roll.
strength roll.
Oh my god.
Do you,
This
do you
was
just throw the
between-
gun down?
It was between pulling you out and reloading.
Do you like throw the gun down to go pull him out? So you get like a 2-handed, or you pulling him out with one arm? You just stick the gun
No.
into the goo like
No,
a shelf.
just gun gone.
Here, hold
2
this,
hands,
please.
2 hands, trying to pull him out.
Oh god.
Yep,
A
use
mother,
strength.
a mother trying to pull her favorite kid out, her favorite son, because her first son's a piece of shit.
This reminds me of my trauma at the ball pit when I was 4.
Success.
Yeah, you're pulling and
It's
pulling.
not going to be enough.
It's not. He's not moving. He's stuck in there.
Peter!
You can feel your hands starting to slip in there too.
Not
as you
my
kind of-
little pee-pee! Not my pee-pee!
Yeah, you can feel. Yeah, you
Oh,
feel like
dear.
the warmth of this thing kind of start to spread around your hands. You kind of wrapped around like his waist as you're like pulling at him. As more and more
Not
of
my
him is engulfed.
pee-pee, no!
Quit touching my PB.
Gerald.
Speaking
or
of pee-pee, fuck you, Chris.
Gerald,
welcome.
Colt Dixon, and Victor. Colt, we'll start with you because you are of sane mind.
Sure.
Yeah,
You guys, you're booking it. You guys reach the gate.
All right, I'm gonna take my gun and shoot the lock, and I'm
The
gonna
lock. Give me a firearms roll.
unload on it to make sure I fucking get it.
Well, you figure even one shot's gonna be more
Sure.
than that. As long as you don't roll a fumble.
Which
it'll be
I
fine.
just fucking did.
No, you
I didn't fumble. I
You
didn't
missed,
fumble.
but you
Hang
didn't
on,
fumble.
hang on. How much fucking luck do I have?
It is.
35.
What's the only question I have is what is the value for a misfire? Colt 45 or Colt 38. Revolver, call, because I do not have the. I need to put a bookmark in the items list. Colt, blah blah blah. These are just the names of guns. That's not useful. I think I have it in your fucking. I think it's in your character sheet, probably. Or
Says
you know what? It would be
100.
in Daphne's on hers.
No, it's right here.
Malfunction's 100.
9mm.
Alright.
So you did not roll 100, so the gun does not malfunction. That is not a fumble. So you don't actually have to spend any luck.
Okay, so I just fired.
Technically, yeah, it's still a success. Bam.
Oh, okay.
You kind of you blow the lock. You kind of like you squint. You kind of look away a little bit, put like a hand up in front of your face, and you
Take the
blow the
squints.
lock off. You hear the ricochet kind of whiz past your ear, like
He's
ooh,
fucking
ooh.
in terror. He's in fucking terror.
He's
of
like,
what
oh,
the
that
hell's
was
going on."
that was dicey. Ooh. Now I know why they say don't shoot locks off.
Mhm.
He's gonna hop into the car
Back.
and
Yeah,
try and get
you-
things started.
Yeah. Well, I'll say because you've run this whole way, shot the lock off, you kind of yank the chain and throw the gate open. So I'll say, yeah, you could kind of jump in the car, and next turn you can kind of
Okay.
attempt to hotwire this puppy and get the fuck out of here. Victor, you're gonna run.
Run, Forrest.
Run.
Do you even go in the car, or do you just start running down the street?
I would probably just run right past.
Yeah. So you're running, and as the gate, he basically gets this gate open just as kind of you reach it, and you kind of start going through, and yeah, you just turn left and you start running back towards Gamwell. As he's like hopping in the car, he's looking at you, and you're just like, whoa, Forrest Gump running down the street.
Yup.
That's okay. You know, it's like, if I get the car started, I can catch him. It's fine. Maybe I can talk some sense to him while drive
Yeah,
beside
It
him.
just felt like running.
Or
I
just
felt
screech in
like
front of him with the
running.
door open so he runs like into the car by accident. Scoop him up. That takes us to Yuna. You're gonna have to give me a Constitution roll.
Could've rolled a fucking 99.
God.
Not a fumble.
Wow.
It's better than 100.
I'm assuming
Yeah, if
there's, like,
you had
nothing-
lower,
Lower than 50.
it would have been a fumble.
Oh.
Yeah, so you feel.
I'm gonna spend 10 of the,
I'm gonna say for these, luck's not gonna help. you
unless
for-
I can't.
Yeah.
Probably it's not going to matter. Probably needed a
Uh,
higher degree of success to begin with.
You feel, yeah, this thing start to just force its way into every orifice, like choking off any hope of air, basically like pushing the air out of your lungs. You're going to take 8 points
I'm okay.
of damage,
I'm okay. Don't worry.
which is also a major wound. So you check the major wound box. You take 8 points of damage.
You still alive?
Yeah.
I think most people have
Wow.
double-digit health points.
Not by much, but
Yeah, but I thought he took a chunk already. So
Oh, I have no idea.
I mean, it's yeah, kind of. So Peter, lost his mind completely.
Do with me what you
We're
will.
not looking so
Give me a
hot.
Constitution roll. I'm going to kind of forego the dodge roll because you're not really attempting to struggle free of this thing. You're trying to get in there and just push her back.
This ain't gonna go good. Am I gonna? Can I use luck on this question?
No, I'm going to say
Okay.
no.
Because I have 65 luck. That's gonna do nothing now. Because I was gonna wait and start dumping it, but okay.
That's the danger with hoarding luck.
yep.
If you hoard it for too long, you may never get a chance. Yeah. So you're like most of you is now in this. You feel the warmth of this thing around you, and it's like you are no longer able to breathe, as it is just kind of around your head, around your face, and it feels comforting almost. It
That's
almost feels like a
okay.
warm hug from your mom.
Oh.
It almost feels like she's hugging you from
As
behind,
if I'm
with her
in a
arms wrapped around your
bosom.
waist.
It's like my face is firmly in the pillow of a bosom.
It's
You're
like
back
you're
in the
returning. Yeah, you're returning to the womb.
Back to the
Hey
placenta.
now, get out of there.
Can
Uh,
can Peter and I, for a brief second, like see each other?
Unfortunately, no. You guys are like
Oh.
20 feet.
Oh, I want to
away
reach my
from
hand
each
out and be
other
like,
and,
I'm with
wave
you, love,
around.
forever.
And we both know how that's gonna. You would see him, and then he would turn away to look at his mom one last time. You know how that's gonna go.
Oh, God. Fucking character.
Daphne, what do you want to do? You are not actually insane.
Yet.
But... Oh, that was sorry. It was oh yeah. Well, yeah. You can feel the tentacles of kind of. They're removing most of your retreat as they are starting to sort of wrap around from behind you to sort of help guide both of you into this mass. But you will still have your faculties. Your arms are jammed into this thing as they are wrapped around around Peter's waist.
But he's like
He's
like,
in there.
deep in there.
And
And-
he's in there, and some of you is starting to be in there too, from basically getting dragged along with him.
Wow, rolling 100 really sucks. I'm learning. It sucks a lot.
Yup.
Especially on a sanity
Oh.
roll. I mean, a fumble and a sanity roll means you just take the max, and when the max is 2d10, that's a lot of sanity
Yeah.
loss.
Oh god.
So he's deep in there. I pulled, and I could not, for the life of me, get him free.
I'm assuming I don't get to do anything in my turn, right? Like I'm kind of just.
Your turn was the Constitution.
Gotcha.
roll.
Okay.
Yep.
Your
Same
your
as
turn is trying to. Yeah, you and your lovely fiance are
We're gonna join the goo
at this
together.
point pretty much being broken down.
Yeah.
Is he
What
like
about the
gone
container
limp
of
in
salt
my
that I had in
arms,
my
or is he
hand?
No,
he
he's still
wiggling and
he's still struggling. He's still pushing against this thing, pushing himself in deeper, trying
Okay.
to.
signs of life?
Yeah, there's definitely
Signs
signs of life.
All right, she's pulling.
Yeah.
If he went limp, she's running. If he's got signs of life and there's something of my PP left, then we
Give
pull
me, give me a strength.
Oh my
roll.
god, this is amazing. Yeah!
Whoa!
Mother of
Wow.
love.
Fuck, there's one of those
The
mothers
adrenaline.
lifting up cars off of their like trapped
You-
children kind of
with,
thing.
with near superhuman strength, you don't extract him from this thing, but you pull him back enough for his head and like some of like his head and like his shoulders and that to kind of breach. And he is able to take this like wonderful gasp of air, and he can hear you.
You
And you
need
can
to
speak to him.
fight, PP. Fight.
I'm fighting. I will.
What do you say to your mom as you are desperately trying to push this monster back away from her? That's the reason you're here. You have to push this thing back into the kitchen, away from your mom. You're gonna push this thing all the way back down to the cellar.
I'm
if you
getting
have
you
to.
out of it. I'm getting you out of it. Come on, fight with me.
Run, mother. Run.
PP.
You can live with that, PP. I don't want anything to happen to
What
you.
was that?
What kind of life is that?
What
I
kind
know,
of life is that?
No PP.
That's not good for males or females.
No PP. No sir.
Oh god. Yeah, that would be his instinct is to run. Tell her to run.
Okay. That takes us to Colt.
Yeah, I'm gonna try and fire this thing up.
What would that be? It'd probably be. Let's look at your old stat. Like electrical repair or mechanical
It's not
repair.
really repair though. Would it just
Yeah,
be my
but-
driving ability?
No, because that would be once you've got the car running. Yeah, I would say mechanical repair or electrical repair. As you're basically trying to
They're both
jumpstart this car.
shit. They're both fucking shit.
Well, you do have some luck to spend.
Excuse me.
Yeah. Hopefully I get
And
close.
how much luck you got to burn?
Nope. Nope. Absolutely fucking
Oh
none.
wow.
You're just
Oh,
like
dear.
you're just kicking the panels off like under like jamming
Wow.
like you've got that crowbar. You're just using the crowbar to like rip like panels off underneath the thing. You're like just jamming wires. You're just like I saw this on one of them silent movies. Guy was just sticking wires together and it worked. And he was gone in a minute. I think they called it.
Whoa. Good pull.
Get the fuck out of here. Get out with that bullshit. Everybody make a sanity roll for that nonsense.
Victor keeps running. Victor, you keep running, and at the end
I'm
of your
good.
turn, you feel like you feel the clouds kind of starting to part a little bit. You start coming to at sort of the end of your turn as you just keep running further and further down the road. You start to kind of get your senses back, and you look around. You realize like I'm like way down the road. You look
Fucking-
back and you see like half of Colt sticking out of the car as he's like fiddling with wires, trying to jumpstart this thing. So So that'll take us to Yuna.
Yep.
Give me a Constitution roll. I'm gonna need an extreme success.
Nope.
Uh,
Can't roll low enough.
so you are gonna take another 9 points
That
of damage.
takes me out.
So you
Unconscious or dying? No, dying. right?
no, you
Or dead.
If you're at 0 HP, you just die.
no. If when you hit 0 HP, technically you would be in the dying state and be required to get first aid. I think within the next turn or two. But
Yeah.
it's kind of a moot point. Yeah.
Right.
So the rest, this creature finishes kind of just inserting itself all the way inside you in every way. It
Jim
can.
Jim just
It
gets
fills
violated
your
all the
lungs.
time.
It fills your lungs. It fills your eye
Oh my
sockets, your ears, like your nasal canal.
Your ass.
You're
Someone
Oh,
had to say
yeah.
it. Someone
Someone
had
had
to
to say it. And it not only does it suffocate you to death, the enzymes inside this thing slowly go to work, breaking you down and extracting.
No, you're fine, bud.
body.
The context
You are
is bad.
Essentially,
He's being eaten by a
dissolved
giant
into just-
slime, pretty much.
Goo.
It's been a while since somebody got eaten by a gelatinous cube.
Yeah, this is a gelatinous cube on fucking steroids.
Yeah, it is.
It's on steroids. It's fine.
This is a gelatinous cube if it was the spawn of a
Pretty much,
fucking
yeah.
sacred god.
Yep, pretty much eating it.
Eaten
from the inside. It's horrible. It's been slowly consumed.
It's just
And the rolls have been
weird.
so shit that you can't stop it.
Daphne, you feel tentacles start to just embrace you from behind, and they're pushing you in. Give me a strength roll.
Strength. Success. 31 under 60.
Yeah. So you managed to kind of slip out of them. But like they're pushing at you. You're kind of shrugging them off. Your arms are still wrapped around this thing, and you again feel yourself kind of. You feel like any moment now you're gonna get like dragged into this thing with your son. You realize like this is kind of an all or nothing moment for you coming up. That's if you were gonna have any chance of probably running away from this thing, it's kind of coming up.
Jesus.
Peter.
What can I do and how sane am I is the real question.
Not sane at all. You're the least sane of anybody here. That was, you are driven by like trying to get your mom out of here at the cost of like you are convinced you can push this thing back. But like you are doing all of this in an attempt to save your mother.
Right.
That is like your number one
yeah.
priority. You
The
could.
tentacles.
She has kind of yanked you out enough that you can breathe and talk, and you could probably.
The tentacles that tried
Attempt-
to push her in from behind, I'm assuming are kind of like, could I grab one with my hand to try to like pull it towards me and go inward so my mom has a better chance to leave without the tentacle?
Sure, that's not a bad idea. I like that. Give me a strength roll as you try to wrestle one of these nope ropes that are grabbing at your mom.
Can I burn luck on this?
Oh.
Yes, you can burn luck. You can burn as much luck. as
I
you
will
want.
burn whatever I need.
How much luck do you have?
65? I had a lot. I'm only gonna burn 3.
If you burn
Arda.
enough luck to make this an extreme success, I'll say you're able to get a hold of both tentacles and
Oh.
wrap them in and essentially clear the way behind for your mother.
Thank you for the raid.
You don't think you're gonna be able to hold them for long.
Did 65 luck you
65.
have?
So how much do I gotta blow?
You need to get down to 15.
Okay.
So you need to spend 65 luck.
I'll spend all of it.
No. Excuse me.
62.
Thank you for the raid!
62.
62?
62.
I will spend it. Done.
With an extreme success, you kind of wrench. You just.
I'm being eaten
you're
alive by a
breached
slime
back.
monster, by the
Most
way.
of like your
for
lower
context.
body is all inside this thing, and you just kind of rip yourself back, pulling your arms free
To
and you
save my
just kind of
mom. It's great.
grab hold of these tentacles, like one under each arm, and you start spinning your arms like you're scooping up strands of spaghetti, and you just reel these things in.
That's right.
And you just start hugging them, and they retract back in away from Daphne. And you've got them. You don't got them for long, but
I got him. Get out of here, Mom! Go! Take care of brother! Go! My dying wish! Forgive him!
What do you want to do, Daphne?
No pressure on the diet. It escalated so quickly. Thank you, Cat Dog, for the raid. Hope the stream went well.
Yeah, no pressure in the fucking slightest.
Much love. Much appreciation. It's also 3 in the morning.
Oh, he's not sane.
My
I don't
brain
know
is
he's
broken.
Not sane, but he's my baby boy.
I'm sure everyone's brain is broken.
He's my baby boy.
Are you gonna save your PP or are you gonna run?
Oh, bro, he's like you've also like you're so far out of it now too.
But I'm holding back the tentacles that were trying to push you in.
But yeah, this like sort of like him wrap spaghetti noodling those things up. Like he's about as far in this thing as he's pretty much almost all the way back in, short of his head.
What's up?
But you can also tell he's done this sort of his own volition in an attempt to save you.
I'm also screaming at her to leave.
Yeah, he's also screaming at you to leave.
That only moderately.
His feet are like almost off the ground at this point as this thing's kind of like sucking him in.
Yeah!
He's going.
Woo!
She's gonna give you a kiss on the cheek. I love you, pee-pee. And run.
It's beautiful. Thank you, Headshot. Much love right there.
Oh, it goes behind the picture. That sucks.
Yeah! Beautiful.
Kind of only a matter of time. Peter Lexington is engulfed by the mound.
I'm dying with my wife.
Much like his poor fiance is just suffocated and slowly dissolved, while Daphne scrambles out of the house, tears in her eyes, like scrambling back to the main gate where she finds Colt Dixon like lying across like the seat, fumbling with the wires underneath, trying to hotwire her car.
Oh no! You're fine, You're fine. You're fine.
Fucking
Dump his ass out of the
Victor
way.
Mason is like
We'll
like
probably wrap it in a
several
couple
blocks
minutes.
down the road, just like looking around like a deer in headlights, like confused.
Thank you, Cat Dog. Cat Dog's amazing.
Shove
I need to
his
make Cat
ass
Dog
out
mod
of
in
the
my
way,
chat.
Mr.
I'm surprised
Dixon.
you're not.
Mr. Dixon, move!
You should be.
Pulling the keys out of my bag, jamming in the ignition. Boom, boom, boom. Car turns over. Spin out. Boost it down the road until we see Victor Mason. Mr. Mason! Just like skid to a halt beside him. Like, get him in! We have
Clambers
to leave!
in.
No!
Clambers in the best he can.
Zoom. Right the fuck out of town.
Oh, gotcha, Mo. Yeah. No. I didn't want to die, but you know, sometimes you gotta play the character, right? You gotta do what your character does.
A little more.
It's the what the shit is this? What is this?
This is essentially what you see as you.
What is this?
Nice.
Crazy.
That is the thing. Yeah, and Daphne would have seen as like she kind of left behind her like this mound just kind of starts pouring out of like
That's
windows, out of doors, cracking the house apart. As the three of you pile into that car and just start taking off. Which way are you going back to Gamwell? Are you going to where are you driving to?
Away.
Way.
Fuck with Gamwell. To hell with Gamwell. I guess Victor's from Gamwell.
I don't think you imagine at this point Victor doesn't really care.
No.
No,
He's just kind of he's shaking in the back, like rocking back and forth.
Just pick it.
And
He
you-
doesn't even pay attention to what direction she
You
drives.
drive-
She just drives.
You drive right through Gamwell without even stopping, right through, back on the way to Boston, back east.
Boston.
As
it.
you drive past the Dodge Brothers law firm, you look as they're looking out the window, and you see one of them raise a hand just to give a little wave.
I just imagine while you're doing that, like a little piece of goo that's on like the back of the car that fell off of one of you guys kind of falls in the street. So when the camera pans to it and you see the little goo kind of slip into the sewer, and it's like the end or Finn. That'd be like there would be Finn.
Yeah.
So the three who escaped are never quite the same. Colt is probably the least scarred from his trip out here. He doesn't really know what happened or what he saw. Colt probably doesn't even ask. He doesn't really want to know what drove Victor to such crazed depths, what Daphne was so desperate to save her son from.
I pay him.
Nope, not a single care in the world.
I pay him the fee. Presumably, he didn't get paid from the Dodge Brothers.
You
yet.
guys
No,
drove right
you
by
didn't
him.
pay him.
You didn't stop
pay
to
him.
collect it.
No, I pay him the
Stop.
fee that they promised, as well as the doubling it that I promised. With just the, like, probably like not even like a thank you, Mr. Dixon, for all your hard work. Like just expressionless.
No.
Imagine it would take some.
Colt taking the payment, knowing he did fuck all, and just ran for his life.
Yeah, so Daphne would probably get on a plane and get the fuck out of here back to California.
He is the
far
man.
away from
He
this
is
place as
classy.
possible.
He would go back to
He's
California.
the grumble
and he would
golden child, in
use,
my opinion.
her
Good year to
vast
come.
wealth to get a
cannot wait.
screenplay written about an aspiring actor,
Good.
like Big Brawny's son. You know, casting whoever the big mainstay in Hollywood is as like Peter Lexington and his exotic wife, Una.
What
Try and
would,
get some sort of screenplay done.
What would Colt do about poor Victor? Victor's mentally fractured. He's been through a lot. You guys have dragged him many miles
Surrender
from
your
home
fires.
with just like
No,
clothes on his
we're gonna
back.
follow.
Gonna-
To the true
He's always
believe-
welcome to come and stay with me.
Well, that depends on what he wants to do.
I believe there was the talk of slipping the tongue.
you do imagine he needs
Wow,
some taking care of, like
still
whether
thinking of the PP.
like medically or he needs like does
One or
Colt
the
want
other,
kind of
yeah.
take him under his wing, kind of
I
like,
would-
hey, you work for me now, kid, or
I would leave that up to Victor.
Yeah, I'm not sure how stable he would be, and you know, if all of a sudden he's got some sugar mama looking out for him, he would probably follow her.
You're
but...
gonna be the replacement,
What?
I
son.
would say you would probably feel a stronger connection to Colt, being that you work with Colt was kind of there
Wait a
for you.
minute.
Yep,
That could
the
be
whole time,
amazing.
and he's the one that ran
Hey,
with you and helped you get
If
away.
If you want to chase the Punani, I'm not gonna blame you.
You also know that Colt's kind of a works alone kind of guy.
Yeah.
What does
We'd do
Trevor
that whole keep
Or
in
Victor?
contact thing for a little bit, and then both kind of like drift our separate ways.
Does Victor head out to go hang out with
It's
Daphne?
like I'm going to California. Hills, that is.
I feel like this is
Well,
gonna be like the
welcome to
Darkest
man.
Dungeon, but female edition, because Reaper's character is gonna start hiring bounty hunters to go avenge her son.
I feel like Victor's gonna go with her,
Oh.
and she's gonna just start to kind of dote on him like a new son.
Yeah, he's the replacement.
And with
She's
his
gonna just
broken
start
state,
kind of
he probably
unhealthy.
wouldn't mind.
He's gonna kind of start she's gonna like unhealthily replace Peter with Victor.
There, my little VV. Daphne's got you. Don't worry.
Oh, what would he call her
Oh,
now?
Oh, you know.
You You know.
Mommy dearest.
Wait, no, don't call her you know. No.
Yes, you know.
That is the end of the cracked and crooked man.
Wow.
I
wonder
survived!
Oh.
There
That
was
is a
ghosts.
higher survival rate than usual.
I survived!
You survived thanks to me.
I just ran
Right.
away.
So
Yeah,
far,
yeah, just survive
Tiffany
one
was
of
the
these.
only survivor we've ever had.
Yep. Dude, it was on the fence of running away or trying to pull you out again.
Yeah, no, I was trying to tell you to run because I figured,
it was only through your heroic actions of staving off the
If
various tentacles.
Colt
Yup.
never saw
I
the
wish I was a
tentacle,
lion
he
wolf.
probably would have run into the kitchen.
That'd be interesting.
But seeing a tentacle and being like, I don't fuck with this shit, I'm out.
I don't fuck with you.
Yep. As soon as I see the
so-
tentacle, I was like, nope.
For me, it came
I-
down to. For me, it came down to one luck roll.
Yep.
Yup.
Which way do I go? And I
Yup.
did
It changed everything.
wrong.
It's funny when I was battling that thing in the tug of war of death, and I knew that like when Yuna was getting consumed, I immediately thought to the back of my head like, well, Peter's character's gonna die because obvious reasons.
I was sad that that Yuna was the one to go crazy because I wanted her to like go running through the house and notice like, huh, the floorboards are creaking now. That's weird. They weren't creaking earlier.
Mm.
As the mass of this thing essentially was
Oh,
filled the entire basement up and
That's
hardened
why
up
it
the
didn't make
floor so the
noise.
boards would. If you guys had made it upstairs, you would have found really creaky floorboards upstairs.
well, that was our next
So
step
it-
when we went into the room.
Yeah, I was
It
looking at
was-
the time as it is, and you guys were like at two of the doors that it was just on the other side of it. It's like,
Yeah.
yeah, it's time.
Time.
For
Time.
it's
It's
I
time.
think it's time for my little friend to come out.
I'm just confused where the ghosts part of this came in because, like, obviously there was like,
He's just a ghost. Sometimes ghosts are just a ghost.
there's just ghosts on the property.
It is a ghost of Johnny, whatever the fuck his name was.
Johnny Bravo.
Oh, it's-
The
Well, there's the
John-
sword
Want to see me comb my hair really
Oh,
fast?
Johnny Southside.
No, Johnny
Well, I-
Fitzgerald. It was Johnny Fitzgerald.
Oh.
was it our next
Fitzgerald.
guy too?
Well, Johnny Fitzgerald was the one who came home from the war with like an injury and kind of went nuts and like killed all his family with.
Yeah, yeah.
And then Arthur Kerwin is the one who killed his family with an axe, chopped them all up.
Yeah, because they saw a figure with an axe and then realized it was just a coat.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, that's just funny foreshadowing. There's also
Oh,
an axe
okay.
missing.
So
Interesting.
was it the salt that kept this thing?
Oh yeah.
above
Yeah, it doesn't like
for-
salt. Poor Arthur figured that out a little too late, which is why he ordered a truckload of salt to his house.
Yeah.
We figured that out a bit too late.
So we as people figured it out. Our characters were like, nah, salt, weird.
Well,
Yup.
I figured she has a 70 in intelligence, so I was like, well, you know, she's probably pretty smart. She heard about that, and
And decided to remove the salt barrier.
yep. But
That was the thing that
Good
tipped
in-
the scales for me too. Is like, okay, with the salt barrier gone,
Cute little
the
snake.
reason that door doesn't open is because
cute.
this thing is pressed up against it.
Oh shit.
That is why, with your extreme success, you did not break that door down.
Oh fuck. Could you imagine?
That would have been interesting.
So, and that
That
is
makes
why
sense
I was,
now.
and it's like I've got that handout with it bursting out of the kitchen door. This just seems to work just.
Yup.
right.
Nope.
It was
yeah,
perfect
Yeah.
it
timing.
worked perfect.
God.
That was fun though.
There's all sorts of weird things you may or may not have found. Like Arthur Kerwin's corpse is hidden inside a hidden room on the second floor.
What?
After he murdered his family and went nuts, he hid inside a hidden room. Then he got trapped in it.
Yeah, we didn't do anything on the second floor. It's crazy. It escalated really fast.
So his corpse, his withered and decaying corpse, because he just died of starvation.
Oh, because he didn't want to be.
Hiding in no water.
I didn't, but at least he didn't get eaten. Unlike me, that's a perk.
Probably because yeah, you wouldn't have known that. Like the thing that tried to eat all of you didn't exist when he caused all these murders. It's pretty new.
It grew up.
It's Arthur.
So-
It's
so
Arthur
actually-
Cornwaith's fault.
What happened to Arthur Cornway? Did
You-
that get him?
Yeah, he got yanked up a chimney.
Up the
Oh.
chimney.
Up the chimney. The reverse Santa Claus.
Canonically, because he figured out what was going on, and he was
Up
in
the chimney. Reverse Santa Claus.
I can't remember if it's his
The patent
bedroom. He
didn't
was
move.
upstairs filling shotgun shells full of salt, and the thing snuck up behind him through the fireplace and yoinked him up the chimney.
Shit.
Damn.
So would we, if we
Jesus.
had gone upstairs, would we had found?
Yeah, you would find a pile of shotgun shells packed full of salt. There's a shotgun in one of the other
That
rooms.
would have been really useful.
Yep.
Wow.
Wow, that would have
We never made it that far, so.
that
No,
would have been
we died.
amazingly useful.
Well, I say we didn't die because I survived, bitches. Boom, boom. Finally.
I love how there's a
I
picture
was
of me
trying
and
to
me.
do something, but-
It's Youception.
I am the blob now.
Youception.
Worship me, fear me.
Wonder if I can. Is there an easy way for me to? Oh, wait a sec. I could paste it. Oh no. Oh no! I broke the stream.
Don't break it.
Oh.
Well, it's a good time to break it, considering.
It's a good time to break it. It's the
Yeah,
end of the
I
night.
clicked on some. Looking for.
That'll do it for the stream. Ladies and gentlemen, boys and
Yeah.
girls.
Frickin'
It's only 3:41 for me.
It's way past Sean's
Whew.
bedtime.
Absolutely. I don't stay
We'll
up this
be
late
up.
anymore.
We'll be up. We'll be playing D&D in
Tomorrow.
10 and a half hours.
Yep.
We'll be playing D&D.
It's gonna be great. Poor Kevin's gonna
Go to
be
bed
like,
the next-
what the shit?
You guys are gonna be loopy.
Do we play D&D? Yeah, we're gonna play D&D tomorrow,
D&D 's
actually.
easy.
War Sky. Believe it or not. 2 p.m. Eastern,
I did-
Cast some spells.
11 a.m.
I
PST.
did like this quest portal. It's pretty cool.
Yeah, it's pretty sweet.
Oh, look at this. This is beautiful. Me and Yuna together forever in the primordial goo.
Together forever.
The goo.
Forever, doo-doo.
Oh, I know how I can add this picture quick. Copy it into here. And just do this.
Gotcha. It's a good time. New year. Tabletop's the way.
Here's
The
poor Arthur.
fuck is that?
What
Beautiful.
happened to poor Arthur.
Oh,
Oh,
Jesus.
Whoa.
Oh, God.
It's basically the title image in the fucking scenario book.
Oh,
Oh.
Well, fuck.
That's where the salt shaker went too. So you
Yep.
couldn't find the salt shaker.
Oh,
yeah.
Got it.
Yep.
He had it.
That's where it went.
Makes sense.
that makes perfect sense.
All the salt was gone. He'd ordered salt. Salt shaker missing. Pepper broken on the ground.
I'm assuming the
Down here, salt is a way of life.
Obviously, the environment down here is all
Because he got an
salt.
extreme
The ceiling's
success
salt,
and,
the
like,
floor is salt, the
nothing
walls are
hurts it.
salt,
I was
and
like,
to
oh,
an
you
extent,
got-
the air
Oh,
is.
like,
nothing hurts it.
And you
Oh.
breathe that in,
I'll
and
tell
you
you,
can constantly
reloading
taste
and
the salt.
unloading again was on my docket because purple goo happened.
Yeah, it does because its armor rating is that anything that is not salt or fire does minimum damage to it. So whatever the damage minimum is, it does
interesting.
Yeah.
minimum. But because you got an extreme success and had the piercing, I was like, I'll give you the piercing damage +1 on the D10. I was like, I'll give that a
Goo.
visual flair. Having some goo, having some purple goo in there. In one of the plus
I don't
rolls.
know. I don't know.
Nice.
Oh,
A serendipitous
Alright.
thank you very much.
conspiracy
Another
is how it
successful
occurred.
game of
Yeah.
Call of Cthulhu.
great.
More investigative horror. Sanity is it's at
Optional.
a premium. It's at a premium, you know. Yeah, optional is very key. I am now 1 for 3 on surviving these Call of Cthulhu one shot.
Yeah, I was gonna say
Same.
I forgot to get you guys to check off any
Not.
skills you succeeded at, so that you could, because we can
Oh.
level those characters up or attempt to.
Oh yeah.
I'll go through the chat log later.
Hmm.
Yeah. I had a handful of good successes at the beginning there.
Mm.
I
Well, it's just-
succeeded in normal people stuff.
Yep.
Hey, I
Yeah,
can
it's basically
believe
any skill that you do that you have any kind of success at, you can add a check mark to that skill. Multiple successes doesn't matter, just as long as you have at least
Yeah.
one.
that. Yeah.
There you go.
Well, we'll pick the stream back up tomorrow morning.
That's
right. 11 a.m.
Yep.
Pacific. What is that? 2 Eastern.
2 Eastern.
As we resume Vecna.
These were pre-made.
Oh, here we go.
Pre-made characters. Well, at least
Everyone's
mine
favorite
was. There was one or
place.
two that were made. Other ones.
Fucking Barovia.
Barovia will be great.
I want to stay in Sigil. Fuck it. I want to go back.
Good night, everyone. Huge shout out and thank you to
back.
Cat Dog. Out for the night. Give that man love.
Anyways,
I know you came and rated me, but make sure you go
good
give that
morning,
man
boys and
love.
girls. Thank you. Have a good
He
night.
deserves it.
Bye.
Night, everybody.